I watched her upload the picture at exactly 9:47 p.m. on a Tuesday night. I know the precise time because I stared at my phone screen for a solid 40 minutes straight, watching the comment count tick upward like some kind of heart rate monitor, going absolutely haywire. There he was with Victoria, both of them holding champagne flutes in some dimly lit restaurant that probably costs more per plate than most people spend on groceries in a month. That signature smirk was plastered across her face, the one she always pulls when she thinks she's completely untouchable. His arm was draped casually behind her chair back, possessive and comfortable. The caption read, "Finally found my actual soulmate this week," followed by a champagne emoji and a red heart. I didn't leave a comment. I didn't send him a text message. I didn't even let myself blink for what felt like an eternity. I just took 3 careful screenshots, backed them up in different cloud storage folders, and forwarded the entire package to the last people he ever expected would get involved in any of this mess. Because while he was out there performing his little theatrical act for the entire world to see, he forgot something crucial about the woman he married. I do not make the same warning twice. The warning itself had not been loud or dramatic. No screaming, no plates shattering, no bedroom door slammed hard enough to rattle the walls. Just a quiet Sunday morning, the smell of bacon and slightly burnt toast drifting up from the kitchen, his suitcase half zipped on the floor beside our bed, and me pouring coffee into his favorite mug as if we were still a couple who understood the sacredness of ordinary routines. Cream, no sugar, the way he always takes it. "If you post another picture with that woman," I told him, my voice so calm it almost frightened me, "I'm done. No drama, no second chances. Just done." He barely looked up from his laptop. His fingers kept moving over the keys, tapping out whatever corporate nonsense had convinced him he was more important than consequence. He gave a small, dismissive exhale and said, "It's just Victoria. Relax." Just Victoria. But harmless women do not send your husband messages after midnight with champagne emojis and little good luck notes before his presentations. Harmless women do not leave diamond-shaped earrings on your bathroom counter beside my moisturizer. Harmless women do not somehow become part of every conference, every after-hours dinner, every business trip that comes back smelling faintly of expensive perfume and dishonesty. I had found one of her earrings 3 weeks earlier. Tiny, gold, delicate, not mine. I remember standing in that bathroom with the thing pinched between my fingers, staring at it while the tap ran behind me. I said nothing then, not because I was confused, not because I was weak, but because I have never been a woman who mistakes immediate noise for real power. I do not rush to win quickly. I wait. I watch. I learn where the structure is weakest. Then I press once, and everything caves in exactly where it should. By then, Adrian had already been doing this dance for months. The conferences, the late-night panels, the client dinners that somehow stretched past midnight, the smug little explanations delivered in that polished tone he used whenever he wanted me to feel old-fashioned for having eyes. Victoria is in my department. Victoria is helping on the account. Victoria is harmless. Victoria is ambitious. Victoria understands the industry. And every time he said her name, there was that flicker in his face, that brief spark of vanity, the kind a man wears when he enjoys being admired by someone who sees him as shinier than he really is. The affair itself was ugly enough, but I might have survived the betrayal in private. I might have even survived the lies, the soft little insults, the way he had started buying 2 of everything as if he were already dividing a life I had not agreed to lose. What I could not survive was the public humiliation of it, the spectacle, the bright, deliberate disrespect. That caption was not careless. It was not innocent. It was not some misunderstood joke. It was a performance. He posted it while he was away at a company dinner, dressed in a tailored charcoal suit I had helped him pick out, smiling beside another woman as if the marriage waiting for him at home were some outdated draft he had forgotten to delete. And his coworkers, those polished little opportunists who clap for each other over email replies and branded keynote slides, flooded the comments exactly the way I knew they would. Heart emojis, fire emojis. You two look amazing. Power couple. Finally. Obsessed. I read every single one. My thumb did not shake. My breathing did not break. But something inside my chest went strangely quiet, and that frightened me more than rage ever could. Rage is hot. Rage is easy. Quiet is what comes before a woman makes a decision she will not reverse. So I did not block him. I did not call. I did not throw my phone across the room. I sat in the dark with my legs folded under me. on the couch and let the comments slow down until the frenzy softened after midnight. Only then did I open the email draft I had written weeks earlier and never sent. The subject line was simple: conflict of interest, immediate review required. Because Victoria was not merely the woman in my husband's photo. She was already standing on unstable legal ground. And I, the wife he kept reducing to the quiet one, the controlled one, the woman he assumed would swallow humiliation in silence, was the lead attorney representing the plaintiff in the case that could end Victoria's career. I had kept that connection private because until that moment there had been no reason to disclose it. Adrian only mentioned her in passing at first. Never enough to make the overlap legally relevant, never enough to justify dragging my personal life into active litigation. But the second he posted that photo, with that caption, with that smug public claim, he made her part of our marriage in full view of the world. And once he did that, he made her relevant. That is the part people always misunderstand about women like me. We are not dramatic, we are precise. By the time Adrian came home 4 days later, breezing out of an Uber with his carry-on behind him and a lazy smile on his face, already talking about keynote speakers and hotel mistakes and the vegan breakfast the boutique place kept getting wrong, the shift had already begun. He still thought he was returning to the same house, the same marriage, the same woman he had dismissed over coffee. He had no idea the locks had been changed. He had no idea there was an envelope waiting on the guest bed. He had no idea that somewhere between his photo going live and his flight landing, the first phone call had already started moving toward him like a blade through silk. And the worst part for him was this: I had warned him. My name is Natalie Kessler. I was 37 years old when I realized a marriage does not usually collapse in one loud, cinematic moment. Most of the time, it comes apart in layers, in glances you pretend not to notice, in explanations that sound polished enough to pass if you are tired. In the quiet way, your body begins to tense before your mind is willing to admit there is danger in the room. I built my life around things that made sense. I was a litigation attorney in Chicago, the kind of woman people described as composed even when they meant intimidating. I represented corporate plaintiffs in high-stakes commercial disputes, which is a very elegant way of saying I spent most of my working life sitting across from liars in expensive suits and waiting for them to forget one detail too many. I liked the work because facts mattered there. Documents mattered. Dates mattered. If someone betrayed a contract, there was a trail. If someone tried to hide, there was always a seam somewhere that could be opened. At home, I believed marriage would be steadier than law. I was wrong about that. Adrian Cole was 35, charming in the way some men learn to be when they understand early that charm can carry them farther than character. He worked in corporate strategy for a consulting firm that serviced finance and tech clients, and he was very good at being admired in rooms full of people who mistook confidence for substance. When we met, that confidence felt warm, protective even. He asked thoughtful questions. He remembered details. He listened with his full attention in a way that made the rest of the room disappear. We met at a benefit dinner for a legal literacy foundation. I had gone because one of the senior partners at my firm believed women in litigation should always be visible in the right circles. Adrian had gone because he knew how to move through any room that offered polished silverware and useful connections. We ended up next to each other at the bar after a speaker ran long. He made a joke about the wine being too ambitious for the food. I laughed. He looked pleased with himself in a way that was somehow endearing then. "What do you do?" he asked. "I sue people for a living," I said. He grinned. "So I should be careful." "You should be honest," I replied. That made him laugh harder. For a while, we were good together. Not perfect, not storybook, but good in the way adult love can feel good when it is built out of routine and trust instead of adrenaline. He learned how I liked my mornings quiet. I learned that he talked more when he was nervous and went almost silent when he was truly upset. He would wait up for me after late depositions with takeout and wine. I would edit presentation decks for him on the couch while he paced and practiced aloud. We learned each other's rhythms the way couples do when they are still tender with one another. When he proposed, it was on a cold evening in late November after a dinner neither of us had dressed properly for. Nothing theatrical, no hidden violinist, no crowd waiting to clap. Just a private room in a restaurant overlooking the river, his hands shaking slightly as he reached into his coat pocket. "I know you don't care about grand gestures," he said. "I really don't," I told him. "Good," he said, voice catching. "Because all I have is the truth. I love the life we make when no one is watching. and I want that for the rest of my life. That was the man I married. Or maybe that was the version he was best at playing when love still required effort. In the early years, our marriage looked solid from the outside. We hosted dinners, took short trips, remembered birthdays, sent polite holiday cards with tasteful photos and neutral backgrounds. We had separate careers, separate strengths, separate domains of expertise, which I thought made us balanced. He had the easier social grace. I had the steadier spine. He could charm a room. I could hold one together after the charm wore off. There were signs, of course. There are always signs. But signs are not the same thing as proof, and when you love someone, you can turn a warning into a reasonable explanation with frightening speed. Adrian needed validation the way some people need caffeine. He liked being seen, liked being praised, liked walking into a room and feeling interest move toward him. At first, that had seemed harmless, a personality trait, a little vanity. Later, I began to understand it as hunger. He flirted lightly at parties in ways subtle enough to deny. He took longer getting ready when certain women were going to be there. He started caring more about the image of our marriage than the health of it. Once, at a networking event, I watched him laugh too long at something a younger colleague said and place his hand briefly at the small of her back as they moved toward the bar. Not enough to justify a scene, more than enough to stay with me on the drive home. "You were enjoying yourself," I said carefully. He glanced over. "Are we doing this?" "Doing what?" "The thing where you turn normal social behavior into evidence." I stared out the window after that, more embarrassed than angry. It was easier in those moments to think I was becoming suspicious than to consider he was becoming careless. His family did not help. Adrian's mother, Elaine, had perfected the art of smiling while undermining me. She never said anything openly cruel. That would have required courage. Instead, she specialized in remarks shaped like concern. "You work so much," she would murmur over dinner. "I just hope Adrian never feels lonely." Or, "A man like him needs softness at home. These high-achieving marriages can become so transactional." I would set down my fork and smile with all the precision I used in court. "A secure man doesn't confuse independence with neglect," I said once. Elaine laughed too brightly. "Oh, Natalie, everything sounds like cross-examination with you." His sister, Brooke, was less polished and more openly indulgent of his flaws. If Adrian forgot something important, Brooke called him overwhelmed. If he drank too much at an event, Brooke said he had been under pressure. If I ever sounded hurt, somehow I became rigid, cold, too intense, too difficult to reassure. I noticed early that in his family, Adrian's mistakes arrived pre-forgiven. Mine were archived. Still, I tried. I showed up for birthdays, brought wine Elaine liked, remembered Brooke's children's school events, sat through long brunches, where every woman at the table seemed expected to perform warmth, while the men discussed work as if ambition belonged more naturally to them. I never fit cleanly into that world, but I made the effort because marriage, I believed then, meant learning the shape of the family you entered. What I did not understand was that some families do not want understanding. They want compliance. The first time Adrian mentioned Victoria Lang, it was over takeout on a Thursday night while I was reading deposition notes at the kitchen counter. He said her name in passing, then said it again 2 days later, then again the following week, with that bright little note in his voice people use when they are describing someone whose attention makes them feel larger. "She's sharp," he said. "Honestly, one of the only people in the department who can keep up." I kept my eyes on the page. High praise. "She's ambitious," he added. That made me look up. Not because the word itself meant anything, but because of the expression on his face when he said it. Something almost boyish, pleased, energized. I had seen that expression before, usually in witnesses right before they made a mistake by underestimating the person across from them. "What does she do?" I asked. "Client strategy. Same portfolio group for now." I nodded once. "Sounds useful." And that should have been the end of it. But then her name began turning up too often. Victoria said this. Victoria thought that. Victoria had a better sense of a client's mood than half the leadership team. Victoria wore confidence like a fragrance and knew how to command a room. Victoria this, Victoria that. Never enough to be explicit. Never enough to confront cleanly. Just enough that I began to feel her, before I ever met her, like perfume left behind in an elevator after the person wearing it was already gone. The first time I saw them together was at a company holiday reception. She was beautiful in a manner designed for effect. Not soft, not accidental. Everything about her looked chosen to be noticed. Dark silk dress, controlled smile, a way of holding eye contact half a second longer than necessary. Adrian introduced us with that overly casual tone people use when they are pretending not to be aware of tension. "Natalie, this is Victoria." She extended her hand. "I've heard so much about you." "Only the boring legal parts, I hope," I said. Her smile sharpened. "Actually, Adrian makes you sound terrifying." "Only when someone gives me a reason." For one brief second, none of us moved. Then Adrian laughed too quickly, and the moment broke. I wish I could say that was when I knew. But knowledge rarely arrives all at once. It accumulates. A late-night text reflected in a dark window, a sudden protectiveness around his phone, a conference he seemed too eager to attend, an energy in him that did not belong to marriage anymore, but to performance. And still, I kept telling myself to be reasonable. Because women like me are always warned against becoming suspicious too soon. We are told to stay calm, to trust, to avoid overreacting, to be fair, to gather proof, to remain dignified. And by the time dignity has gathered enough proof to speak, betrayal has usually already made itself comfortable in your home. Looking back now, I think the saddest part is not that Adrian lied. It is that I kept trying to love him in good faith while he was already teaching himself how little respect I would accept before I finally called something by its real name. The shift did not arrive as a single moment I could point to and say, "This is where everything broke." It came the way storms do over water, quiet at first, subtle pressure in the air, a heaviness you can feel in your chest long before the first drop falls. Adrian started traveling more. At least that was the explanation. Conferences in Denver, strategy summits in New York, client dinners that stretched into late evenings in cities where time zones became convenient excuses for silence. At first, I believed him. That is the part no one likes to admit later. I am trained to question everything professionally, yet at home I chose trust. Not blindly, not foolishly, but deliberately, because marriage, to me, was supposed to be a place where suspicion did not have to lead every conversation. But then the details began to slip. It was small things. He stopped telling me stories about his trips. Before, he would come home and narrate everything. Who said what? Which client was difficult? Which presentation went wrong? Now he spoke in summaries. It was good. Busy. You know how it is. As if I were no longer someone who needed context. One night, I woke up just past midnight. The bedroom was dim, lit only by the faint glow of his phone screen. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, shoulders slightly hunched, typing with a focus that felt too intimate for anything work-related. I watched him for a moment before speaking. "Who are you talking to?" He didn't jump, didn't even turn fully. "Team stuff," he said. "At midnight?" "Different time zone." I sat up slowly. "Which one?" That made him pause, just for a second. "London," he said. But the next morning, I checked his calendar. He had not been working with anyone in London that week. I did not confront him then. Instead, I started paying attention. Attention is a quiet skill. It does not announce itself. It collects. It organizes. It waits until the pattern is undeniable. 3 days later, I found a receipt in his coat pocket. A restaurant downtown. 2 entrees. 2 glasses of champagne. A dessert we never ordered when we went out together because he always said it was too rich. The timestamp was 10:58 p.m. On a night, he told me he had stayed late at the office and grabbed something quick before coming home. I held the receipt between my fingers for a long time, not shaking, not crying, just recalibrating. That same week, I noticed he had started locking his phone. Not new exactly, but stricter, angled away. Screen flipped down whenever I entered a room. Little adjustments in behavior that would mean nothing on their own, but together they formed something unmistakable. Distance. Calculated distance. And Victoria's name? It disappeared. Completely. No more casual mentions, no more praise, no more passing references in stories, as if by removing her name from conversation, he could remove her from reality. That was when I knew she mattered more, not less, because people hide what they fear will expose them. A week later, I walked into our bathroom and found the cufflink. Silver, minimalist, expensive. Not Adrian's. He didn't wear cufflinks unless forced into formal events, and even then, his were darker, understated. This one was polished, almost reflective. It sat there on the marble counter beside my skincare like it belonged, like someone had been comfortable enough to leave it behind. I picked it up, turning it under the light. There are moments in life where something inside you shifts without sound, not breaking, not shattering, just moving into place. This was one of them. I placed the cufflink back exactly where I found it. Then I washed my hands. Then I went to work. Because I needed to think without him watching me think. That afternoon, during a break between meetings, I sat in my office with the door closed and replayed every interaction from the past 3 months. Not emotionally, logically, timeline, behavior, frequency, deviation from baseline. It all aligned too cleanly. And still, I did not confront him. Not yet. Because confrontation is only useful when you already know what the other person will say. And at that point, I did. He would deny, minimize, reframe, make me question whether I was interpreting things correctly. He was good at that. Not maliciously, at least not at first, just habitually. A man who had learned that confidence could blur the edges of truth. So instead, I waited, and I watched. The next escalation came through his phone again. This time, not by accident. We were sitting on the couch, a quiet Tuesday evening, television playing something neither of us was actually watching. His phone buzzed on the table between us. He reached for it quickly, too quickly, but not before the screen lit up. A name. Victoria. Just that. No last name, no context. Just enough. He angled the phone away as he read the message, his expression smoothing into something neutral. Too neutral. What does she want? I asked. He didn't look up. Work. At 8:30 at night? It's not unusual. I held his gaze when he finally looked at me. No, I said quietly. It isn't. And that was the closest I came to accusing him then. Because the truth was, I didn't need his admission. I already had his pattern. Over the next few days, I noticed something else. He had started buying duplicates. 2 chargers, 2 travel-sized toiletries, 2 of certain shirts he claimed were just on sale. At first glance, it looked like efficiency, preparedness. But it wasn't stored together. It was separated, one set here, one set there. Like he was building a second version of his life in parallel. That detail stayed with me more than anything else. Because cheating is not just about betrayal. It is about planning, about dividing time, attention, resources, about constructing a reality where you exist in 2 places at once and hope neither version collapses into the other. And Adrian was no longer trying to hide the existence of that second place. He was preparing it. The tension between us became something physical. Not loud, not explosive, but present. In the way he avoided eye contact just a second too long, in the way I stopped reaching for his hand without realizing it, in the silence that stretched between ordinary sentences. We still ate dinner together, still discussed schedules, still functioned, but the intimacy had shifted into something performative. One night, about a week before the photo, we attended a small dinner with mutual friends. Nothing formal, just a gathering at someone's apartment. Wine, soft music, the usual conversations that circle around work, travel, the illusion of stability. Victoria was there. Of course she was. She arrived late, wearing something effortless that had clearly taken effort. Adrian noticed immediately. Not overtly, not enough for anyone else to call it out. But I saw the change in his posture, the slight lift in his energy, the way his attention tilted in her direction, even when he was speaking to someone else. At one point, she raised her glass toward him across the room, a small gesture, almost invisible, but he saw it, and he smiled. I was standing right beside him when it happened. You 2 seem comfortable, I said later, when we were alone near the kitchen. He exhaled, almost amused. You're reading into things again. Am I? She's a colleague. And the late-night messages? Work. The dinners? Networking. I studied his face. You're very consistent, I said. He smiled slightly. Because I'm telling the truth. And that was the moment I understood something important. It wasn't that he believed I was naive. It was that he believed I would choose peace over confrontation. That I would weigh the discomfort of conflict against the stability of our life and decide, quietly, to let things slide. And for a while he was right, until that Sunday morning. Until I poured his coffee. Until I gave him a clear, simple line. If you post another picture with that woman, I'm done. No drama, no second chances, just done. He thought that was the end of the conversation. He didn't realize it was the beginning of the timeline. Because everything that happened after that moment was no longer about suspicion. It was about consequence. The moment everything became undeniable did not happen in a crowded room or through some dramatic confession. It happened quietly, on my phone, at exactly 9:47 p.m. I remember the time because I was sitting alone in the living room, one leg tucked under me, a legal brief open on my laptop that I had stopped reading 15 minutes earlier without realizing it. The apartment was still. Too still. The kind of silence that makes even the smallest notification feel amplified. Then my phone lit up. A tag. I almost didn't open it. For a second, I just stared at the screen, my reflection faint in the glass. There is always a final moment before truth arrives where you can still choose ignorance, where you can decide not to know, not to look, not to confirm what your body has already understood. Then I tapped, and there it was. Adrian, Victoria, champagne glasses raised, that dim restaurant lighting designed to make everything look more expensive, more intimate, more deliberate than it really is. His arms stretched behind her chair, not quite touching her, but claiming the space anyway. And that caption. Finally found my actual soulmate this week. For a moment, my body did something strange. It didn't react. No immediate pain. No sharp inhale. No trembling hands. Just stillness. Absolute, unnatural stillness. Then the comments started. 1, 5, 10, 20. They climbed rapidly, stacking under the image like applause after a performance. Hearts, fire emojis, words like perfect, power couple, about time, as if everyone watching had been waiting for this reveal. As if I were the only person who hadn't been informed that my marriage had already ended publicly. I watched every single one appear. I watched strangers validate a lie. I watched people I had met, shaken hands with, shared dinners with, celebrate something that had been built on deception. My thumb hovered over the comment field. Just one sentence. That is all it would have taken. But I didn't type anything, because anything emotional would have made me part of the spectacle, and I refused to give them that. Instead, I opened the image again, zoomed in. His face, her expression, details matter. His smile was thinner than usual, slightly restrained, the kind he wore when he was aware of being watched. Victoria, on the other hand, looked completely at ease, confident, composed, certain that she was untouchable in that moment. She was enjoying it. That was the difference. Adrian was participating. Victoria was performing. I took 3 screenshots, not because I needed proof for myself, but because I understood instinctively that this was no longer just personal. This was documentation. I backed them up immediately. Cloud storage, secure folder, email draft. My movements were calm, methodical, the way they are when I prepare a case file, each step precise, each action intentional. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Then I opened the email, the one I had written weeks ago and left untouched. I read it again, slowly. No accusations, no emotional language, just facts, timelines, observations, potential implications. I added the screenshots. Then I hovered over the send button. For a brief second, something inside me asked a question I had not allowed myself to consider until that exact moment. If you send this, there is no going back. Not to what we were, not to the version of him you believed in, not to the marriage you thought you had. I exhaled. Then I pressed send. There was no dramatic release, no sense of triumph, just a quiet shift, like a door closing somewhere deep inside me. I set my phone down. The comments were still climbing, the image still glowing on the screen. But I no longer needed to watch, because the moment he chose to make his betrayal public, he stopped controlling how it would unfold. And that was the part he never understood about me. I don't react. I respond. Precisely. That night passed without noise. No calls, no messages, no confrontation. I went to bed at my usual time, brushed my teeth, turned off the lights, lay down on my side of the bed that still smelled faintly like him. And for the first time since we had gotten married, I did not reach across the space between us, even out of habit. The next morning I woke up early, earlier than usual, the kind of wakefulness that comes when your mind has already moved ahead of your body. I made coffee, sat at the kitchen table, watched the city begin to move outside the window. At 7:12 a.m., my email chimed. Response received. I didn't open it immediately. I took a sip of coffee first. Then I unlocked my phone. The reply was short, acknowledged, reviewing immediately. That was all. But it was enough. Because in my world, things do not need to be loud to be irreversible. They just need to be set in motion. I went through the rest of my morning exactly as I always did. Shower, suit, hair pulled back, minimal makeup, neutral tones, control. If anyone had seen me that day, they would have said I looked the same. And that is the most dangerous thing about women like me. We look the same, right up until the moment everything changes. 4 days later, Adrian came home. And by then, the consequences had already started moving toward him, whether he understood it or not. He came home on a Thursday evening like nothing had happened. That was the first thing I noticed. Not guilt, not hesitation, not even the careful neutrality people wear when they know they've crossed a line, just normal. The kind of effortless normality that only exists when someone truly believes they are still in control of the narrative. I heard the sound of his suitcase wheels before I saw him. A slow, steady rhythm rolling across the walkway outside, Then the soft pause at the door as he reached for his key. There was a brief rattle, then another, then silence. I walked to the door and opened it before he could knock again. He stood there for a second, blinking at me. His expression caught somewhere between mild confusion and irritation. His hair was slightly disheveled from travel, his shirt wrinkled in a way that suggested he had slept in it on the plane. But his smile came easily. "Hey," he said, like this was any other Thursday. "Keys have been updated," I replied. My voice was calm, flat, not cold, not warm, just final. He let out a short laugh, shifting the handle of his suitcase. "Very funny." "I'm not joking." The smile faded. "Not completely. Just enough." "What is this?" he asked, stepping forward like he intended to walk past me anyway. I didn't move. "You'll be staying in the guest room," I said. That made him pause. There is a moment when someone realizes a boundary is real, where their entire posture changes. Not dramatically, not all at once, but subtly, like a recalibration happening behind the eyes. "This is because of the post?" he asked, tone tightening just slightly. "No," I said, and that was the truth. "It's because you ignored a clear boundary." He exhaled sharply. "Natalie, it was a picture." "No," I repeated, just as evenly. "It was a statement." He looked at me then. Really looked, trying to measure how far this had gone, trying to determine if this was something he could smooth over with the right combination of charm and dismissal. "Are we seriously doing this?" he asked. "After everything we've built?" I held his gaze. "We're doing this because of what you chose to do with what we built." That landed, not like a blow, more like weight. He didn't argue immediately after that. Instead, he stepped inside slowly, rolling his suitcase across the threshold like he was entering a space that no longer belonged to him in the same way. His eyes moved around the house, scanning. Subtle differences, things he couldn't quite name yet, but could feel. It was cleaner, quieter, controlled. "Where are my things?" he asked. "In the guest room." "And my office?" "Untouched." He nodded once, like he was filing that away. Then he walked down the hallway. I followed at a distance, not close enough to crowd him, not far enough to lose sight. He pushed open the guest room door and stepped inside. Then he stopped. I saw it happen. That shift. The moment the situation moved from inconvenient to real. The walls were bare. The bed was made with sheets he didn't recognize. And on the nightstand, there was an envelope with his name on it. He turned slightly, looking back at me. "What is this?" he asked. "Information," I said. "About what?" "Your choices." He let out a breath that was almost a laugh, but not quite. "God, Natalie," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "You're being dramatic." I didn't respond, because I knew what was inside the envelope, and I knew exactly how long it would take for the word dramatic to disappear from his vocabulary. He picked it up, tore it open without ceremony. At first, his expression didn't change. He flipped through the first page casually, then the second, then the third, and then he stopped, not moving, not blinking. "Just still." "What is this?" he asked again. But this time the tone was different. Lower, careful. "It's your prenup," I said. "That's not..." He flipped back to the front. "This isn't the same version." "No," I agreed. "It isn't." His eyes moved faster now, scanning, looking for something specific. And then he found it. I watched the exact moment his understanding caught up with the page. His jaw tightened. "This amendment," he started, then stopped, then looked at me. "When did this happen?" "A year ago." "That's not possible." "It's notarized," I said. "You signed it." He shook his head more sharply this time. "I would remember this." "You remember signing documents?" I corrected. "You didn't read them." Silence filled the room. Heavy. Dense. He flipped to the last page again, stared at his own signature. Then at the date, August 14th, a full year. Long before Victoria. Long before the late nights became routine. Long before the distance had a name. "You set this up," he said slowly. "No," I replied. "I prepared for the possibility that I would need it." That distinction mattered. He didn't respond immediately, because there was nothing to argue with. Preparation is not betrayal. It is awareness. And that was the part he hadn't accounted for. Inside the envelope, beneath the prenup, was the summary. Highlighted clauses. Clear language. No ambiguity. Shared assets subject to immediate review in the event of reputational damage. Financial liability separation in cases of public misconduct. Reassignment of property rights pending evaluation. He read every line. Slower this time. More carefully. Because now he understood that this was not emotion. This was structure. "This isn't going to hold up," he said finally, but the confidence in his voice had thinned. "It already has," I replied. He looked up at me then, And for the first time since he walked through that door, I saw something real in his expression. Not guilt, not yet, but uncertainty. The kind that comes when someone realizes they are no longer controlling the outcome. "You're overreacting," he said, softer now. "No," I said. "I'm responding." He let out a long breath. "This is insane." "No," I said again, just as quietly. "What's insane is thinking you could humiliate me publicly and nothing would shift." That hit harder than anything else, because it named the truth he had been avoiding. This was never just about cheating. It was about exposure, respect, and consequence. He sat down on the edge of the guest bed, the papers still in his hands. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then he said, almost under his breath, "You could have just talked to me." I studied him, really studied him. "I did," I said. Sunday morning. That was the end of that conversation, because there was nothing left to clarify. He had been given a line. He had crossed it. And now, he was finally beginning to understand that I meant exactly what I said. The first real crack in his world did not come from me. It came from outside. And that was what made it irreversible. Friday morning arrived with a strange kind of stillness. Adrian stayed in the guest room. I could hear him moving around before I got up, drawers opening, the quiet shuffle of someone trying to reconstruct normalcy inside a space that no longer belonged to him. When I walked into the kitchen, he was already there, standing by the counter, staring at his phone. He didn't greet me. He didn't say anything at all. His coffee sat untouched. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Then he turned the screen toward me. An email. Subject line, "Urgent internal review required." I didn't step closer. I didn't need to. "What is that?" I asked calmly. He swallowed once. "It's nothing." "No," I said quietly, "it isn't." He looked at me, searching my face. For a second I could see the question forming behind his eyes. "What did you do?" But he didn't ask it. Not yet. Instead, he looked back at the phone, scrolling, reading faster now. His breathing had changed. Slightly shallower, less controlled. "They're reviewing external relationships," he said, like he was trying to convince himself the words were harmless. "It's probably just routine." I leaned against the counter. "Is it?" I asked. He didn't respond, because he knew it wasn't. The next email came 10 minutes later. Then another. Then a message. Then a call. He didn't pick up the first one, or the second. But by the third, he had no choice. "I have to take this," he muttered. "You should," I said. He stepped into the hallway, voice low, but not low enough. I heard fragments. "Of course I'll cooperate." "No, it's not what it looks like. It was just a dinner." My fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the counter. "Just a dinner. It's always just something. Just a message. Just a drink. Just a photo. Until suddenly it isn't." He came back into the kitchen 15 minutes later, paler than before. "What's going on?" I asked. He stared at me for a second. Then finally he said it. "They're opening an ethics review." I nodded once. "And Victoria?" I asked. His jaw tightened. "They've contacted her too." Of course they had, because this was no longer private. It was documented, structured, traceable. And in his world, perception was everything. "Why?" he asked suddenly, his voice sharper now. "Why now?" I held his gaze. "You made it visible." "That's not—" He stopped himself. "People post pictures all the time." "Yes," I said, "but not everyone posts pictures that connect them to an active legal situation." That landed, harder this time. "What does that mean?" he asked. "It means," I said carefully, "that when you publicly associate yourself with someone under scrutiny, you create questions." "What questions?" "The kind that don't go away once they're asked." He stared at me. And now, finally, the question he had been avoiding surfaced. "What did you do?" he asked. There it was. Not accusation, not anger. Just realization. "I told the truth," I said. His expression shifted. "You reported this?" he asked. "I documented it," I corrected. "To who?" "To the people responsible for reviewing conflicts of interest." He ran a hand through his hair, pacing once across the kitchen. "This is insane," he said. "You're blowing this out of proportion." "No," I said. "I'm letting the appropriate systems handle something you chose to make public." This was personal. You made it professional. Silence. Heavy. Unavoidable. Because that was the truth he couldn't argue with. He had crossed the boundary between private mistake and public consequence the moment he hit post. The rest of the day unfolded quickly. Too quickly for him to keep up. By noon, his supervisor had scheduled an emergency call. No agenda. Just join immediately. He sat in the living room for that one, shoulders tense, laptop balanced on his knees. I stayed in the kitchen, but I could hear enough. "It's not what you think. There's no conflict. I didn't share anything." Then a pause. Longer. And when he spoke again, his voice had changed. Lower, less certain. I understand. The call ended. He didn't move for a while after that. Just sat there, staring at the blank screen. What did they say? I asked from the doorway. They're escalating it, he said. To legal HR compliance. Of course. Because once something enters that system, it doesn't shrink. It expands. Systematically. What about Victoria? I asked. He looked at me, something sharper in his expression now. They're asking about our communication, he said. Messages, meetings, access. Do you have anything to worry about? I asked. That was the first time he didn't answer immediately. And in that hesitation, everything became clear. The next message came through his phone an hour later. He read it, then read it again, then sat down slowly. What? I asked. They want a full disclosure, he said. Everything, past 12 months. I nodded. That seems thorough. He looked up at me, frustration finally breaking through. This is because of you. No, I said calmly. This is because of what you did. You didn't have to escalate it like this. I didn't escalate anything, I replied. I introduced facts. And you knew what would happen? Yes, I said. That honesty startled him more than anything else, because it removed the possibility that this was emotional. This was intentional. You're trying to ruin me, he said. I shook my head slightly. No, I said. I'm protecting myself. Silence again. Then, softer this time. You could have just talked to me. I met his eyes. I did, I said. Sunday morning. The same words. The same truth. But now they carried weight he couldn't ignore. By evening, the shift was undeniable. His phone didn't stop. Emails, messages, calls. Each one tightening the net. Each one pulling him further away from the version of reality he had been living in just days before. And for the first time, Adrian understood something he had never needed to understand before. Actions don't just have consequences. They have timelines. And once those timelines begin, you don't get to pause them. You don't get to rewrite them. You just get to watch as everything you thought was controlled starts moving. Without you, the collapse didn't happen all at once. It stretched, dragged, pressed down on everything until even breathing felt like effort. By Saturday morning, the apartment felt different. Not louder, not chaotic. Just hollow. Adrian barely slept. I could hear him pacing sometime around 3, the soft rhythm of footsteps moving back and forth across the guest room floor like he was trying to outwalk what was happening. At one point, the pacing stopped, and there was just silence, the kind that feels heavier than movement. I didn't check on him, not because I didn't care, but because I understood something he didn't yet. This part had nothing to do with me anymore. The consequences had detached from our marriage. They were moving through his life now, independently. When I walked into the kitchen that morning, he was already there again, in the same position as the day before, staring at his phone like it might change if he looked at it long enough. His eyes were red, not from crying, from not resting. They suspended me, he said without turning. I set my coffee down slowly. For how long? I asked. Pending investigation. I nodded once. That sounds standard. He let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Standard? He repeated. You think this is standard? I think this is predictable. That made him turn. Fully this time. Yeah, you don't get it, he said, stepping closer. They're treating me like I did something illegal. Did you? I asked. The question hung between us. Not loud, not aggressive. Just present. He opened his mouth, closed it, looked away. That's not the point, he muttered. It usually is, I said. He ran both hands through his hair, pacing again. This is insane, he said. It wasn't like that. Then explain it, I said quietly. He stopped, looked at me, and for a second I saw something close to honesty, but it didn't last. Because honesty requires ownership, and he wasn't there yet. It got out of hand, he said finally. That was the closest he came. Out of hand, as if this had been something accidental, something that slipped, something that happened to him, instead of something he chose. I studied him for a moment. Do you hear yourself? I asked. What? You're still minimizing it. I'm trying to explain it. No, I said. You're trying to survive it. That hit, because it was true. Everything about him now was reactive, defensive, shrinking. And that was the first time I saw it clearly. The man I married had not just betrayed me. He had built an identity around being admired. And the moment that admiration turned into scrutiny, he didn't know who he was anymore. By the afternoon, the situation escalated again. This time it wasn't just internal. It was external. His phone buzzed. He checked it, then froze. What now? I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he handed me the phone. A message. From Victoria. We need to talk. Now. I looked up at him. She sounds concerned, I said. This isn't funny, he snapped. I'm not laughing. He took the phone back, typing quickly. His movements were sharper now, less controlled. What are you going to tell her? I asked. The truth, he said. I raised an eyebrow. Which version? He glared at me. This isn't all on me. No, I agreed, it isn't. That surprised him, because he expected blame, anger, something louder. But the truth was more complicated. Victoria had played her part. She had leaned into it, encouraged it, performed it. But Adrian had allowed it. He had made space for it. He had chosen it. And that distinction mattered. An hour later, he left to meet her. He didn't tell me where. He didn't need to. I already knew enough. The apartment felt even quieter after he left. Not peaceful, just empty. I sat on the couch, the same place I had been when I saw the photo, and for the first time since everything started, I let myself feel it. Not the anger, not the strategy, not the control, just the loss. Because beneath everything else, there was still that, the version of him I had loved, the version of us that had felt real, the version of this life that had been built on something I believed in. And that was the part that hurt the most. Not the betrayal itself, but the realization that I had been the only one protecting something that no longer existed. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. I opened it. A link. I hesitated for a second, then tapped. It led to an article, a legal blog, niche. Precise. The kind of publication that doesn't chase attention but commands it in the right circles. The headline was clinical. Measured. Sharp. When personal relationships compromise professional integrity in active litigation. I scrolled down, and there it was. The photo. Cropped tighter. Focused. Intentional. Their faces. Their proximity. That caption preserved beneath it like evidence. My stomach tightened. Not from shock. From recognition. This was no longer contained. This was now narrative, framed, discussed, analyzed. The article didn't accuse directly. It didn't need to. It asked questions, carefully constructed ones, about access, about influence, about timing, about perception. And in my world, questions like that are more dangerous than accusations because they invite others to answer them. I kept reading, each paragraph pulling the situation further out of Adrian's control, further away from anything that could be dismissed as just a picture. By the time I reached the end, I understood something clearly. This had passed the point of recovery, not just for our marriage, but for his reputation, his career, his position. Everything he had built was now tied to something he couldn't separate himself from because he had chosen to make it visible. That night, he came home later than usual, slower, quieter. He didn't say anything when he walked in, just set his keys down, sat on the edge of the couch, stared at nothing. What happened? I asked. He didn't look at me. They're investigating her too, he said. I nodded. And? They think, he stopped. What? They think she might have shared information. Did she? He didn't answer. Again. And that silence said more than anything else could. I leaned back slightly, studying him. This is the part where everything unravels, I said quietly. He closed his eyes for a second. Make it stop, he said. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because of how impossible it was. You still think I control this, I said. You started it. No, I replied. You did. Silence. Then softer now. I didn't mean for this to happen. I looked at him for a long moment. I know, I said. And that was the truth. Because people like Adrian don't think in consequences. They think in moments, in attention, in validation, in how something feels right now. And by the time reality catches up, it's already too late. That night, for the first time since everything began, he didn't try to explain, didn't try to justify, didn't try to minimize. He just sat there, quiet, finally beginning to understand what it feels like to lose control. Sunday morning arrived without ceremony. No messages, no calls, no immediate crisis. Just silence. And for the first time in days, that silence felt different. Not heavy, not oppressive. Clear. I woke up before my alarm, the light barely filtering through the curtains. For a few seconds, I lay still, staring at the ceiling, trying to locate the exact place where everything inside me had shifted. It wasn't the night of the photo. It wasn't even the moment I pressed send. It was now, this quiet, this absence of urgency. Because somewhere between his panic and the world closing in around him, something in me had finally settled. I got up, moved through my morning routine with the same steady rhythm I had always had. Coffee, shower, clean lines, structure. But there was a difference I couldn't ignore. I was no longer reacting. I was no longer waiting. I was done. When I walked into the living room, Adrian was already there, Same spot, same posture, but not the same man. He looked smaller, not physically, internally, like something essential had been stripped away. He looked up when he heard me. "We need to talk," he said. I didn't sit down. "Go ahead." He swallowed once, like he was organizing the version of truth he wanted to present. "I ended it," he said. "With Victoria." I nodded. "That's appropriate." His jaw tightened slightly. "That's all you have to say?" "What would you like me to say?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "Something human." I held his gaze. "You ended it after it started costing you something," I said calmly. "Not before?" That landed, because it was precise. And precision is hard to argue with. "It wasn't like that," he said. "It always is." Silence stretched between us. Then he tried again. "I made a mistake." I tilted my head slightly. "A mistake is forgetting a meeting," I said. "This was a series of decisions." His shoulders dropped a fraction. "I didn't think it would go this far." "No," I said, "you didn't think." That hurt him. Not because it was cruel, because it was accurate. He ran a hand across his face, exhaling slowly. "I can fix this," he said. "We can fix this." There it was. The last attempt. Not at truth, at restoration. At returning to something that no longer existed. "No," I said. The word was quiet. Final. And for a second, he just stared at me like he hadn't heard it correctly. "What do you mean, no?" he asked. "I mean there is nothing left to fix." "That's not true," he said quickly. "We've been through things before. We can work through this." "This isn't something we work through," I said. "Why not?" "Because you didn't just break trust," I replied. "You replaced it." That stopped him. Because it forced him to see the difference. Trust can be repaired. Replacement cannot. "You chose a different version of your life," I continued. Publicly, deliberately, repeatedly. "I chose wrong," he said. "Yes," I agreed. Silence again. Then, softer now. "Doesn't that matter?" I looked at him for a long moment. "It matters to you," I said. That was the truth he didn't want. Because regret, after consequence, is not the same as restraint, before action. He sat back slowly, the weight of that settling in. "So that's it?" he asked. "That's it. No discussion, no therapy, no, I said. I walked past him then, toward the hallway. "I've already filed the paperwork." That made him stand. "What?" "It's done." "You filed for divorce?" he asked, disbelief breaking through his composure. "Yes." "When?" "Yesterday." He stared at me like I had just spoken a different language. "You didn't even talk to me." "I did," I said without turning. "Sunday morning." The same line. The same boundary. The same moment he had dismissed. Now, it was the only one that mattered. This is insane," he said, voice rising slightly. "No," I replied. "This is consistent." He took a step toward me. "You're just going to walk away from everything?" "I'm walking away from what you turned it into." "That's not fair." I turned then, looked at him directly. "Fair?" I repeated. "Yes. You stood in a restaurant with another woman," I said evenly, "raised a glass, called her your soulmate, and shared it with the world." His face tightened. "And you're asking me about fair?" He didn't answer, because he couldn't. Because fairness had ended the moment he chose visibility over respect. I didn't think it would destroy everything," he said quietly. "It didn't," I replied. He looked up, confused. "Then what did?" I held his gaze. "You did." That was the turning point. Not the email, not the investigation, not the article. This. The moment he understood that there was no version of this story where he could step back into the life he had before. Because that life no longer existed. "I'll lose everything," he said, almost to himself. I didn't respond immediately, because this part wasn't about comfort. "You already did," I said finally. And that was the truth he couldn't escape. Not his job. Not his reputation. Not even me. Himself. The version of himself he believed in. The one who thought he could control outcomes without respecting consequences. That was gone, and there was no way back to it. I walked into my office after that, closed the door, sat down. For a long time I didn't move, didn't reach for my phone, didn't open my laptop, just sat there in the quiet. Because for the first time since everything began, there was nothing left to calculate, nothing left to prepare, nothing left to respond to. There was only one thing left, to move forward, without him, and for the first time, that didn't feel like loss. It felt like clarity. The fallout didn't arrive all at once. It unraveled in layers. Quietly at first, then all at once, like something that had been holding itself together out of habit, finally giving up the effort. By Monday morning, the story had spread further than either of them could contain. Not through gossip, through systems, structured channels, compliance alerts, legal commentary, internal reviews that moved faster than rumor ever could because they didn't need speculation. They had documentation. I saw it in the emails forwarded through my firm. Subject lines tightening. Language becoming sharper, less cautious, more decisive. Victoria's name appeared more frequently now. Adrian's alongside it, not as individuals, as a pairing. A liability. That was the word that kept repeating. Liability. Not mistake. Not misunderstanding. Not even misconduct yet. Just risk. And in their world, risk is enough. By noon, another update came through internal legal channels. Victoria had been formally suspended. Full review pending. Access revoked. Her accounts locked. Her projects reassigned. I read the notice once, then closed it. Because I didn't need to read it twice. I already knew how this part ends. When a company shifts into protection mode, it doesn't hesitate. It cuts. Clean. Fast. Irreversible. Adrian didn't leave the apartment that day. He stayed in the guest room most of the morning, then moved to the living room in the afternoon like he couldn't tolerate being alone with his thoughts any longer. His phone buzzed constantly, but he answered fewer and fewer calls. At some point, he stopped answering completely. Around 3, he spoke. "They're letting people go," he said, voice flat. I looked up from my laptop. "Who?" "Anyone connected to the account." I nodded slowly. "That's consistent." He let out a hollow laugh. "You keep saying that. Because it is. They're overreacting," he said. "No," I replied. "They're containing." He rubbed his face with both hands. "I didn't do anything illegal." "That may not matter." His eyes snapped toward me. "What does that mean?" "It means perception is enough," I said, "especially when it's tied to documented behavior." "This is ridiculous," he muttered. "A picture—" "No," I interrupted. "A pattern." That stopped him, because he knew. Deep down, beneath the denial, beneath the anger, beneath the instinct to reduce everything into something smaller and safer, he knew this was never about one moment. It was about everything that led to it. The messages, the dinners, the access, the timing, the visibility, all of it. By late afternoon, the external consequences hit. The client, one of their largest. Greystone Financial. I recognized the name immediately when the email circulated. A stable account. Long-term. Low risk. The kind companies protect at all costs. They requested a full reassignment. Immediate. Permanent. No negotiation. No discussion. Just removal. I didn't need to imagine Adrian's reaction. I saw it. In real time. His phone buzzed. He read the message, then sat down very slowly, like his body had just processed something his mind wasn't ready to accept. "They dropped me," he said. I didn't respond. They dropped me completely. Silence filled the room. Not heavy. Just final. "They didn't even ask for an explanation," he continued, almost to himself. 3 years. 3 years building that relationship. I watched him carefully, because this was the moment. Not of anger. Not of panic. Of understanding. "This is what reputation looks like when it shifts," I said quietly. He shook his head. "This is because of optics," he said, "not facts." "Yes," I agreed. "That's insane." "That's reality." He looked at me then, something broken in his expression. "They think I'm—" He trailed off. "Compromised," I finished. The word landed. Heavy. Unavoidable. Because it was the truth they were working with. Not proven. Not confirmed. But possible. And in environments like theirs, possible is enough to act. The next wave came that evening. The article spread further, picked up by compliance newsletters, shared across professional groups, discussed in quiet threads where people speak carefully but think decisively. And then the comments began. Not public ones, private ones. Messages, internal conversations, assessments, people forming opinions. And once opinions form in those circles, they don't disappear. Adrian saw it happening in real time. His phone lit up again. This time, he didn't open the message immediately. He just stared at it, like he already knew what it said. "Who is it?" I asked. He hesitated, then turned the screen toward me. A colleague. Former colleague now. The message was short. "I'm sorry, I can't be associated with this right now." No anger. No accusation. Just distance. Clean. Professional. Final. Adrian let out a breath that sounded like something collapsing. "They're all stepping back," he said. "Yes," I replied. "Just like that?" "Yes." He shook his head slowly. "This isn't how it was supposed to go." I almost smiled. Not out of cruelty. Out of recognition. Because that is always the sentence people arrive at when consequences catch up with intention. This isn't how it was supposed to go. "No," I said, "it never is." He looked at me then. Really looked. And for the first time since everything began, there was no defense left. No argument. No minimization. Just awareness. "I didn't think it would cost me this much," he said quietly. I held his gaze. That's the problem, I said. You only thought about what it would give you. Silence. Then almost a whisper. And now? I didn't answer immediately, because this part didn't need explanation. You're watching it take, I said finally. That night, the apartment felt different again. Not tense. Not heavy. Just empty in a new way, like something had been removed completely. Not just the relationship, but the illusion that had been holding it together. Adrian didn't speak much after that. He sat in the same place for a long time, phone in his hand. Screen dark, because there was nothing left to check. Nothing left to respond to. Nothing left to control. And that is the part no one prepares for. The silence after everything falls apart, when there is no one left to convince, no narrative left to shape, no outcome left to influence. Just the quiet reality of what you chose, coming back, exactly as it is. The end didn't arrive with a fight. It didn't need one. By Tuesday morning, everything that could collapse had already begun to settle into place. Not repaired, not resolved, just decided. There is a difference between chaos and conclusion, and what filled the house that morning was not chaos. It was clarity. I woke up before sunrise again, the light barely touching the edges of the room. For a few seconds I lay still, listening. No pacing from the guest room, no restless movement, just quiet. I got up, dressed slowly, deliberately. Neutral colors, clean lines, the same version of myself I had always been, but without the weight I had been carrying for longer than I realized. When I stepped into the living room, Adrian was already there. A suitcase stood beside him, zipped. He wasn't looking at his phone this time. He was just sitting, waiting. I have a meeting with HR this afternoon, he said when he saw me. I nodded. That makes sense. They're going to terminate me, he added. I studied him for a moment. You already know that, I said. It wasn't a question. He let out a slow breath. Yeah. Silence followed, not uncomfortable, just honest. I didn't think it would end like this, he said after a while. No one does, I replied. He looked down at his hands. I lost everything, he said. I didn't respond immediately, because that sentence wasn't entirely true. You lost what you didn't protect, I said quietly. That made him look up. For a second, something flickered across his face. Not anger, not defensiveness, understanding. Late, but real. He stood then, slowly, like the weight of the past few days had settled fully into his body. I guess this is it, he said. Yes, I replied. He picked up the suitcase, walked toward the door, paused. For a moment, it felt like he might turn back, say something more, ask for something. But he didn't, because there was nothing left to ask for. He opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it behind him. Not loudly, not dramatically, just closed. And that was it. No final argument, no emotional collapse, no desperate attempt to rewrite what had already been written. Just an ending that matched the way everything else had unfolded. Quiet, precise, final. I stood there for a while after he left, not moving, not thinking, just standing in the space that no longer held him. Then I walked back into the living room, sat down, and exhaled. Not relief, not exactly, something deeper. Like my body was finally releasing something it had been bracing against for months without my permission. My phone buzzed. An email. I opened it. The subject line was clean. Divorce filing confirmed. I read through it once, then closed it. No reaction, because the decision had already been made long before the paperwork caught up. Later that afternoon, another message came through, from a number I did not recognize. I opened it. A formal notice from his company's board. Financial recovery action. Performance bonuses under review. Liability assessment pending. I read it once, then set the phone down. Not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer belonged to me. That was the final shift. Not when he left. Not when the marriage ended. But when his consequences stopped feeling like something I was connected to. That separation. That clarity. That was freedom. I stood up, walked through the apartment slowly. Every room, every space. Not looking for him. Just acknowledging what remained. The life I had built, the structure that was still intact, the version of myself that had never actually disappeared, just been waiting, underneath everything else, to be chosen again by me. That evening, I opened the windows, let fresh air move through the space. The city outside was the same, unchanged. People moving, lights turning on, life continuing. It always does. That is something no one tells you when everything falls apart. The world doesn't pause. It doesn't mark the moment. It doesn't acknowledge the shift. It just keeps going. And eventually, so do you. I sat by the window as the light faded, my reflection faint in the glass. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't thinking about what I had lost. I was thinking about what I had kept. My clarity, my boundaries, my sense of self. And that mattered more than anything else that had disappeared. Because in the end, this was never about him choosing someone else. It was about me choosing myself. And once I did that, everything else fell exactly where it was supposed to. I'm a 31-year-old woman, and what happened last month still feels completely surreal. Even now, when I replay that night in my head, there's this strange disconnect, like I'm watching someone else's life unravel from a distance, not my own, because up until that exact moment, everything had felt steady, predictable, safe. Ethan and I had been together for 4 years. We'd shared an apartment for the last 2. We weren't perfect, but we were stable, the kind of couple people assume will just continue. No drama, no chaos, no sudden endings. And then, on a random Thursday evening, sitting on our couch, everything shifted. He didn't even look up when he said it. Just so you know, I'm heading to Miami this weekend with the guys. I remember blinking, thinking I must have misheard him. The TV was on, his phone glowing in his hand, his tone casual. Too casual. It's me, Chris, and Jake, he added. Obviously, you're not invited. It's a guys-only trip. The way he said it, flat, dismissive, like I was an afterthought, hit me harder than the words themselves. For a second, I just stared at him. Not because of the trip, but because of how suddenly I didn't feel like his girlfriend anymore, just someone he happened to share space with. This weekend, I asked quietly, "That's really sudden, isn't it?" He sighed, finally glancing up, irritation already flickering across his face. "Oh my God, do I have to run everything by you now?" he muttered. "It's 3 days. You'll survive." Something in my chest tightened. "I'm not asking for permission," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I'm just saying it feels last minute." "Well, flights were cheap," he shrugged. "Chris found this insane Airbnb deal. We leave tomorrow afternoon. I've got to pack tonight." Tomorrow. The word echoed in my head. We had always talked about trips, even short ones. Weekend getaways, spontaneous drives. That had been our thing. Planning together, deciding together. This wasn't that. This felt like an announcement, a decision already made. And somehow I wasn't a part of it. I forced a small nod, even though something deep inside me had already started unraveling. "All right," I said. "Have a great time." For a split second, he looked surprised. "Really?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "You're not going to sulk or make this a whole thing?" I almost laughed. "Why would I?" I replied. "If you want a weekend with your friends, go enjoy it. I'm not going to stop you." He smirked slightly, like he'd just passed some kind of test I didn't even know we were taking. But the truth was, I wasn't calm. I was confused, because something about that moment felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain yet. And I didn't know it then. But that quiet, dismissive conversation on a Thursday night was the beginning of everything falling apart. My name is Olivia Carter. I'm 31 years old, and for most of my adult life, I've been the kind of person who builds things carefully. Not just in work, though that too. I'm a project coordinator for a mid-sized design firm, the kind of job that runs on deadlines, structure, and attention to detail. I like knowing where things are headed. I like plans. I like stability. And for a long time, I thought Ethan was part of that stability. We met 4 years ago at a mutual friend's birthday dinner. Nothing dramatic. No instant fireworks. Just a conversation that flowed a little too easily for 2 strangers sitting next to each other. He was confident in that effortless way that draws people in. Not loud, not attention-seeking, but relaxed, comfortable in his own skin. The kind of man who makes you feel like everything is under control just by being near him. At the end of the night, he walked me to my car. "You seem like someone who doesn't usually stay out this late," he said with a small smile. I raised an eyebrow. "And you seem like someone who thinks he reads people too easily." He laughed. "I'd like to prove you wrong," he replied. That was the beginning. The first year was easy. Almost too easy. We fell into a rhythm quickly. Dinner dates after work, lazy Sundays, small trips to nearby cities where we'd wander without a plan and pretend time didn't exist. He made me feel seen in a way I hadn't experienced before. He remembered little things. How I liked my coffee, the exact way I organized my schedule, the fact that I always double-checked everything before making a decision. "You overthink," he'd tease gently, brushing his fingers against mine. "And you don't think enough," I'd shoot back. It felt balanced. 2 years in, he moved into my apartment. It made sense at the time. We were practically living together already. His place was smaller, farther from both our jobs. Mine was convenient and comfortable. And mine. We never made a big deal out of it. No dramatic conversations about the future, no timelines. Just boxes slowly appearing in my living room, his clothes filling half my closet, his toothbrush next to mine. Somewhere along the way, my apartment quietly became our place. Looking back now, I realize that's when the dynamic started to shift. Not all at once, not in a way that would have made me stop and question things. Just subtly. He stopped asking as much, stopped checking in about plans. Little things at first. He'd make weekend plans with friends and tell me afterward instead of discussing them beforehand. He'd cancel dinners last minute, saying work came up, without the same apology he used to give. And I adjusted. Because that's what you do in long-term relationships, right? You adapt, you compromise, you tell yourself that comfort replaces effort over time. There were moments, small, quiet ones, where something didn't feel right. Like the time he went out just for a drink and came home at 2 a.m. without texting. Or when I asked about a female coworker whose name kept coming up, and he brushed it off with a laugh. "You're overthinking again," he said, tapping my forehead lightly, and I believed him. Because trusting him felt easier than questioning everything we had built. His family liked me, especially his mother, Linda. She was warm, direct, the kind of woman who didn't hide her opinions. "You keep him grounded," she told me once over dinner. "He needs that." At the time, I thought it was a compliment. Now I wonder if it was a warning. Because somewhere between comfort and routine, I stopped noticing the difference between being included in his life and simply existing alongside it. And by the time that Thursday night came, when he told me, not asked me, about Miami, I think part of me already knew something had been off for a long time. I just hadn't been ready to see it yet. That Thursday night didn't end with an argument. It ended with silence. The kind of silence that settles into the room and lingers, even after the TV is turned off and the lights go out. Ethan stayed up late, scrolling on his phone, occasionally chuckling at something I couldn't see. I lay in bed beside him, eyes closed, pretending to sleep. But every small sound felt amplified, every movement. At some point, I heard him get up. Soft footsteps, the bedroom door opening, closing. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling. It wasn't unusual for him to stay up late, but something about that night felt deliberate, like he needed space, like he didn't want me to see what he was doing. I told myself I was overthinking again. That was always the easiest explanation. The next morning, Friday, everything felt off. He was moving quickly, too quickly, packing with a kind of urgency that didn't match a casual 3-day trip. I stood in the doorway, arms folded loosely, watching him. 2 large suitcases lay open on the bed. Not one. 2. Inside them, neatly arranged, were button-down shirts, multiple pairs of shoes, expensive watches, cologne bottles he barely used, and outfits that looked more like something you'd wear to a rooftop party than a relaxed weekend with friends. You packing for a fashion show?" I asked lightly, trying to keep the mood normal. He didn't laugh. "Just options," he said shortly. "You never know what the vibe will be." The vibe. The phrase echoed strangely. "Beach trip with the guys has a pretty predictable vibe," I said, leaning against the doorframe. He zipped one suitcase a little too quickly. "Why are you analyzing everything?" he shot back, irritation flashing. "It's just a trip." I held up my hand slightly. "I'm not analyzing, I'm just noticing." He exhaled sharply, shaking his head like I was exhausting him. "Olivia, please don't make this into something it's not." That line. That exact line. He'd used it before, and every time he did, I ended up questioning myself instead of him. So I stepped back, literally and emotionally. "Okay," I said quietly, "I won't." But I didn't stop noticing. His phone never left his hand, even while packing, even while brushing his teeth, even when we sat in silence for breakfast, the space between us feeling heavier than it had in months. At one point, his screen lit up on the counter. A message preview. I didn't mean to look, but I did. "Brandon, can't wait for this weekend. It's been too long." My stomach dropped. Brandon. The name hit me instantly. "Who's Brandon?" I asked, keeping my voice as neutral as possible. Ethan froze for half a second. Just half a second. Then he picked up his phone casually. "Just a guy Chris knows," he said. "Lives in Miami." The answer came too fast. Too clean. I nodded, pretending it satisfied me. But inside, something shifted, because I knew that name. Not personally, but from stories. Brandon was Ethan's ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. Or at least, he used to be. The details were blurry, half remembered from conversations months, maybe years ago. But one thing was clear. Brandon wasn't just some guy, and Ethan knew that. I didn't push further. Not then, because I could feel it. The tension building under the surface, like pressure, waiting for the smallest spark. Instead, I drove him to the airport. The The car ride was quiet, not uncomfortable, just distant, like we were both somewhere else mentally. When we pulled up, he grabbed his bags, leaned over, and gave me a quick kiss. Light, brief, almost automatic. "Try not to miss me too much," he joked. I forced a smile. "I'll try to survive." He laughed, then stepped out of the car. No hesitation, no lingering glance. Just gone. I watched him walk into the airport, dragging those 2 oversized suitcases behind him. And for the first time in 4 years, I felt like I was watching someone leave who had already checked out of the relationship long before that moment. I just hadn't realized it yet. Friday night was quiet. Too quiet. I stopped by a small takeout place on the way home, picked up food I didn't really taste, and changed into something comfortable. The apartment felt different without him. Not emptier, just unfamiliar. Like the space had shifted shape overnight. I told myself this was a good thing. A break. Time alone. Something normal couples experience all the time. I turned on a show I'd been meaning to watch for months, but I didn't follow a single scene. My mind kept drifting to his tone, to the way he packed, to that message. Brandon. By midnight, I gave up pretending to relax and went to bed. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, it didn't last. At exactly 7 a.m. Saturday morning, my phone rang. The sound cut sharply through the silence, pulling me out of sleep so abruptly my heart started racing before I even understood why. I reached for it, still half asleep. The name on the screen made me sit up instantly. Linda, Ethan's mother. I frowned, answering quickly. "Hi, Linda. Is everything okay?" Her voice came through warm, casual, completely unaware of the storm she was about to drop into my life. "Hi, sweetheart. I just wanted to check what time you two are landing today. I've already got the beach house completely set up for everyone." My brain stalled. For a second, I thought I misheard her. "Landing?" I repeated slowly. "What do you mean?" "The beach house," she said, a hint of confusion creeping into her tone. "The one I rented for your couple's weekend. Ethan told me you two were flying down today to meet us." Every word landed heavier than the last. Couple's weekend. Flying down together. Family. I think there's been a misunderstanding," I said carefully, my throat tightening. "Ethan told me he was going on a guy's trip. Just him, Chris, and Jake." Silence. Long, heavy, thick with something unspoken. "A guy's trip?" she repeated. "Yes." Another pause. But this time, it wasn't confusion. It was something sharper. "That's not what he told me," Linda said slowly. "He said this was an early anniversary trip, that you two wanted to spend time with family. I invited his sister, her husband. Even his cousin flew in from Seattle." My grip on the phone tightened. "He told me you were both coming," she added, her voice dropping. "Olivia, what is going on?" My stomach dropped so fast it felt like the floor had disappeared beneath me. "I don't know," I whispered. And in that moment, I truly didn't. Because suddenly, nothing made sense anymore. Not the trip, not the packing, not the distance, not him. "I'm going to figure this out," Linda said, her tone shifting, firmer now, controlled. "I'll call you back." The line went dead. I sat there in silence, my heart beat loud in my ears, my hands cold. And then, without thinking, I grabbed my phone and opened Instagram. Ethan had posted stories the night before. Videos, clips, flashes of music, lights, people. Him, Chris, Jake, a crowded nightclub. Everything looked normal at first. But then I noticed something. In the background of one video, a girl. Her arm wrapped around Ethan's waist. Close. Too close. The camera shifted slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of her face. And in that instant, everything inside me went completely still. I knew her, not personally, but enough. Sophia, his ex-girlfriend from college. The one he had sworn, more than once, that he hadn't spoken to in years. The one who, according to him, was completely in the past. Except she wasn't in the past. She was right there, in Miami, with him, touching him like she still belonged there. My chest tightened so sharply it hurt to breathe. "No," I whispered, but the evidence was right there. Clear, undeniable. And suddenly, every strange detail from the last 24 hours snapped into place with terrifying clarity. The lies, the urgency, the distance, the name. Brandon. I sat frozen on the couch for what felt like minutes, maybe longer, trying to process. Trying to make sense of something that no longer had any reasonable explanation. And then, I did something I had never done in 4 years. Something I had always told myself I never would. His laptop was sitting on the kitchen counter. Still logged in. Still open. We had always shared passwords. For emergencies. For trust. My hands trembled as I walked over. As I opened it, as I hesitated, just for a second, and then crossed a line I knew I couldn't uncross. I opened his messages, and everything I found inside was worse than anything I had imagined. My hands were shaking so badly I had to press them flat against the kitchen counter just to steady myself. For a moment, I just stared at the screen, at his messages, at the truth sitting right in front of me, waiting. A part of me still wanted to close the laptop, to pretend I hadn't seen anything, to go back to that fragile version of reality where maybe, just maybe, there was some explanation that didn't break everything. But I didn't. I clicked. The group chat was right there. Miami crew, not guys trip. Not anything innocent. My stomach twisted as I opened it. The messages loaded instantly, and within seconds, I realized this wasn't something spontaneous. This wasn't last minute. This had been planned. Carefully. Deliberately. For weeks. Chris had written nearly 3 weeks earlier. Can't wait for this. Mia said she'll handle the reservations. Jake replied, perfect. I booked us a table at that rooftop place for Saturday. It's going to be insane. Then Ethan. I talked to Sophia. She said the beach party Sunday is locked. VIP access. Promoter's a friend. My chest tightened painfully. Sophia. Not just present. Involved. Planned. And then the message that made my breath catch completely. 2 days before the trip. Ethan wrote, just told Olivia it's a guy's trip LOL. She didn't even question it. There were laughing emojis. Multiple. Chris replied, Pro, that's savage. Jake added, as long as it stays drama-free, we're good. Then another message from Ethan. She doesn't need to know everything. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. I felt something inside me collapse. Not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly, like something fragile finally giving way after being stretched too far. 4 years. 4 years of trust reduced to a joke in a group chat. I kept scrolling, even though every part of me wanted to stop, because I needed to know how far it went. Photos, plans, jokes, and then a picture. Sophia, standing next to Ethan, smiling. Close, too close. My throat burned. I snapped screenshots. Every message, every detail, every lie laid out in black and white, not out of revenge, not yet, but because I needed proof. Because a small, broken part of me still feared that somehow he would twist this. That he would make me question what I was seeing, like he had done before. You're overthinking. You're reading too much into it. This isn't what you think. I wasn't going to let that happen again. By the time I finished, my hands were steady. Too steady. Like my body had shut down everything except what needed to be done. I picked up my phone and called Linda back. She answered immediately. Olivia? I took a slow breath. I think I know what's going on. There was a pause. Then her voice sharpened. Tell me. So I did. I told her everything. About the messages. About the planning. About Sophia. About the lies. There was silence on the other end. But this time, it wasn't confusion. It was anger. Cold, controlled, building. He told me this was a family trip, she said slowly. I spent over $3,000 on that beach house. I invited everyone. I prepared all week. I didn't know, I said quietly. I found out this morning. Don't you dare apologize for him, she cut in sharply. I swallowed. I have screenshots, I added, of everything. Another pause. Short, decisive. Send them to me, she said. Are you sure? I asked softly. They're not easy to read. Her voice dropped, steady and unshakable. Send them. Now. I hesitated for half a second. Then I hit send. One by one. Every screenshot. Every message. Every lie. 5 minutes later, my phone rang again. I answered immediately. Linda's voice had changed. It wasn't just angry anymore. It was something colder. Something final. I'm handling this, she said calmly. You don't need to do anything. Just stay where you are. Linda, this ends now. The call disconnected. I stood there in the kitchen, my phone still in my hand. The apartment quiet. Too quiet. And for the first time since everything started, I wasn't confused anymore. I wasn't questioning myself. I wasn't wondering if I was overreacting. Because the truth was clear. Painfully clear. He didn't just lie to me. He planned it. He laughed about it. And he walked away from me on Friday like none of it mattered. I sank slowly onto the couch, staring at nothing. My heart still hurt. But underneath that hurt, something else was starting to form. Not anger. Not yet. But clarity. The kind that comes right before everything changes. Saturday afternoon, everything exploded. Not gradually. Not quietly. All at once. It started with a message. My phone buzzed sharply against the table, pulling me out of the numb silence I'd been sitting in for hours. Michelle, Ethan's younger sister. What the hell is going on right now? My heart skipped. Before I could respond, another message came through. Mom just sent screenshots to the family group chat. Dad is losing his mind. I stared at the screen, my pulse quickening. And then, another notification. Instagram. I opened it. And for a moment, I genuinely thought I was seeing something wrong. Linda had posted public stories. Every single screenshot I had sent her. Every message. Every lie. Tagged. Ethan. Chris. Jake. And Sophia. But that wasn't the worst part. She had also tagged Sophia's current boyfriend. The caption sat at the top of the story like a verdict. When your son lies to everyone in his life, takes money meant for family, and sneaks around with his ex while his loyal girlfriend of 4 years sits at home alone. I raised you better than this, Ethan Carter. My breath caught. This wasn't private anymore. This wasn't contained. This was public, explosive, and within minutes, my phone started going off nonstop. Messages, calls, notifications, friends, coworkers, people I hadn't spoken to in years. Everyone had seen it. Everyone was talking about it. It spread fast. Faster than I could process. And then, my phone rang. Ethan. I stared at his name for a second, then answered. What did you do? He snapped immediately, his voice sharp, loud, furious. I pulled the phone slightly away from my ear. Me? I said calmly. I didn't do anything. Why is my mom posting my private messages online? He shouted. Do you have any idea what you've done? My chest tightened, but my voice stayed steady. She called me this morning, I said. She asked about our trip. I told her the truth. You went through my messages, he accused. That's insane, Olivia. That's controlling. I let out a quiet breath. You lied to me, I replied. That doesn't give you the right. You lied to your mother too, I cut in, my voice sharper now, about a family trip she paid for. Silence. For a second. Then, this is being blown way out of proportion, he said, his tone shifting, defensive now. It's just a trip. A trip, I repeated slowly, with Sophia. Another pause. Longer this time. We're just catching up, he said finally. You're being insecure. The word hit me. Hard. Insecure? I echoed. Yes, he snapped. This is exactly why I didn't tell you. You always overreact. I closed my eyes briefly. Not in pain. In clarity. Ethan, I said quietly. I saw the group chat. Dead silence. I saw everything, I continued. The messages, the planning, the part where you laughed about lying to me. Nothing. No denial. No excuse. Just silence. And you don't get to call me insecure, I added, my voice steady, controlled. Not after that. The line went dead. He hung up. I stared at my phone for a moment, then set it down. And for the first time since everything started, I didn't feel like I needed to chase the conversation, or fix it, or understand him, because there was nothing left to understand. But the chaos didn't stop there. If anything, it got worse. 20 minutes later, another story appeared, this time from Sophia's boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend. Screenshots, texts, a call log, him confronting her trying to explain, his messages confirming what I already knew, that she and Ethan had been talking for months, planning this, not just a reunion, not just catching up, something more, something intentional. And now, everything was out. Every lie, every secret, every betrayal, public, unavoidable. And still, Ethan wasn't done. Because instead of taking responsibility, he posted a long message, a rant about privacy, about how I had violated his trust, about how his mother was toxic for airing personal matters, about how people were overreacting to something harmless. I read it once, then again, and with each word, something inside me shifted further away from him, because he wasn't sorry, not for lying, not for hiding, not for humiliating me. He was angry that he got caught. The comments under his post were brutal. You lied to everyone. This isn't harmless. Take accountability. Olivia deserves better. I didn't respond. I didn't engage. I just watched as everything he built, his image, his reputation, his carefully controlled narrative, started collapsing. And for the first time since Saturday morning, I felt something new. Not sadness, not confusion, but distance. Like I was no longer inside the situation, just observing it, watching it unfold, and realizing I wasn't the one losing control. He was. Saturday night came, and with it, the silence returned. But this time, it felt different, not empty, heavy. Like everything that had exploded during the day had finally settled into something real, something undeniable. I sat alone in the living room, the lights dim, my phone face down on the table. For hours, it hadn't stopped buzzing. Messages, calls, notifications. But now, nothing. Just quiet. And in that quiet, the emotions I had been holding back all day finally started to surface. Slowly. Relentlessly. I leaned back against the couch, staring at the ceiling. And for the first time since I saw those messages, I let myself feel it. The betrayal, not just the act itself, but the intention behind it. Because it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't something that happened in the moment. It was planned, discussed, joked about. He had looked me in the eye, kissed me goodbye, and walked out the door knowing exactly what he was doing. My chest tightened painfully. I pressed my hand against it, like that might somehow steady the ache building there. How did I not see this? I whispered to myself. The question echoed in the room. And it wasn't just about Miami. It was everything. Every moment I dismissed. Every time I told myself I was overthinking. Every small shift in his behavior that I explained away because I trusted him. Because I loved him. Because I believed that what we had was real. Tears burned behind my eyes, but they didn't fall right away. Instead, they sat there, heavy, restrained, like even my body didn't quite know how to process what had happened. I thought about the version of myself from a week ago. Calm, certain, secure. And I wondered how someone could go from that to this in less than 48 hours. I pulled my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. The apartment felt colder now. Or maybe that was just me. Because the truth was, I felt alone. Not just physically, but emotionally. Like the person I had built my life around had quietly stepped out of it long before I realized. And I had been the only one still standing in it, believing it was real. A memory surfaced, uninvited. Ethan laughing in the kitchen weeks ago, his hand brushing against mine. "You worry too much," he said softly. "Everything's fine. Everything's fine." I let out a small, broken laugh. "No," I whispered into the empty room. "It wasn't. It hadn't been fine for a long time. I just hadn't wanted to see it." My phone buzzed again. This time I didn't ignore it. I picked it up. 8 missed calls. All from him. Several voicemails. I hesitated, then pressed play. His voice came through. Frustrated, tired, edged with something that sounded almost like desperation. "Olivia, call me back. We need to talk." Another. "This is getting out of hand. You need to fix this." Another. "I didn't do anything wrong. You're making this worse than it is." I closed my eyes. There it was. Not an apology. Not regret. Just blame. Just deflection. Just him trying to control the narrative again. My grip tightened around the phone. And suddenly, the tears came. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just quiet. Steady. Because in that moment, it finally hit me. Not just what he had done, but who he really was. And that realization hurt more than anything else. Because I had loved him. Deeply. Honestly. Without games. Without deception. And the person I loved didn't exist in the way I thought he did. I wiped my face slowly, taking a shaky breath. And somewhere in that pain, something shifted. Small, fragile, but real. Because for the first time since everything began, I stopped asking, why did he do this? And started asking something else. Why did I accept so little for so long? The question lingered. Uncomfortable, unavoidable, and in that quiet, broken space, I realized something I hadn't been ready to admit before. This wasn't just the end of a relationship. It was the end of an illusion. And maybe that was exactly what I needed. Sunday morning didn't feel like a new day. It felt like the aftermath of something that had already burned everything down. I woke up early, even though I hadn't really slept. My body felt heavy, but my mind was clear. Too clear. There was no more confusion, no more denial, just facts, and decisions waiting to be made. I walked slowly through the apartment, barefoot against the cold floor, looking around like I was seeing it for the first time. His shoes by the door, his jacket thrown over the chair, his watch on the kitchen counter, little pieces of him everywhere. For 2 years, this space had been ours. Now it didn't feel like that anymore. It felt like mine, and that realization didn't hurt. It grounded me. I made coffee, though I barely drank it, sat at the table, opened my laptop, and started doing something simple, something practical, something that had nothing to do with emotions. I began packing his things. At first, my hands hesitated, folding his shirts, lining up his shoes, placing his belongings into boxes, carefully, neatly, not out of kindness, but out of control, because this was something I could control. Unlike everything else that had spiraled out of my hands. With each item I packed, something inside me became quieter, more certain, less attached. By noon, half the apartment was cleared of him. By late afternoon, all of it. 17 boxes, labeled, organized, final. I stood in the middle of the living room, looking at them, and instead of feeling empty, I felt steady. My phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't him. It was Robert, Ethan's father. I hesitated for a second before answering. "Olivia," he said, his voice calm but firm, "I wanted to check on you." "I'm okay," I replied quietly. There was a pause. "I heard everything," he continued. "Your screenshots, what he did, what he said." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. "Listen to me carefully," he said. "You didn't deserve any of that." My throat tightened slightly. "Thank you," I said. Another pause. "Then, that apartment," he added. "It's in your name, right? Only yours?" "Yes." "Good," he said immediately. "Then you need to change the locks." I blinked. The words landed heavier than I expected. "I haven't thought that far yet," I admitted. "You should," he said firmly. "Don't wait. Don't give him the chance to walk back in like nothing happened." I swallowed. Because part of me knew he would. "Let me cover it," Robert continued. "The cost, everything." "You don't have to do that," I said quickly. "I want to," he replied. "This is the consequence of his choices, not yours." Silence settled between us, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was supportive, grounding. "I'll take care of it tomorrow morning," I said finally. "Good," he replied. "That's the right decision." After we hung up, I sat there for a moment, letting it sink in. And then I made the call. A locksmith. Monday morning, 8 a.m. As soon as the line disconnected, I looked around the apartment again. At the space. At the boxes. At the absence of him. And something inside me clicked into place. This wasn't temporary. This wasn't a fight. This wasn't something we were going to talk through and fix. This was over. Not because of anger. Not because of pride. But because the version of us I believed in didn't exist anymore. Later that evening, he called again. And again. And again. I didn't answer. Not once. Instead, I typed a single message. Short. Clear. Final. "Your belongings are packed. Arrange pickup with 24 hours notice." I stared at the screen for a second before sending it, not waiting for a response. Not needing one. Because for the first time in 4 years, I wasn't reacting to him. I was deciding for myself. And that decision, quiet, controlled, unshakable, changed everything. Monday morning arrived exactly on time, 8 a.m. The knock on the door was firm, professional. The locksmith. I opened the door, stepping aside as he walked in, carrying his tools with quiet efficiency. "Locks changed?" he asked. "Yes," I replied simply. No hesitation. No second thoughts. Within 30 minutes, everything was different. New keys. New mechanisms. A heavier deadbolt installed with a solid final click. I stood there watching as he tested it, turning the key smoothly before handing it to me. "All set," he said. I nodded, taking the key into my palm. It felt symbolic, not just security. Closure. By the time he left, the apartment didn't feel like a shared space anymore. It felt like mine again. Completely. An hour later, my phone buzzed. A transfer notification. $500. From Robert. "For the locks, and for everything else, you did the right thing." I stared at the message for a moment, something in my chest tightening. Not from pain, but from the strange contrast. His parents understood. More than he ever did. Around noon, a message came through. "Ethan, we need to talk when I get back. This has gone too far." I read it once, then typed my response. "Your belongings are packed. Arrange pickup with 24 hours notice." 3 dots appeared instantly. "What do you mean packed?" "Stop playing games, Olivia. I'm exhausted." I didn't reply again. Because I wasn't playing anything. At 2 p.m., his flight landed. And within 20 minutes, my phone started lighting up. Call after call, message after message. "I'm on my way. We're talking about this face to face. This is my home too." Then, a different tone. "Olivia, I'm sorry, okay? Can we just talk?" I set my phone down without responding. And waited. 15 minutes later, the knock. Sharp, impatient. Then louder. "Olivia, open the door." I walked slowly toward it, not rushing, not hesitating, and stopped just on the other side. I could hear him breathing, could almost picture him, standing there with those same 2 oversized suitcases. "Open the door," he said again, louder now. I spoke calmly. "Your things are packed." Silence. "Then, what?" "I told you," I continued evenly. "Arrange pickup, I'll leave the boxes outside." "Ah, you're joking," he snapped. "Olivia, stop this." "I'm not joking." A pause. Then his voice changed. Angrier. "You can't just lock me out. I live here." "You're not on the lease," I replied. "You never were." Another silence. He exhaled sharply. "Where am I supposed to go?" The question hung in the air, and for a moment, I almost felt something. Almost. But then I remembered the messages, the lies, the laughter. "Maybe Sophia has space," I said quietly. "Or Brandon." The silence that followed was heavy. Then, you're being ridiculous, he snapped. This is insane. I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped back, away from the door, away from him. Minutes passed. Then, a louder knock, more aggressive. I'm calling the police, he shouted. Go ahead, I replied calmly. And he did. 15 minutes later, 2 officers arrived. I explained everything through the closed door, showed them the lease, answered their questions. Calm, clear, unemotional. Eventually, one of them turned to him. Sir, if your name isn't on the lease, she has the right to deny entry. But my stuff is inside, he argued. She's already offered a way for you to collect it, the officer said. That's reasonable. I could hear the shift, the frustration turning into something else. Desperation. This is unbelievable, he muttered. The officers didn't argue. They didn't take sides. They just enforced reality. And reality was simple. He didn't belong there anymore. Eventually, the hallway went quiet, the sound of his footsteps fading. I stood still for a long moment, listening, until there was nothing left to hear. Later that evening, Linda called. He showed up here, she said, with his suitcases, crying about being kicked out. I closed my eyes briefly. And? I asked. I told him he made his own choices, she replied firmly. This is the result. I exhaled slowly. I'm sorry, I said. Don't apologize, she cut in immediately. Not for this. Her voice softened slightly. You deserve better than what he did. I didn't answer, because there was nothing to add. Over the next 48 hours, everything unraveled for him. Publicly. Social media turned brutal. Friends distanced themselves. Chris and Jake, his trip crew, were dealing with their own fallout after their girlfriends found out the truth. Sophia, her relationship ended the same weekend. And from what I heard, she didn't stay long either. By Tuesday afternoon, his brother came to pick up the boxes. 17 of them, lined up neatly outside my door. He avoided eye contact at first, then finally looked at me. You didn't deserve any of this, he said quietly. I know, I replied. He nodded. And that was it. No drama, no scene. Just acknowledgement. As he loaded the last box, he paused. You really did the right thing, he added. I watched him leave, and when the hallway went quiet again, I closed the door, locked it. And this time, it didn't feel like loss. It felt like peace. Because the truth was, I didn't lose anything. I let go of something that was never what I thought it was. And everything that followed, the chaos, the consequences, the collapse of his world, had nothing to do with me anymore. It's been 3 weeks now. 3 weeks since that Thursday night that quietly shattered everything I thought I had. And if you asked me back then, sitting on that couch, hearing him casually announce Miami, I would have told you my life was stable, predictable, safe. I would have told you I knew exactly where I stood. I was wrong. Because the truth is, stability built on dishonesty isn't stability at all. It's just delay. And eventually, the truth catches up. For him, it caught up fast. From what I've heard, through people who still talk, through fragments that reach me whether I ask for them or not, his life didn't fall apart all at once. It unraveled, slowly, messily, publicly. His friendships fractured. His reputation took a hit he couldn't control. The same people who laughed with him in that group chat distanced themselves when the consequences became real. Sophia disappeared from his life just as quickly as she had reappeared. And suddenly, he was left with nothing but the reality he tried so hard to avoid. As for me, I stayed in the same apartment, but it doesn't feel the same anymore. It feels lighter, cleaner, like something heavy has been removed. I changed more than just the locks. I changed the space. New furniture, new routines. I even moved things around in ways I never would have before. Because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't adjusting around someone else. I was choosing for myself. I started therapy twice a week. Not because I was broken, but because I wanted to understand why I had ignored so many signs. Why I had accepted less than I deserved for so long. And slowly, I started getting answers. Not all at once, but enough. Enough to see myself more clearly. Enough to trust myself again. A few days ago, I was at a bookstore, just browsing. No plan, no pressure. And I met someone. His name is Daniel. We talked for maybe 15 minutes. About books. About nothing. About everything. And when I left, I realized something simple. I wasn't afraid anymore. Not of starting over. Not of trusting again. Not of being alone. Because I had already faced the worst part, believing in something that wasn't real, and surviving it. Last night, I received one final message from an unknown number. I didn't need to open it to know who it was, but I did. I'm in therapy now. I know I messed up. I know what I lost. You deserve better. I'm sorry. I read it once, then locked my phone. I didn't respond. Not because I was angry, not because I needed closure, but because I already had it. Some apologies come too late. Not because they aren't real, but because the version of you that needed them no longer exists. And that's the part people don't talk about. Healing doesn't always look like forgiveness. Sometimes it looks like silence, like distance, like choosing peace over explanation. If there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's that betrayal doesn't just reveal who someone else is. It reveals what you've been willing to ignore. And once you see it clearly, you can't unsee it. You can only decide what to do next. As for me, I didn't fight. I didn't chase. I didn't try to fix something that was already broken. I stepped back and let the truth do what it always does. It unraveled everything that wasn't real. The lock stayed changed. My life moved forward. And somewhere out there, he's learning what happens when you take something real and treat it like it doesn't matter. Funny how life works like that. Not with revenge, not with dramatic endings, just consequences and quiet clarity. And for the first time in a long time, that's more than enough. I'm not the type of woman who expects much from life. A decent cup of coffee that doesn't taste like dishwater. Maybe some streaming service that actually works without buffering every 5 seconds. And the basic human courtesy of not being abandoned in a foreign country by the man who promised to love me till death do us part. Apparently that last one was asking way too much. I woke up that morning in our beachfront resort in Cabo with the kind of drowsy optimism that only comes from expensive thread counts and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. The sun was filtering through white curtains like some kind of tropical paradise postcard, and I stretched out my arm, expecting to find my husband, Jason Hartley, probably already awake, probably checking his phone, probably planning which overpriced breakfast would look best in a photo. Instead, my hand hit cold sheets. Not cold like he was in the bathroom getting ready. Not cold like he had gone downstairs for coffee. Cold like something was wrong. Deeply wrong. The kind of wrong your body understands before your mind can catch up to it. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, still half asleep, one eye barely open, and that was when I saw the text message that would split my life into a before and an after. LMAO, you should have seen your face while you were sleeping. This is going to be absolutely hilarious. You'll see. I stared at the screen, reading it again, then again, like the words might rearrange themselves into something less insane if I gave them enough chances. Hilarious? What exactly was hilarious? Was he hiding somewhere, recording me? Setting up one of those stupid social media pranks he always insisted people were too sensitive about? Then I noticed the silence. Not peaceful silence. Not the soft, expensive quiet of a luxury resort by the ocean. This was the wrong kind of silence. The kind that makes your stomach drop. The kind that makes your pulse start hammering before you even know why. I sat up so fast the sheets twisted around my legs. My eyes went straight to the corner where his suitcase should have been. Gone. I stumbled out of bed, my bare feet slapping against the cold tile, and started checking everything with shaking hands. Bathroom, closet, balcony, under the bed, absurdly. Like a grown man could somehow fold himself under there and wait for the punchline. Nothing. His sandals were gone. His charger was gone. Even that ridiculous straw hat he'd bought 2 days earlier at a market because he said it made him look European and mysterious had vanished. My mouth went dry. My chest tightened. My fingers felt numb around the phone. And in that moment, standing alone in a beautiful hotel room with the ocean sparkling just outside the window, I didn't know my whole life was about to change. I only knew that my husband had disappeared in the middle of the night. And somewhere inside me, before I had proof, before the front desk confirmed it, before the airline told me what he had done, I already understood the truth. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't a joke. This was the beginning of the end. My name is Emily Parker. I was 36 that year, old enough to believe I understood the difference between inconvenience and betrayal, old enough to think I could recognize danger when it was standing right in front of me, smiling. I worked as an operations coordinator for a medical supply company in Chicago. My job was built on details, deadlines, backup plans, and quiet competence. I was the person people called when shipments got delayed, when numbers didn't match, when something important risked falling apart. I liked that kind of work because problems made sense to me there. Problems had causes. Causes had solutions. Marriage, I would eventually learn, did not always follow the same logic. Jason and I met 6 years before that trip at a mutual friend's birthday dinner where neither of us had really wanted to be. I remember him making the whole table laugh within 10 minutes of sitting down. He had that kind of energy people describe as magnetic because they don't know what else to call it. He was bright, charming, restless, always half performing and half confessing. He worked in digital marketing, the kind of job where everything seemed to revolve around trends, impressions, engagement, and the ability to make ordinary moments look more exciting than they really were. Back then, I thought he brought lightness into my life. He used to say I made him feel grounded. I used to say he made me loosen up. It sounded balanced when we were dating, healthy even. I was structure. He was spontaneity. I was careful. He was bold. People around us acted like we were one of those couples who completed each other in a way that made everyone else a little jealous. And for a while, I believed that too. The early years were easy to romanticize because Jason knew how to turn almost anything into a story. A late-night grocery run became an adventure. Missing a train became something we laughed about over drinks. A ruined dinner reservation turned into street food eaten on a curb while he kissed my forehead and told me the best parts of life were always the unscripted ones. What I didn't understand then was that some people use unscripted as a prettier word for inconsiderate. There were signs, small ones at first, the kind you explain away because they don't seem worth a fight. He was always doing something funny at someone else's expense. He once hid my apartment keys before work and laughed while I tore apart my kitchen looking for them. When I got upset, really upset because I was already late, he wrapped his arms around me and said, "Come on, Em, you're too serious. It was a joke." That became a pattern in our relationship long before I admitted it. If something hurt me, it was a joke. If something embarrassed me, I was too sensitive. If something cost me time, money, peace, or dignity, I was making too big a deal out of it. By the time we got engaged, I had already started doing that quiet thing so many women do when they love someone difficult, editing my own reactions so the relationship would remain livable. The proposal itself was beautiful, I'll give him that. He chose a rooftop restaurant, timed it with the skyline at sunset, had the ring in a velvet box, and even arranged for one of the staff to photograph the moment from a distance. Looking back, it was very Jason. Romantic, public, visually perfect. A memory designed to be admired. And I did admire it. I cried. I said yes. I called my mother, shaking with happiness. When we got married a year later, I told myself his impulsive streak would settle once life became more serious. Real life has a way of doing that, I thought. Bills, work, schedules, a shared future. I believed commitment would deepen him. Instead, commitment just gave his chaos a witness. His family didn't help. His mother, Linda Hartley, adored him in that dangerous way some mothers adore their sons, where every flaw becomes evidence of brilliance and every consequence becomes somebody else's fault. If Jason forgot something important, he was overwhelmed. If he upset someone, they were being unfair. If he crossed a line, Linda would smile sadly and say, "That's just how he is. He has such a big personality." His sister, Megan, was softer but no more useful. She rarely defended what he did, but she always found a way to excuse it. He means well. He doesn't think things through. He loves you, Emily. He just shows it differently. Differently. That word carried a lot of weight in that family. It made selfishness sound artistic. It made carelessness sound misunderstood. It made me feel cruel whenever I wanted ordinary respect. I tried with them. I really did. I showed up to holidays with desserts balanced on my lap in the car. I remembered birthdays. I sat through long dinners where Jason told exaggerated stories and everyone laughed, while I smiled and corrected the bill later, or fixed a booking mistake later, or cleaned up whatever fun had spilled over into actual mess. I wanted to be a good wife. Not perfect, just good, steady, loving, mature. There were beautiful moments too, and that was what made everything harder to name. We had quiet Sundays where he made pancakes and danced badly in the kitchen. We had road trips filled with music and gas station snacks and that easy kind of silence couples only get after years together. There were nights he held me so gently I felt ridiculous for every complaint I'd ever had. There were mornings when he kissed my temple before work and called me his safe place. That was Jason's real gift. He could be so good in between the damage that the damage never seemed final. By year 3 of our marriage, though, the pattern had sharpened. He liked attention too much. He liked reactions too much. He liked the little spark in a room when all eyes turned toward him, even if he had to create discomfort to get it. One Thanksgiving, I spent 2 days planning what I thought was a small dinner for us and maybe his mother. I bought groceries, cleaned the apartment, prepped everything after work. I came home the evening before to find nearly 30 people crammed into our living room because Jason had posted an open invitation online. He stood there grinning like a boy who expected applause. "Surprise," he said. "I thought we should make it more fun." I remember staring at him with my coat still on, cold air clinging to my sleeves from outside. "Jason," I said quietly, "I cooked for 6. He laughed and kissed my cheek in front of everyone. "You always figure it out." And I did. That was the problem. I always figured it out. There was the pottery wheel he bought with money we had been setting aside for Italy, the trip we kept postponing because something else always came up when he wanted it badly enough. There was the cream-colored couch he insisted on because it looked sophisticated, then ruined with red wine at a party, and turned into a social media joke while I spent a week scrubbing the fabric. There were smaller things too, the forgotten reservations, the accidental public embarrassments, the videos he posted without asking, the way he would laugh first and apologize later if he apologized at all. Every time I tried to explain why it bothered me, he'd tilt his head and say, "You know I'd never really hurt you." That sentence stayed with me afterward because it sounded so sincere when he said it. Maybe that was why I kept believing him. Maybe that was why, when he suggested a week in Cabo after a stressful year, I let myself think it meant something hopeful, a reset, a chance to reconnect, a chance to be away from work, family, noise, expectation, just the two of us in a beautiful place where nothing could interrupt us. He booked the resort with a flourish, acted like we were starring in our own second honeymoon, and kissed me in the kitchen while saying, "This trip is exactly what we need." I wanted him to be right, so badly that I ignored the small chill that passed through me when he said it, because by then I had learned something I did not want to say out loud. Whenever Jason was especially charming, something usually followed. And still, I went. Still, I packed. Still, I boarded that plane, believing maybe this time would be different. Looking back now, Cabo didn't start with disaster. It started with something much quieter. A feeling I couldn't name at the time, but one that kept brushing against me like a warning I wasn't ready to hear. The first day was perfect, at least on the surface. The kind of perfect you could photograph and post without editing. Bright blue water, white sand that felt almost unreal under your feet, cocktails that tasted like sugar and sunlight. Jason was in his element. He moved through the resort like he owned it, joking with staff, making comments to strangers, turning every small interaction into something performative. People liked him. They always did. He had a way of making strangers feel included, like they were part of something entertaining. And I played my role beside him, smiling, laughing when expected, letting him take photos where I looked relaxed and happy, even when I was already starting to feel something tighten under my ribs. "You're being quiet," he said that afternoon, lowering his sunglasses just enough to look at me properly. "I'm just tired," I replied. He tilted his head, studying me. "Oh, don't go all serious on me this week, Em. This is supposed to be fun." There it was again. Fun. That word he used like a rule, like anything that didn't fit inside it was somehow wrong. "I'm fine," I said softly. And I meant it, at least partially. I wasn't upset yet, just alert. The second day, he started filming more. Not just the usual couple photos or short clips, longer videos. Me walking ahead of him on the beach, me ordering food, me sitting quietly by the pool. He would hold the camera just a second too long, waiting for something. Some reaction, some expression, something that could be turned into content. "Jason," I said once, lowering his phone gently, "can you not record everything?" He laughed like I had said something adorable. "It's just for memories. It doesn't feel like that." "It's because you overthink everything," he replied, slipping his arm around my shoulders. "Relax. Relax." That word always came with a cost. That evening we went out for dinner at a restaurant overlooking the ocean. Soft music, candlelight, the kind of place that made you lower your voice without thinking. For a moment I thought maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe I'd been reading into things too much. He reached across the table, took my hand, and said, "You look beautiful tonight." My chest softened instantly. "Thank you," I whispered. Then he added, smiling just slightly, "See? This is the version of you I like, not the stressed one." Something in me shifted, small but real. "Jason," I said carefully, "that's still me." He shrugged. "Yeah, but this is the better version." The words were light, but they landed heavy. I didn't argue. I just nodded and let the conversation drift somewhere safer, somewhere neutral. That had become a habit too. Redirect, soften, avoid escalation. But later, lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling long after he fell asleep. Better version, worse version. As if I was something that needed to be edited to be loved properly. The third day, things got stranger. He woke up earlier than usual, already on his phone, typing quickly. When I asked who he was talking to, he smiled without looking at me. Work stuff. In Cabo? I asked. Time zones exist, Em, he replied lightly. I let it go. But I noticed he kept his phone angled away from me after that. We spent most of the day by the pool. He was distracted, checking messages more often, laughing quietly at his screen. Once I caught him typing something and then quickly deleting it when he realized I was looking. Everything okay? I asked. Yeah, he said immediately. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know. You seem somewhere else. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling like I'd asked something unreasonable. You're doing that thing again. What thing? Reading into nothing. I nodded slowly. Okay, but it didn't feel like nothing. That night, he suggested we go out again, but halfway through getting ready, he changed his mind. Actually, let's just stay in, he said, already pulling off his shirt. I'm kind of drained. You seemed fine earlier, I replied before I could stop myself. He looked at me just for a second and something flashed across his face. Irritation, maybe, or something sharper. Do you want to fight? He asked. No. Then don't start something over nothing. Nothing. Everything was always nothing until it wasn't. We ordered room service instead. Ate in near silence. He scrolled on his phone between bites. I watched the ocean through the balcony doors, feeling that same quiet tension building in my chest. The fourth day was when the distance became impossible to ignore. He started disappearing. Not in obvious ways, just stepping out more often. Quick walk, grabbing something from the lobby, making a call. Each time a little longer, each time a little less explanation. By the afternoon, I stopped asking. There's a point in a relationship where questions stop feeling like communication and start feeling like begging. I didn't want to beg. That evening, as the sun dipped low and painted everything gold, I stood alone on the balcony, watching couples walk along the beach below, laughing, holding hands, leaning into each other like gravity worked differently for them. Behind me, I heard the soft click of Jason's phone. Then his voice, low, quick. I'll handle it, he said. I turned slightly. Handle what? He froze for a fraction of a second before turning toward me with that familiar, easy smile. Nothing, just some logistics stuff. Logistics for what? For work, Emily, he said, sharper this time. It's not that deep. Not that deep. I looked at him, really looked at him, and for the first time on that trip, something inside me stopped trying to explain him. Because the truth was simple. He was hiding something. I just didn't know what yet. That night, he was unusually affectionate. Too affectionate, pulling me close, kissing my forehead, wrapping his arms around me like he was trying to convince both of us that everything was exactly as it should be. Stop thinking so much, he murmured against my hair. I'm not, I whispered back. But I was. I was thinking about the way his phone never left his hand, about the way he kept stepping out, about the way every question I asked turned into something I was doing wrong. And somewhere, quietly, a thought formed that I didn't want to face. What if this trip wasn't about fixing us? What if it was about ending us? I fell asleep with that thought sitting heavy in my chest. I didn't know that just a few hours later I would wake up to an empty bed, and a message that would confirm everything I had been trying not to see. When the front desk confirmed Jason had checked out at 3 a.m., I didn't react immediately. I think part of me had already accepted it before the words were spoken. Yes, ma'am, the receptionist said in that polished, overly cheerful tone that felt completely disconnected from reality. Mr. Hartley checked out early this morning. He mentioned you had separate travel plans and asked us not to disturb you. Separate travel plans. I stood there barefoot on the cold tile, phone pressed to my ear, staring at the empty corner where his suitcase had been. I'm sorry, I said slowly, but that's not possible. We booked this trip together. A pause. I understand, ma'am. That's just the information we were given. Given. Like my life had been reduced to a note left behind at a front desk. Did he say where he was going? I asked. No, ma'am. Only that you would be staying for the remainder of the reservation. Of course. He had planned this. That realization didn't hit like an explosion. It sank in like something heavier, colder, slower. Planned. I hung up without saying goodbye and immediately called the airline, navigating through endless automated menus with shaking fingers until I finally reached a real person. Hi, yes, I need to confirm my return flight, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a brief pause as she pulled up my information. Then came the sentence that made everything tilt. Miss Parker, I see here that your return flight was changed yesterday afternoon. You are now scheduled for next Friday. Your husband informed us that you wish to extend your stay for personal reasons. My grip on the phone tightened. I did not request that change. I understand, she said gently, but the request came from the number associated with your booking. Of course it did. Did Mr. Hartley take a different flight? I asked, already knowing the answer. Yes, ma'am. He departed this morning on the 6:30 a.m. flight to Chicago. I closed my eyes. He had left. Not impulsively, not accidentally, not in the middle of a fight. He had arranged everything. Changed my ticket, packed his things, checked out quietly while I was asleep, told the hotel a story, told the airline a different one, and then sent me a message calling it hilarious. Is there anything else I can assist you with today? The woman asked softly. I almost laughed. Anything else? No, I said finally. Thank you. I ended the call and just stood there in the middle of the room, the ocean still glittering outside like nothing had happened, like the world hadn't just shifted under my feet. My phone buzzed again. Another message. Don't worry about anything. I'll pick you up next week when you fly back. Miss you already, babe. Miss me. I stared at the words until they blurred. Miss you? I said it out loud this time, my voice thin, disbelieving. You left me. The silence that followed was louder than anything. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing inward from all sides. My thoughts scattered, trying to land somewhere stable, somewhere logical. This had to be a misunderstanding. It had to be. No one just leaves their wife in another country as a joke. No one plans something like that. No one who loves you. My phone buzzed again before I could stop myself from thinking too far ahead. Relax, Em. It's just a prank. You're going to laugh about this later. A prank. My hand trembled slightly as I lowered the phone. A prank, I repeated under my breath. I walked slowly back to the bed and sat down, the mattress dipping under my weight, the same bed we had shared just hours earlier. I tried to replay everything. The past few days, the way he'd been distant, the way he kept checking his phone, the way he told me to relax, the way he smiled like everything was normal. Had he already decided then? Had he already booked his flight while we were sitting by the pool? Had he already planned to leave while I was still believing we were trying to fix something? A sharp ache spread through my chest. Not loud, not dramatic, just steady and suffocating. Why? I whispered. There was no answer. Just the quiet hum of the air conditioning. The distant sound of laughter from the pool outside. Life continuing as if mine hadn't just been pulled apart. I picked up the half-eaten mango from the fruit basket without realizing it, juice already dripping down my fingers. I watched it fall onto the floor, one drop at a time, completely detached from the absurdity of it all. Because it was easier to focus on something simple, something predictable, than to accept what had just happened. My husband had left me. Not in anger, not in heartbreak, but as a joke. And in that moment, sitting alone in a luxury resort room in a country that suddenly felt much farther from home than it had yesterday, I realized something I didn't want to admit. This wasn't just a bad moment. This wasn't just another one of Jason's funny decisions. This was something else, something final. I just didn't know yet how far it was going to go. My phone buzzed again. Another message. Come on, don't be like this. Everyone back home is going to think this is hilarious. Everyone. I stared at that word longer than anything else. Everyone. Who exactly was laughing? Who had he told? What version of this story was he sharing? And why did it suddenly feel like I wasn't just being hurt? I was being turned into entertainment. My hands curled into fists, sticky with mango juice, my pulse loud in my ears. For the first time since waking up, something other than confusion began to rise. Not panic, not disbelief, something sharper, something colder. And somewhere deep inside me, a quiet voice finally spoke clearly. This is not a prank. This is betrayal. I didn't scream. That surprised me the most. No throwing things, no dramatic breakdown, no desperate calls or frantic messages demanding an explanation. I just sat there on the edge of the bed, sticky hands, pounding heart, staring at my phone like it might eventually say something different if I waited long enough. It didn't. The messages stayed exactly the same, light, playful, detached, like none of this mattered. I inhaled slowly, forcing my lungs to expand, then exhaled just as carefully. Again and again. The kind of breathing you do when you're trying to keep something inside from breaking apart. Okay, I whispered to myself. It sounded fragile, but it was enough. I stood up and walked to the sink, rinsing the mango juice from my hands. The cold water grounded me slightly, pulling me out of that frozen state just enough to think. Think, not react. That mattered, because reacting was what Jason expected. I knew that now. Every message, every word, every emoji. He wanted a response. He wanted outrage, confusion, maybe even tears. Something he could laugh about, screenshot, retell later as another story. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were wide, not crying, just awake in a way that felt almost unfamiliar. What did I miss? I asked quietly. Because this didn't start this morning. It couldn't have. No one wakes up one day and decides to orchestrate something like this without layers leading up to it. I leaned my hands against the sink. What did I ignore? The answer came faster than I expected. Everything. Every time he crossed a line and called it a joke. Every time I swallowed my reaction because I didn't want to be too much. Every time I chose peace over truth. I closed my eyes briefly. This wasn't just about what he did. It was about what I allowed. And that realization hurt in a different way. Not sharper, but deeper. I picked up my phone again, my thumb hovering over the screen. For a second, instinct took over. I opened the message thread ready to type something, anything. Where are you? What is wrong with you? How could you do this? My fingers started moving before I stopped them. Then I paused. Rachel's voice didn't exist in my life yet, but something inside me echoed the same instinct she would later give words to. Don't. I stared at the blinking cursor. And slowly, I deleted the message. Then the next one. Then the next. Until the screen was blank again. Silence. I set the phone down on the counter. No, I said quietly. He didn't get access to my reaction. Not this time. The decision didn't feel powerful yet. It felt uncertain, like stepping onto unfamiliar ground and hoping it would hold. But it was something. And something was better than nothing. I walked back into the room and sat on the edge of the bed again. But this time, I noticed things differently. The empty space where his suitcase had been. The untouched side of the bed. The quiet that no longer felt confusing, just final. I pressed my lips together, trying to steady myself. What now? I asked aloud. Because the practical part of my brain was starting to wake up. I was alone in another country. My return flight had been changed. The hotel room, this beautiful, expensive room, was booked under both our names. But I didn't know how long I could afford to stay if something shifted. I needed information. I needed control. I reached for the phone again, not to text Jason this time, but to call the front desk back. Hi, I said, my voice calmer now, more grounded. I'd like to confirm how many nights are left on my reservation. Of course, ma'am, the receptionist replied smoothly. You are booked for 7 more nights. 7. A full week. A week that had been planned as a romantic escape. A week that now stretched out in front of me like something I had no map for. Thank you, I said, hanging up. 7 days. 7 days in a place that was supposed to belong to both of us. I looked around again. Slower this time. This room. This trip. This entire situation. It wasn't what I thought it was, but it was still mine in a way. He had left. I was still here. That mattered. I sat back against the headboard, pulling my knees slightly closer, grounding myself in the physical space. My phone buzzed again. I didn't reach for it immediately. I let it sit there, vibrating softly against the nightstand. Then again, and again, I knew it was him. I knew the messages would be more of the same. Dismissive, playful, maybe slightly annoyed now that I hadn't responded. But I didn't move. Not right away. Because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't reacting to him. I was sitting with myself, and that felt unfamiliar, uncomfortable, but also, strangely, clear. After a minute, I finally picked up the phone. 3 new messages. Wow, really? Silent treatment? Come on, Emily, don't ruin the joke. You're being dramatic. I read them once. Then again, and something inside me shifted. Not a snap, not anger, just distance. You left me, I said softly, not to him, but to the truth of it. And suddenly, his words didn't carry the same weight. They felt smaller, lighter, almost irrelevant. I locked the phone and set it down again. No reply. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I didn't know what this meant for my marriage. I didn't know what this meant for my life. But I knew one thing with a certainty that settled deep in my chest. This wasn't something I could smooth over. This wasn't something I could explain away. This wasn't something I could fix. And for the first time, instead of asking what I did wrong, I asked a different question. Why did I stay so long? The room was quiet. The ocean still moved outside. And somewhere inside me, something was beginning to change. Not loudly, not dramatically, but steadily, like a door that had been closed for years, finally starting to open. By the time I left the room that morning, something inside me had settled into a strange kind of focus. Not calm, not yet, but controlled. I got dressed in yesterday's clothes because, of course, most of my things were in Jason's suitcase. Another small detail he had taken with him. Another layer of planning I hadn't seen coming. I tied my hair back, glanced at my reflection one more time, and for a second, I didn't recognize the woman staring back. She looked sharper, less forgiving, more awake. Okay, I said quietly, one step at a time. The elevator ride down felt longer than it should have. Every mirrored surface reflected me from different angles, like I was being forced to confront myself repeatedly before stepping back into the world. When the doors opened, the lobby was bright, alive, normal. People checking in, couples laughing, staff moving efficiently. No one knew. No one could see it written on my face that my husband had left me in the middle of the night and called it entertainment. I walked straight past the front desk this time. I didn't trust myself to speak to them again without breaking the fragile control I had built. Instead, I headed for the bar. It was barely 9 in the morning, which under any other circumstance would have felt too early for anything stronger than coffee. But nothing about this situation fit into normal anymore. The bartender looked up as I approached. He didn't ask questions, just studied me for half a second, then said, "Coffee?" "Yes," I replied, sliding onto a stool. "The strongest one you have." He nodded like he understood more than I'd said. Within seconds, a dark, almost aggressive-smelling cup was placed in front of me. I wrapped my hands around it, letting the heat sink into my skin, grounding me. For a moment, I just sat there, breathing, existing, trying to hold myself together in a space where everything else felt like it was slipping. My phone buzzed again. I didn't look. Not this time. Bad morning?" the bartender asked casually, polishing a glass. I let out a quiet breath that almost turned into a laugh. "You could say that." He didn't push, just nodded slightly and moved on. I appreciated that more than anything. Silence without pressure. I took a sip of the coffee and almost winced. It was strong enough to shock my system, which honestly was exactly what I needed. That was when I noticed him, 3 seats down. A man with dark hair, slightly tousled, but kept neat enough. Glasses resting low on his nose, typing steadily on a laptop covered in stickers. Not random stickers, intentional ones. Wi-Fi is my love language. Exes don't deserve tax refunds. And one simple word in bold black letters. Nope. I stared at that one longer than I meant to. Nope. It felt right. He looked up suddenly, catching me mid-stare. I expected awkwardness, maybe annoyance. Instead, he gave me a small, knowing smile. Not intrusive, not curious, just acknowledging. Then he went back to typing. And something about that interaction, brief, simple, human, felt more grounding than anything else that morning. I turned back to my coffee and finally picked up my phone. 5 new messages. "You're really not going to respond? Emily, come on. This is getting annoying. Don't be like this. You're embarrassing me." I blinked. Embarrassing him. My fingers tightened slightly around the phone. I read the last message again. "You're embarrassing me." A slow, quiet realization settled in. This wasn't just about the prank anymore. This was about control. He wasn't concerned. He wasn't apologizing. He was irritated that I wasn't playing my role, that I wasn't reacting the way he expected, that I wasn't giving him something to work with. I placed the phone face down on the counter. No response. Still, and let me guess, a voice said beside me. I turned. The man from earlier had shifted closer, his laptop now half closed. "Stranded tourist situation," he added, his tone lightly amused but not unkind. I let out a small breath. Something like that. He tilted his head slightly, studying me. Boyfriend?" "Worse," I said. "Husband." His eyebrows lifted. "Ah," a pause. "Then, that does complicate things." I almost smiled. "Yeah, he left in the middle of the night. Changed my flight. Called it a prank." He blinked once. Then again. "Wow," he said simply. "That's not a prank." "No," I agreed quietly. "It's not." He shifted fully onto the stool beside me, closing his laptop with a soft click. "I'm Ryan," he said, offering his hand. "Emily." We shook. His grip was firm, steady. "You're handling this better than most people would," he added. I glanced down at my untouched coffee. "I don't feel like I am." "That's because you're still in it," he said. "Give it time. You'll see it more clearly." There was something about the way he said it, calm, certain, that made me believe him, even if I didn't fully understand yet. "My ex once left me at an airport because she said I walked too slow," he continued casually. "Took me a week to realize that wasn't my problem." I looked at him. "And now I help strangers in weird situations when I can," he said with a small shrug. "Seems like a good use of experience." I let out a soft laugh. It surprised me. I hadn't expected to laugh today. "So," he continued, "first things first. You probably don't want to stay in this place for a full week, right?" I hesitated. "No. Too expensive. Too many memories already attached," he said matter-of-factly. "Exactly." "Okay," he nodded. "There's a smaller place a couple blocks from here. Clean, safe, way more affordable. I can show you." I stared at him for a second. A complete stranger, offering help, with no reason. "Why?" I asked quietly. He met my gaze without hesitation. "Because someone did it for me once. Simple. Direct. No performance, no agenda. And somehow that made it easier to trust. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed again. I glanced at the screen. Emily, answer me. Now. I turned it over without opening the message. Ryan noticed. Yeah, he said lightly. He's escalating. I looked at him. You can tell? Always the same pattern, he replied. Joke, then annoyance, then pressure. Next comes guilt or panic. I swallowed. Because that sounded exactly right. I'm not answering, I said. Good, he nodded. Let him sit in it. Sit in it. That phrase settled into me. Because for once, it wasn't me carrying everything. It wasn't me fixing the discomfort. It wasn't me smoothing things over. It was his. And I was finally letting it stay that way. Ryan stood, grabbing his bag. Come on, he said. Let's get you out of here for a bit. Fresh air helps, and you definitely need food. I'm not sure I can eat, I admitted. He gave me a look. You can and you should. Emotional crises require tacos. I blinked. Tacos? The best ones you'll ever have, he said confidently. Trust me. I hesitated for half a second, then nodded. Okay. As I stood up, leaving the coffee half finished, I realized something quietly but clearly. This situation, this chaos, it wasn't getting smaller. It was expanding. Messages, pressure, control, questions waiting for answers. But for the first time, I wasn't facing it alone. And that changed more than I expected. The tacos were exactly as Ryan promised. Warm, soft tortillas, sweet pineapple cutting through the smoky meat, a kind of simple, perfect balance that made everything else fade for a few seconds at a time. For a moment, I forgot. Forgot the empty bed, the messages, the fact that my husband had left me in another country like it was entertainment. But moments don't last. Reality always comes back. We sat at a small plastic table on the sidewalk, the afternoon sun pressing gently against my shoulders. Around us, life moved easily. People laughed. Music played somewhere nearby. Cars passed. Conversations overlapped, in a language I only partially understood. Everything felt normal, except me. I stared down at my phone again. I hadn't responded all morning. That alone felt like breaking a habit I didn't realize I'd built over years. Ryan watched me quietly for a second. You're doing it again, he said. What? Looking at that like it's going to change something. I let out a slow breath. I know. But you still want to check. Yeah. That's normal, he said. Doesn't mean you should. I nodded. But I still unlocked the screen. 12 messages. They blurred together at first, but certain words stood out. You're overreacting. This is ridiculous. Call me. Emily, stop this. Don't make me look stupid. That last one stayed on the screen longer than the rest. Don't make me look stupid. I felt something in my chest tighten. Because even now, even after everything, he wasn't asking if I was okay. He wasn't apologizing. He wasn't even pretending to understand why I might be hurt. He was worried about how he looked. Ryan leaned slightly, reading over my shoulder. Yeah, he said flatly. That tracks. I locked the phone again, placing it face down on the table. I feel stupid, I admitted quietly. Ryan didn't respond immediately. He waited, let the words sit. Then, why? I swallowed. Because I stayed, I said. Because I ignored things. Because I kept telling myself it wasn't that bad. I stared at the table. Because part of me still wants to believe this isn't real. There it was. The truth I hadn't wanted to say out loud. Ryan's voice softened slightly. That part doesn't make you stupid, he said. It makes you human. I shook my head. No, I whispered. It makes me someone who let this happen. The words felt heavier once spoken. Like they carried weight I could finally feel. Because this wasn't just about Jason leaving. It was about everything that led up to it. Every time I minimized something. Every time I chose not to confront him. Every time I convinced myself love meant patience without limits. The tacos sat half-finished in front of me, my appetite gone. The warmth of the day suddenly felt distant, like I was sitting slightly outside of everything, watching instead of living. I thought we were fixing things, I said quietly. Ryan didn't interrupt. I thought this trip meant something, I continued. I thought he still cared. My voice cracked slightly on that last word. I pressed my lips together quickly, forcing it back. Because crying here, in the middle of a street in a country that wasn't mine, felt like losing control in a way I wasn't ready for. He does care, Ryan said carefully. I looked at him. About himself. The words landed with a clarity that hurt, because they made sense. Too much sense. I leaned back in the chair, staring up at the sky. What does that say about me? I asked. That I married someone who doesn't know how to love properly? Ryan replied. That I stayed. That you tried, he corrected. I let out a quiet breath. Tried. The word felt both kind and insufficient at the same time. Because trying hadn't protected me. Trying hadn't changed him. Trying hadn't stopped this. My phone buzzed again. This time I didn't even look. I just let it sit there, vibrating against the table. Insistent. Demanding. Like him. "Are you going to answer?" Ryan asked. I shook my head slowly. No. And for the first time since saying that earlier, it didn't feel uncertain. It felt final. We sat in silence for a while after that. Not awkward. Not heavy. Just quiet. But inside me, something was shifting in a way that didn't feel peaceful. It felt like something breaking. Not loudly. Not dramatically. But deeply. Because once you see something clearly, you can't unsee it. I thought about the Thanksgiving dinner, the pottery wheel, the couch, the countless small moments I had explained away, and I realized something that made my chest tighten all over again. This wasn't sudden. This wasn't out of character. This was him, fully, clearly, without any of the softer edges I had added to him in my mind. And that realization, that the person I loved and the person he actually was might not be the same. That was the part that hurt the most. I pressed my fingers lightly against my temple. "I don't know what to do," I admitted. Ryan didn't rush to answer. He just took a sip of his drink, then set it down. "You don't have to know yet," he said. I frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he said, meeting my eyes, "right now, you don't need to solve your entire life." I let out a small, tired breath. "It feels like I do." "I know," he said, "but you don't." A pause. "Right now, you just need to get through today. Today. Not the marriage. Not the future. Not the fallout waiting back home. Just today." I nodded slowly. "I think I can do that." "Good," he said. But even as I said it, even as I tried to focus on something manageable, there was a deeper truth sitting quietly underneath everything. This wasn't just a bad day. This wasn't just a mistake. This was the moment everything changed. And somewhere inside me, I could feel it. The version of me that had kept everything together for years. The one who smoothed things over, who stayed, who tried. She was starting to crack. Not because she was weak, but because she finally saw the truth. And once that happens, there's no going back. I picked up my phone one more time. Not to respond. Just to look. One last message. "Emily, if you don't answer me, we're going to have a serious problem." I stared at it. Then, slowly, I locked the screen and set it down. Let him have his problem. For once. It wasn't mine. The shift didn't happen all at once. It came in layers. Quiet, steady, undeniable. By the 7th day, Jason's messages had changed tone completely. The playful emojis were gone. The irritation had sharpened into something else. Panic. I was sitting across from Ryan at a small cafe near the beach, the kind of place where the coffee was strong and the chairs never quite balanced evenly on the sand. My phone buzzed again, vibrating against the wooden table. I glanced at it. "I've been calling you. Why are you ignoring me?" A minute later, "Emily, this isn't funny anymore." Then, "I've been praying. God told me to call you." I stared at that one longer than the others. "God told him," I said quietly. Ryan nearly choked on his coffee. "Oh," he said, wiping his mouth. "We've reached the spiritual phase. That's impressive." I let out a small breath that almost resembled a laugh, but it didn't reach my chest. Because something about this didn't feel chaotic anymore. It felt predictable, like a script I had seen before. Just not this clearly. "I used to respond at this point," I said. Ryan looked at me. "Yeah?" "Yeah," I nodded. "This is where I would feel guilty. Like I'd taken it too far. Like I should fix it. And now?" I looked down at my phone again. The screen lit up with another message. "You're being cruel." I felt the words pass through me. 911 would not land. Not stick. Just pass. "I don't feel that anymore," I said. Ryan smiled slightly. "That's because you're starting to see it for what it is." "What is it?" "Control," he said simply. I leaned back in my chair, letting the breeze move through my hair. Control. The word settled differently this time. Because it didn't just apply to now. It applied to everything. Every joke. Every dismissal. Every time he told me I was too serious, too sensitive, too much. It wasn't random. It was consistent. Intentional or not, it led to the same place. Me shrinking. Him expanding. I closed my eyes for a second, and something inside me clicked into place. Not anger, not sadness. Clarity. "I'm not calling him back," I said. Ryan nodded. I figured. "I'm not going to explain myself." "Good. I'm not going to defend how I feel." Even better. I opened my eyes again, looking out toward the water. "I think I'm done." The words felt quiet, but solid. Ryan didn't react immediately. He just studied me for a moment. "Say that again," he said gently. I swallowed. "I think I'm done." No, he said, without I think. I hesitated, because that mattered more than I expected. It turned uncertainty into decision. I'm done, I said. There it was. Simple, clear, final. My phone buzzed again. I didn't pick it up. Not right away. Instead, I let the moment settle. Let the words exist inside me without questioning them, without softening them, without taking them back. Then I reached for the phone. One new message. Call me. Now. I stared at it for a few seconds. Then, slowly, deliberately, I unlocked the screen, opened the thread, and typed. Thanks for everything. I've been doing great here. Ryan's been amazing. I hit send before I could overthink it. Ryan blinked. Oh, he said, that was strategic. I set the phone down calmly. I'm not playing his game anymore, I said, but I'm also not hiding. His lips curved slightly. I like this version of you. I exhaled slowly. I'm starting to. The response came faster than I expected. Who is Ryan? Then another. Emily, answer me. And another. What does that mean? The messages stacked quickly, urgency replacing control. I watched them come in without reacting. For once, he was the one spiraling. Not me. The phone started ringing. His name flashed across the screen. I let it ring once. Twice. 3 times. Ryan raised an eyebrow. You going to pick up? I looked at the phone, then at him, then back at the screen. Yes, I said. I answered on the 4th ring. Hello? Emily. His voice came through sharp, loud, immediate. What the hell is going on? Who is Ryan? I leaned back in my chair, keeping my tone even. He's been helping me. Helping you how? He demanded. In the ways you didn't, I replied calmly. A pause. Then, sharper, what does that mean? It means, I said, he made sure I ate, helped me figure out my flight, made sure I didn't get lost. You're exaggerating, he snapped. It was just a prank. I let out a soft breath. Of course it was. Then why are you acting like this? He pushed. Why are you ignoring me? I tilted my head slightly, though he couldn't see it. Because I needed time. For what? To understand what you did. Another pause. Then, defensively, I didn't do anything that bad. I closed my eyes briefly. And that was it. That was the moment. Not the leaving. Not the messages. This. I'm done, Jason, I said quietly. Silence. Then, what? I'm done, I repeated. You're being dramatic, he snapped. This is ridiculous. No, I said calmly. This is clear. Clear about what? About who you are. His breathing shifted. You're seriously ending our marriage over a joke? I opened my eyes, staring out at the ocean. No, I said softly. I'm ending it over everything. The line went quiet. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Then his voice came back, lower this time. Emily, don't do this. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was familiar. I already did, I said. And then I ended the call. I placed the phone face down on the table. Ryan watched me carefully. Well, he asked. I took a slow breath. And for the first time since this started, my chest didn't feel tight. I meant it, I said. He smiled. I know. I looked out at the ocean again. The same view. The same place. But everything felt different. Because the question that had been sitting in my chest since the beginning, what do I do now? Finally had an answer. I moved forward. Without him, the fallout didn't explode. It unraveled. Slowly at first, then all at once. I didn't hear about it immediately. Not that day, not even the next. For the first time in years, I wasn't monitoring his reactions, anticipating his mood, or trying to manage the aftermath of something he'd done. I was quiet, present, breathing without waiting for the next disruption. Ryan and I fell into an easy rhythm over the next few days. Breakfast at the same cafe where the owner started recognizing us. Long walks along the beach where we didn't feel the need to fill every silence. Occasional conversations that drifted between light and unexpectedly deep without effort. There was no pressure, no performance, no need to adjust myself to keep the peace. And that alone felt like something I hadn't realized I was missing. My phone still buzzed occasionally. Jason's name appearing, disappearing, messages stacking. I didn't open them. Not anymore. Whatever he had to say, I had already heard enough. It was on the 9th day that everything shifted from quiet distance to visible collapse. I was sitting on the balcony of the smaller hotel Ryan had helped me find, the morning air still cool, when my phone rang. Not Jason. Derek, Jason's friend. I hesitated for a second, then answered. Hey. Emily, Derek said, his voice already carrying a strange mix of disbelief and something close to amusement. You need to hear this. My stomach tightened slightly. What happened? He let out a breath. Jason posted about the Cabo thing. Of course he did. I closed my eyes briefly. What did he say? He tried to spin it, Derek continued. Made it sound like this funny, harmless prank. Like you were overreacting. Like people should laugh about it. I didn't feel surprised, just tired. And a pause. Then, it didn't go the way he expected. I opened my eyes. What do you mean? Derek laughed softly. Your cousin Beth commented first, said, you left your wife stranded in another country. Why are you surprised she's upset? I let out a quiet breath. Beth, direct, unfiltered, exactly as I remembered. Then your Aunt Karen just wrote a question mark, he added. I almost smiled. A single question mark from Aunt Karen was more devastating than paragraphs from anyone else. And then, Derek hesitated slightly, like he almost couldn't believe it himself. Then my mom commented. I straightened slightly. Your mom? Yeah, he said. She wrote, this explains a lot about your marriage. I stared out at the ocean, the words settling in slowly. That's unexpected. Yeah, Derek said, and it didn't stop there. I could hear movement in the background on his end, like he was pacing. People started adding their own stories, things he'd done, stuff they never said out loud before. It's like, I don't know, like everyone was just waiting for a reason. A dam breaking. That was what it sounded like. And Jason? I asked. He tried to argue at first, Derek said. Delete comments, defend himself. But it got worse. The more he pushed, the more people pushed back. I closed my eyes again, but this time not from pain. From clarity. Emily, Derek added more quietly, I think this is bad for him. Like, really bad. I let out a slow breath. I'm not surprised. Another pause. Then his voice softened. For what it's worth, you didn't deserve any of this. I swallowed. Thank you. We hung up shortly after. I sat there for a long moment, phone still in my hand, the morning light stretching across the balcony floor. I expected to feel something stronger. Vindication. Anger. Relief. But what I felt was stillness, because none of it changed what had already happened. None of it rewrote the moment I woke up alone. None of it erased the years before that. It just revealed him, fully, without the version I had been holding on to. Later that afternoon, my phone buzzed again. A message from someone I hadn't expected. Linda Hartley, Jason's mother. I stared at her name for a long time before opening it. Emily, I owe you an apology. I have spent years telling myself Jason was just misunderstood, that his behavior was harmless, that people were too sensitive. I see now that I was wrong. What he did to you was unacceptable. You deserve better than how he treated you. I'm sorry it took me this long to admit that. Linda. I read it twice, then a third time, because I never thought I would see those words from her. Not from the woman who had defended him through everything. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Some acknowledgments don't require answers. They just close something. That evening, Ryan and I walked along the beach again. The sky was streaked with orange and gold, the kind of sunset that made everything feel softer at the edges. You look different, he said suddenly. I glanced at him. How? Lighter, he replied. I thought about that, about the messages, the comments. The truth finally being seen by people who had ignored it for years. Maybe, I said. We walked a few more steps in silence. Then I added quietly, or maybe I just stopped carrying something that was never mine to begin with. Ryan smiled. Yeah, he said, that sounds more accurate. I looked out at the water, the waves moving steadily, unchanged by any of this. Jason's reputation was unraveling, his narrative collapsing. The version of himself he had carefully maintained slipping through his fingers. And for once, I wasn't the one trying to hold it together for him. I wasn't explaining. I wasn't defending. I wasn't fixing. I was just letting it fall and walking away from the wreckage without looking back, because the truth didn't need my help anymore. It was doing its job just fine on its own. I didn't feel the moment my life restarted. There wasn't a single turning point where everything suddenly made sense, where the pain disappeared and clarity took its place like some kind of cinematic resolution. It was quieter than that, more gradual, like waking up one morning and realizing your chest doesn't feel as heavy as it did the day before, like reaching for your phone and not expecting bad news, like breathing and noticing for the first time in a long time that it doesn't hurt. I stayed in Mexico longer than I had planned, not because I was running away, but because for the first time in years, I wasn't rushing back to something that drained me. I worked remotely in the mornings, sitting by the window with coffee that actually tasted like coffee. In the afternoons, I walked along the beach or explored small streets with Ryan, who somehow became part of my life without either of us forcing it. We didn't define anything. We didn't need to. There was no pressure, no chaos, just ease. And that was new for me. One evening, we sat watching the sunset, the sky fading into soft shades of gold and blue. "You know what's strange?" I said quietly. Ryan glanced at me. "What?" "I'm happier now," I admitted. "Even with everything falling apart, I feel better than I did when I was married." He didn't look surprised. "That's not strange," he said. "It feels like it should be." "It only feels that way because you got used to carrying something heavy," he replied. "When it's gone, your body doesn't trust the lightness yet." I let that sit, because it made sense. Too much sense. "I thought love was supposed to feel like effort," I said. Ryan shook his head slightly. "Love can take effort," he said, "but it's not supposed to feel like survival." That stayed with me. More than anything else he said that week. Because survival had been exactly what my marriage felt like. Managing emotions, avoiding conflict, minimizing myself to keep things stable. Calling it love because I didn't know what else to call it. When I finally flew home, I didn't feel like I was returning to the same life. I felt like I was stepping into something new. The apartment was quiet when I opened the door. Not empty, just mine. I set my suitcase down slowly, looking around the space that had once held 2 people and now held only 1. And for the first time, it didn't feel like loss. It felt like space. The divorce process wasn't dramatic. Jason tried, briefly, to shift the narrative, to say I had overreacted, that I had abandoned the relationship. But this time, the truth was visible. Messages, posts, witnesses. Reality didn't bend around his version of events anymore. It held, firm, unmovable. And that changed everything. A year passed, quietly, steadily. I got a promotion at work, started running in the mornings, found a therapist who didn't just listen, but helped me understand why I had stayed, why I had accepted things I shouldn't have, and how to never return to that version of myself again. Ryan and I stayed in touch. We visited each other, explored cities together. Nothing rushed, nothing forced. Just something honest unfolding at its own pace. And one day, without overthinking it, we booked that trip I had once dreamed about but never taken. Italy. Flights confirmed. Hotels booked. Plans made. This time, with someone who didn't disappear. The night before the trip, I stood in my kitchen, packing slowly, folding clothes with a kind of calm I didn't recognize from my past. My phone buzzed. A notification. Jason had posted something. I hesitated, then opened it. A vague message about growth, about learning from mistakes, about becoming a better person. Someone had commented underneath. "What mistakes?" There was no reply. I stared at the screen for a moment, then locked my phone. Because I didn't need closure from him anymore. I had already found it. Not in his apologies, not in his consequences, but in myself. In the quiet understanding that what he did, as cruel, confusing, and humiliating as it was, didn't break me. It revealed something. Something I had been avoiding for a long time. That love isn't supposed to feel like chaos. That respect isn't optional. That staying isn't always strength. And that sometimes, the worst thing that happens to you is the exact thing that sets you free. I turned off the kitchen light, leaving the apartment in soft darkness, and stood there for a second longer than necessary. Just breathing. Just existing. No tension. No waiting. No fear of what tomorrow might bring. Only one simple thought, steady and clear. I'm okay. And for the first time in a long time, that wasn't something I was trying to convince myself of. It was true. The honeymoon suite in Positano cost us $8,000 for 3 nights. Marble floors, panoramic view of the Mediterranean, champagne chilling in crystal buckets, everything perfect for my new husband Daniel. Everything except his mouth. "My ex would have gotten me the penthouse suite," he whispered, as we stood on the balcony, his wedding suit still hanging in the closet behind us. I'm Olivia Morrison, 39 years old, a security consultant, ex-military. I've defused bombs in the Middle East, negotiated with armed men who had nothing left to lose. I've stared down situations where one wrong move meant everything ended. But nothing prepared me for that sentence. Not from a stranger. Not from an enemy. From my husband of exactly 6 hours. I remember the way the air shifted. The Mediterranean breeze still warm against my skin, but something inside me went cold. My fingers tightened slightly around the champagne glass, but I didn't spill a drop. Control. Always control. "Really?" I asked, my voice calm, steady, almost detached. "Your ex would have done better?" Daniel shrugged. Actually shrugged. Like he hadn't just detonated something fragile and irreversible. "I'm just saying, Emily always went all out," he said, taking another sip of champagne, eyes drifting back toward the horizon like this was just casual conversation. Emily, his ex-girlfriend, the same woman he used to describe as clingy, high maintenance, a mistake he learned from. The same woman he swore he had outgrown when he chose me. And yet, here we were. 6 hours into a marriage that had taken months to plan, years to build toward. And I was already being compared. Not subtly, not accidentally, directly, deliberately. I turned slowly and walked back into the suite. Each step measured, each breath controlled. The marble floor was cool under my bare feet, grounding me in a moment that already felt unreal. Then let me fix that problem right now, I said. I reached for my phone, dialed the front desk. This is Olivia Morrison in the honeymoon suite, I said evenly. I need to check out immediately. Tonight. Yes, charge everything to my card. Behind me, I heard the sharp intake of Daniel's breath. Olivia, what are you doing? I didn't answer right away. I was already moving. Packing. Fast, efficient. Years of training turning chaos into order. Clothes folded. Documents secured. Essentials first. I'm making sure you never have to settle for second best again, I said, finally looking at him. His face had gone pale. You can call Emily from the lobby. I'm sure she'll upgrade you to the penthouse. You can't be serious, he said, stepping closer, his voice rising now. We just got married. I paused, reached into my carry-on, and pulled out the annulment papers. Yes, I had brought them. Call it instinct. Call it experience. Or maybe call it the quiet voice inside me that had been warning me for weeks that something wasn't right. Sign these, I said, placing them gently on the marble table. His eyes widened. Olivia, I was just talking. It didn't mean anything. It meant everything. The words came out softer than I expected, but heavier. I zipped my bag, walked toward the door, then stopped. Oh, and Daniel, I added, without turning around. I'm canceling your credit cards, all of them. The joint account, too. Silence. Thick, heavy. You've got about 30 minutes before they stop working. His voice cracked now. You can't leave me here with no money. I turned slightly, just enough to meet his eyes. Watch me. Then I opened the door and walked out, leaving my husband of 6 hours standing in a luxury suite, holding annulment papers, in a country where he didn't speak the language and no longer had access to a single cent of my money. The elevator ride down felt like the longest minute of my life, and the most liberating. I didn't cry. Not then. Not yet. Because deep down, I already knew. This wasn't the moment my marriage broke. This was just the moment I finally stopped ignoring the truth. I didn't become the kind of woman who walks away easily. That version of me was built, layer by layer, decision by decision, mistake by mistake. I'm Olivia Morrison, 39, security consultant, former military. My life has always revolved around risk. Assessing it, managing it, eliminating it. I learned early that people are the most unpredictable variable in any system. And yet, somehow, I still miscalculated Daniel. We met 2 years ago at a corporate security conference in Boston. I was there as a speaker. He was there as a client. At least that's what he told me. Tall, well-dressed, confident in that effortless way that makes people lean in without realizing it. He introduced himself after my panel. You make danger sound manageable, he said, smiling. And you make flattery sound rehearsed, I replied. He laughed. Not offended, not defensive, just amused. That was the first thing I noticed. He didn't push. He adapted. At the time, it felt like emotional intelligence. Later, I would realize it was something else entirely. We started seeing each other slowly. Dinner first, then weekends, then routines. Daniel worked in real estate development. Fast-paced, high stakes, always talking about deals, numbers, opportunities. He had that kind of ambition people admire, or at least pretend to. And compared to the men I dated before, he felt lighter, less rigid, less controlled. He brought spontaneity into my structured world. I brought stability into his chaos. At least, that's what I believed. Looking back now, I can see the small cracks, the things I dismissed, the comments that didn't quite sit right. You're intense sometimes, you know that? He told me once, half smiling. You analyze everything. I'm trained to, I said. Yeah, but you don't always have to be in control. At the time, it sounded like a gentle observation. Now, it feels like the beginning of something else. There were other moments too. Subtle, easy to ignore. He talked about his ex, Emily, more than I expected. Not in a longing way. More like a comparison benchmark. Emily used to throw these insane parties. Emily was terrible with money, but she knew how to enjoy life. Emily always pushed me to aim higher. At first, I thought he was just processing the past. Being honest, but there's a difference between sharing history and keeping someone present. I just didn't see it yet. Or maybe I chose not to, because everything else looked right. He met my friends. charm them effortlessly. He met my colleagues. They respected him. He stepped into my world like he belonged there. And my world isn't easy to enter. My standards are high. My boundaries are clear. I don't tolerate chaos. And yet, Daniel never triggered alarms. Not the kind I was trained to notice. It was always just below the surface, like background noise. We moved in together after a year. My apartment, downtown Boston. Clean, minimal, functional. He brought in warmth, noise, movement. It felt alive. And for the first time in a long time, so did I. When he proposed, it wasn't dramatic. No grand gestures. Just a quiet dinner, a ring across the table. I don't want to keep comparing what I had to what I have, he said. I want to build something real with you. That line stayed with me because it sounded like clarity, like closure, like he had chosen me, not as an upgrade, not as a replacement, but as something different. Better, I said yes, not because I was swept away, but because it made sense, because it felt stable, because for once, love didn't feel like a risk. Our wedding was small, intentional, close friends, family. No unnecessary attention, no chaos, just something clean and contained, like everything else in my life. His parents were warm, welcoming, in a way that felt almost rehearsed. His mother hugged me a little too long. You're exactly what Daniel needs, she said. At the time, I thought it was kindness. Now, I wonder what she meant, what he needed, and what they believed I would tolerate. Because here's the truth I didn't want to admit back then. There were moments, right before the wedding, where something did not feel right. Late-night phone calls he stepped outside to take. Messages he angled away from me. A slight hesitation when I mentioned Emily one evening. Do you ever talk to her? I asked casually. No, he said too quickly. Then softer. There's nothing there. I believed him. Because I wanted to. Because everything was already in motion. The venue booked. The guests invited. The future decided. And I don't make impulsive decisions. So I convinced myself. That doubt was just noise. That instinct was overreacting. That I was overanalyzing. The way he always said I did. But standing on that balcony in Positano, hearing him compare me to her, 6 hours into our marriage, I realized something that hit harder than any betrayal. The signs were always there. I just chose not to treat them as threats. And in my world, that's the most dangerous mistake you can make. If betrayal were always loud, most of us would never walk into it. That's the cruel part. It usually arrives softly, in timing, in tone, in the small things your body notices before your mind is willing to name them. In the weeks before the wedding, Daniel changed in ways that were easy to explain if I wanted to be generous. And at first he became more distracted, not absent exactly. Still present at dinner, still affectionate in public, still quick with a kiss on my forehead when he passed behind my chair. But there was a delay to him, a split second between what I said and how he responded. As if part of his attention was always somewhere else. I noticed it most at night. I would be in bed reading, the soft light from the lamp pooling across the sheets, and he would be on his phone beside me, screen tilted away just enough to look casual. Not hidden, just protected. Work? I asked once. He didn't look up. Yeah, last-minute contract issues. At 11:40 at night, he smiled then, finally turning toward me. You know, real estate never sleeps. I smiled back, but my stomach tightened anyway. Another night, I came out of the bathroom and found him standing near the kitchen window, speaking in a low voice. The second he heard me, he ended the call. That sounded urgent, I said. Nothing important. Who was it? He reached for the refrigerator like he hadn't heard the question clearly. Just someone from the office. I watched him pour water he didn't drink. He was too calm, too practiced. And that bothered me more than if he'd looked guilty. Because guilty people slip. Prepared people don't. Then there was his mother, Elaine Patterson. Elegant, polished, the kind of woman who never seemed wrinkled, never seemed rushed, never seemed surprised by anything. She had always been pleasant to me, almost excessively so. But a week before the wedding, she invited me to lunch, just the two of us. A quiet restaurant on Newbury Street. White tablecloths, low voices, beautiful women pretending not to assess one another across polished glasses of wine. She smiled at me across the table. You must be excited. I am, I said. She stirred her tea slowly. Daniel has always needed someone grounded. Something in the way she said it made me look up. Grounded? He's impulsive, she said lightly. Emotional. He gets caught up in things. People change, I replied. Her smile didn't move. Yes, she said. Sometimes. That word stayed with me. Sometimes. Not always. I asked her if she had any concerns. She reached across the table and touched my hand. No concerns, just a mother's perspective. Then she added, almost gently, when Daniel loves someone, he loves them intensely. But intensity and permanence are not always the same thing. I felt something cold move through me. A warning disguised as wisdom. A confession hidden inside manners. But instead of pressing harder, I let the conversation drift. Because what was I supposed to say? Are you telling me your son is unstable? Are you telling me I'm making a mistake? No, I did what women are often trained to do. I translated discomfort into ambiguity. I told myself she was emotional, protective, over-involved. I did not tell myself the truth, which was that some part of me already understood. My friends noticed changes too. Not enough to sound an alarm, enough to ask questions. My closest friend, Natalie, watched Daniel across the room at our pre-wedding dinner and leaned toward me. Is he okay? I looked up from my glass. What do you mean? He seems off. I followed her gaze. Daniel was smiling at one of our guests, nodding at something she said, but the smile looked disconnected. His eyes kept dropping to his phone on the table beside him. He's stressed, I said. Natalie gave me the kind of look only old friends can give. The one that says, I know you're answering too quickly. And you? I'm fine. She didn't argue, which somehow made it worse. 2 days before we left for Italy, I found something I still think about. Not because it was dramatic, because it was almost nothing. A receipt, folded into the pocket of his blazer. A dinner reservation at a small restaurant on the waterfront. A table for two. From the week before, the same night he told me he was meeting investors. I stood in our bedroom with that small slip of paper in my hand, staring at the printed time, the amount, the number of guests. 2. Just 2. When he came home, I held it up. What's this? He glanced at it and barely paused. Oh, that. That's not an answer, Daniel. He loosened his tie with a tired sigh. I met Emily. There it was. Simple. Flat. Like the truth had been sitting there all along, waiting for me to force it into the room. I remember how still I became. Not angry. Not yet. Just still. You met your ex, I said, and forgot to mention it. It wasn't a big deal. Then why hide it? He rubbed a hand over his mouth. Because I knew you'd react like this. Like what? That phrase landed hard. Not because of the words. Because of the strategy behind them. He wasn't answering the betrayal. He was repositioning me as the problem. I set the receipt on the dresser carefully. How did I react, Daniel? He hesitated, then softened his voice. You get intense. I didn't want drama before the wedding. I laughed once, quietly, without humor. So lying felt easier. I didn't lie. You said you were with investors. He looked at me for a long second, then away. It was closure. I hate that word now. Closure. Such a neat, civilized label for emotional cowardice. What kind of closure happens over waterfront wine and a private dinner table? I asked. He stared at the floor. It wasn't like that. But the worst part? He didn't sound convincing. He sounded tired, as if he resented being made to explain, as if my need for truth had become an inconvenience. We argued that night. Not explosively. That almost would have felt better. No, it was one of those fights that drains the air out of a room. Long pauses, careful voices, the kind where every sentence tells you more about the future than the present. I'm marrying you, he said finally, frustration pressing through his composure. Doesn't that count for something? I looked at him across the kitchen island. The man I was about to legally bind myself to. The man who had met his ex in secret days before our wedding. The man who now wanted credit for choosing me after making sure she was still emotionally available. It would count for more, I said, if I didn't feel like you needed one last look backward before walking forward. He flinched, very slightly, but I saw it. And that was when I knew I wasn't imagining this. He apologized. Of course he did. Flowers the next morning. Coffee exactly the way I like it. A softer voice, longer hugs, more eye contact. He became attentive in that deliberate way people do when they are repairing optics more than trust. And because I was tired, because the wedding was hours away, because calling everything off would have required me to name a truth I still didn't fully want to face, I let him smooth it over. That is the part people rarely understand later. They ask why you stayed, why you went through with it, why you ignored the signs. But signs are easy to dismiss when you're standing inside a life you already built around someone, a venue, a guest list, families involved, flights booked, promises made. Walking away before proof feels like self-destruction. So instead, you wait, you rationalize, you bargain with your own instincts. And then, sometimes, you end up on a balcony in Positano, 6 hours into your marriage, realizing the thing you feared wasn't only true. It was worse. Because it wasn't just that Daniel still thought about Emily. It was that some part of him wanted me to know, wanted me to feel measured against her, wanted me to begin our marriage from a lower position than his ego. And once I understood that, the whole story started to change. There are moments in life where everything slows down, not because time actually changes, but because your mind refuses to let anything slip past unnoticed. Standing on that balcony in Positano, I felt it. Every detail sharpened. The faint scent of salt in the air. The cold stem of the champagne glass against my fingers. The sound of Daniel breathing beside me. Too steady. Too comfortable. Like he hadn't just said something that should have shattered everything. My ex would have gotten me the penthouse suite. It replayed in my head. Over and over. Not louder. Just clearer each time. I turned to look at him. Really look. Not as my husband. Not as the man I had built a future around. But as a subject. An unknown variable. A potential threat. Say that again, I said quietly. He blinked, slightly caught off guard. What? What you just said. He hesitated, then gave a small, dismissive smile. Olivia, come on. It was just a joke. A joke, I repeated. Yes. Explain it to me. His smile faded a fraction. It's not that deep. It is to me. That was the first shift. Subtle, but real. His posture changed, shoulders tightening, jaw setting. Because suddenly, this wasn't casual anymore. You're overreacting, he said. There it was. Not apology. Not clarification. Repositioning. I set my glass down on the balcony railing carefully. Am I? Yes, he said more firmly now. We're in Italy. We just got married, and you're turning this into... What exactly? A pattern, I said. He frowned. What pattern? The one where you bring her into moments that have nothing to do with her. His eyes flickered. There! Recognition. Quick, involuntary. Then gone. That's not what I'm doing. You met her last week, I said. Silence. He hadn't expected that. You told me it was closure. It was. And now you're comparing me to her. I'm not comparing... You said she would have done better. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? He ran a hand through his hair, irritation rising now. Why are you doing this? That question. Not what did I do wrong. Not how can I fix this. But why are you reacting? I felt something inside me shift. A line. Clean. Precise. I'm not doing anything, I said softly. I'm listening. We stood there for a long second. The distance between us suddenly wider than the entire coastline below. Then he exhaled sharply. Fine, you want honesty? He said. Yes. Emily had a certain way of living, he said slowly. She appreciated things. She pushed me to go bigger. And I don't? I asked. He hesitated. Not long, but long enough. You're different, he said. Different. Not better. Not equal. Different. In that moment, I understood something with absolute clarity. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a careless comment. This was hierarchy, and I was being placed in it. Lower than her. Lower than the memory of her. Lower than the version of himself he was when he was with her. And suddenly, everything that had felt slightly off before clicked into place. The late-night calls. The hidden messages. The dinner. The word closure. It wasn't about ending something. It was about keeping something alive. Just enough. So why marry me? I asked. The question landed heavier than I expected. Because I wasn't asking out of emotion. I was asking for truth. He looked at me. Really looked this time. And for the first time that night, he didn't have a quick answer. It made sense, he said finally. Made sense. Not I love you. Not I chose you. Made sense. I nodded slowly. Because there it was. Clean. Undeniable. The truth. I wasn't the woman he couldn't live without. I was the woman who fit. Who stabilized. Who made his life look right. While his heart, his ego, his comparisons were still anchored somewhere else. And that's when something inside me went completely still. Not broken. Not emotional. Just resolved. I turned away from him. Walked back into the suite. And everything after that moved quickly. Efficiently. Like a mission. Phone call. Packing. Annulment papers. His voice rising behind me. Olivia, stop. You're being insane. I didn't react. Because insanity would have been staying. Insanity would have been negotiating my value against another woman who wasn't even in the room. He grabbed my wrist lightly as I passed him. Talk to me. I stopped. Looked down at his hand. Then back up at his face. Let go, I said. Something in my voice made him do it immediately. That was the second shift. Control had changed hands. You're going to throw everything away over one comment? He asked. No, I said. I met his eyes fully now. I'm walking away because that comment told me everything I needed to know. His expression flickered. Anger, fear, disbelief. You're making a mistake. I almost smiled. because that was the part he still didn't understand. "No," I said quietly. "I'm correcting one." I placed the annulment papers on the table. He stared at them like they didn't belong in reality. "Oh, this is insane," he said again, but softer now, more uncertain. "Sign them," I replied. Or don't. It won't change what happens next." He stepped closer, lowered his voice. "We can fix this." I held his gaze. "No," I said. "You can't fix something you don't even think is broken." That landed. I saw it, but it was too late, because the moment that mattered had already passed. The moment he chose comparison over respect. The moment he revealed that I wasn't enough, not on my own terms, and I don't compete for a position that should have already been mine. When I walked out of that suite, I wasn't running. I wasn't escaping. I was leaving a situation that had already revealed its outcome. And as the elevator doors closed, as the city lights flickered below, as my reflection stared back at me in the mirrored walls, I realized something that settled deep into my chest like truth, finally finding its place. The marriage didn't end that night. It had never truly begun. The flight from Naples to Rome was quiet. Too quiet. Not because the plane was empty, but because my mind had stopped making noise. No panic, no second guessing, no desperate need to replay every word Daniel had said. Just silence, the kind that comes after something final. I sat by the window, watching the coastline disappear beneath the clouds, my hands folded neatly in my lap. From the outside, I probably looked composed, collected, the kind of woman who had everything under control. And in a way, I did. But control doesn't mean absence of pain. It just means you decide where to place it. My phone vibrated. Once. Then again. Then continuously. Daniel. Calling. Again and again. I turned the screen face down. Not out of anger, but because there was nothing left to say. 6 hours of marriage doesn't create history. It reveals it. And what I had seen was enough. The woman sitting across the aisle glanced at me when my phone buzzed again. "You're popular," she said with a small smile. Not anymore," I replied. She studied me for a second, then nodded like she understood more than I had said. "Oh, good," she added softly. I didn't ask why. I didn't need to. When I landed in Rome, I didn't rush. No frantic movements, no emotional calls. I moved the way I always do. Deliberate, measured. I booked the earliest flight back to Boston. 18 hours of distance between me and the version of my life that had just collapsed. During the layover, I finally picked up my phone. Not to answer him, to check. 32 missed calls. 12 messages. The first ones were sharp. Confused. "Olivia, what the hell are you doing?" "This isn't funny." "Pick up the phone." Then came the shift. "Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. We can talk about this." And then, fear. "You can't just leave me here. My cards aren't working." "Olivia, answer me." I read every message, carefully. Not for the words, for the pattern. And there it was again. Not one message asked the question that mattered. Not one said, "I understand why you're hurt. I see what I did. I respect your decision." Every message was about inconvenience. Control. Access. He wasn't reacting to losing me. He was reacting to losing what came with me. I locked my phone. And that was the moment something settled completely inside me. Not anger. Not sadness. Clarity. When I finally walked into my apartment in Boston, the air felt different. Cleaner. Still. The city stretched out beyond my windows, lights sharp against the dark. Everything exactly where I had left it, unchanged. Unlike me, I set my bag down by the door, kicked off my shoes, and for the first time since Positano, I allowed myself to feel it. Not the marriage, not the loss of him, but the realization I had ignored my instincts. I had seen the signs, heard the tone, felt the shifts, and still, I chose forward. Because it was easier than stopping everything. Because it made sense on paper. Because walking away earlier would have required me to admit uncertainty. And I don't like uncertainty. But here's the truth I couldn't avoid anymore. I didn't make a mistake by leaving him. I made a mistake by trusting him past the point where my instincts said stop. I poured myself a glass of scotch, sat down at my desk, and opened a blank notebook. I don't usually journal. I document. There's a difference. Emotion is vague. Records are precise. I wrote the first line slowly. Day 1. Marriage lasted 6 hours. Then I paused. Not because I didn't know what to write next. Because I wanted to choose the right words. Not dramatic. Not exaggerated. Just accurate. Husband's first mistake, comparing me to his ex. Husband's second mistake, thinking I would tolerate it. I closed the notebook. Not as an ending, but as a beginning. Because something had shifted in me. Not just about Daniel. About everything. Trust. Boundaries. Standards. I wasn't devastated. I wasn't broken. I was recalibrated. 3 days later, the doorbell rang. I already knew who it was before I opened it. Daniel stood there. And for the first time since I had met him, he looked small. Not physically, but structurally. Like something that had always been held up by confidence, had collapsed underneath it. His clothes were wrinkled. His hair slightly disordered. There were dark circles under his eyes. "Olivia," he said. Just my name. No charm. No smooth delivery. Just stripped. I stepped aside. "Come in." He walked past me slowly, looking around the apartment like it no longer belonged to him. Which it didn't. "When we need to talk," he said. I closed the door. "No," I replied calmly. "We need lawyers." His jaw tightened. "I've been trying to reach you for 3 days. I know. You left me in another country with no money." I met his eyes. "You'll recover." His expression twisted. "You humiliated me." There it was. Not regret. Not accountability. Humiliation. "The hotel staff—" "You humiliated yourself," I said evenly. "I just didn't protect you from the consequences." Silence fell between us. Thick. Uncomfortable. He stepped closer. "You're acting like I cheated on you." I tilted my head slightly. "No," I said. "I'm acting like I married someone who doesn't respect me." That landed harder than anything else. I saw it in the way his shoulders dropped just slightly, because that was the part he couldn't argue. Not convincingly. "I said something stupid," he muttered. "You revealed something honest," I corrected. His eyes flashed. "You think you're perfect?" No. "Then why are you acting like this is unforgivable?" I held his gaze. Because now, this wasn't about emotion. This was about truth. "It's not about the sentence," I said quietly. "It's about what the sentence exposed." He didn't respond. Because he understood, even if he didn't want to admit it. "You still compare," I continued. "You still measure. You still look backward while standing in something you chose. And that's not fair." "It's accurate." His voice rose. "So that's it? You just end everything?" I didn't flinch. "It was already ending," I said. "I just didn't wait for it to happen slowly." He stared at me, and for a brief moment, I saw something real. Not anger, not ego. Loss. But it wasn't loss of me. It was loss of control. Loss of position. Loss of the version of life he thought he had secured. "You're making the biggest mistake of your life," he said quietly. I almost smiled. 'Cause I had heard that before. From people who thought walking away meant losing. But they never understood. Sometimes walking away is the only way you win. "Goodbye, Daniel," I said. And this time, I didn't look back. Daniel didn't leave quietly. Men like him rarely do. At first, it was small things. Messages I didn't answer. Calls I ignored. Then, it shifted. From private attempts to public narrative. 3 days after he showed up at my apartment, my phone started buzzing again. Not from him. From other people. Natalie texted first. "Olivia, what's going on?" I stared at the message for a second before replying. "What do you mean?" She sent a screenshot. My stomach didn't drop. It tightened. Controlled. 'Cause I already knew. Daniel had posted a long paragraph. Carefully written. Emotional, but measured. The kind of story that sounds truthful, because it leaves out just enough. "I never thought I'd be the kind of man who gets abandoned in a foreign country by his wife." I read it once. Then again, he described shock, confusion, humiliation. How he had tried to fix a misunderstanding, but I overreacted and walked away. No mention of Emily. No mention of the comparison. No mention of the dinner. Just a clean version of himself as the one who was left. I exhaled slowly. Of course. Control the story. Control the perception. Within hours, comments started appearing. Friends. Colleagues. People who didn't know the full picture. "Stay strong, man. She sounds unstable. Some women just can't handle pressure." I set my phone down. Not because it hurt, because it was predictable. Truth doesn't spread as fast as a well-told lie. And Daniel was very good at presentation. By evening, the calls started. First was Mike, my former friend. Daniel's college buddy. "Olivia, what the hell did you do?" I leaned back in my chair. I left a situation that didn't meet my standards. "That's not what he's saying." "I'm aware." "He said you had some kind of breakdown, that you just snapped." I smiled slightly. "Does that sound like me?" Silence. Then softer, "No." "Then maybe you should ask why that's the version he's telling." Mike exhaled. "Look, I'm just saying, abandoning someone like that, it's harsh." Harsh. That word again. Not wrong. Not justified. Just uncomfortable. "Do you know why I left?" I asked. He hesitated. "No." "Then you don't have enough information to have an opinion." That ended the call. But it didn't end the situation. Because once a story is out, people choose sides. And Daniel made sure there were sides to choose, Within a week, I had lost more than just a husband. I lost clarity in my social circle. Some people stopped reaching out. Others reached out differently, cautiously, like I had become unpredictable, like I might do to them what I had done to him. It would have been easy to react, to defend myself, to post my own version, to explain. But I didn't, because explanations are rarely believed when people have already chosen a narrative. And I don't argue with noise. I gather facts. And facts take time. Daniel didn't stop. He escalated. Subtly at first, then deliberately. He filed a complaint against my consulting firm, claimed I was unstable, unreliable, emotionally volatile. I received the notice on a Tuesday morning. I read it carefully, line by line, every accusation, every exaggeration, every omission. And as I reached the end, I felt something I hadn't felt since this started. Not anger, recognition. This wasn't about saving anything anymore. This was about positioning. He wasn't trying to fix the marriage. He was trying to protect himself. By discrediting me, I picked up my phone and made one call. "Rick," I said when he answered. There was a pause. Then his voice, calm as always. "Olivia, Rick Santos, former military intelligence. My business partner, the one person who never reacts before assessing." "You saw it?" he asked. "I did. And?" I looked out at the skyline, at the city that had always felt like structure, order, predictability. "It's time," I said. A small pause. Then, "You're sure?" "Yes." Rick exhaled once, not surprised, not hesitant, just ready. "Okay," he said. "Then we stop observing and start documenting," I finished, because that's the difference. Emotion reacts. Strategy records. What Daniel didn't know, what he had never known, was that I had been paying attention long before Positano, not out of paranoia, out of instinct. And instinct, when trained properly, leaves trails. Conversations, public interactions, moments in restaurants, discussions in cars, arguments in places where privacy doesn't legally exist. Every detail, every inconsistency, every shift in tone. I had never planned to use any of it, because I had never planned for this. But preparation doesn't require intention, just awareness. "Where do you want me to start?" Rick asked. I didn't hesitate. "Emily." A brief silence. Then, "Figured. And anyone connected to her," I added. "I want timelines, communication, financial patterns, everything." "You think it goes deeper?" I thought about the dinner, the secrecy, the comparison, the confidence. "Yes," I said quietly. "I think this didn't start in Positano." Rick's voice sharpened slightly. "Then it won't end there either." "No," I agreed. And for the first time since I walked out of that hotel room, I felt something return. Not emotion, not attachment. Control. Because up until now, I had been reacting, walking away, closing doors. But now, I was about to understand the full structure of what I had stepped into. And once I understand something, I don't get overwhelmed by it. I dismantle it. "You have 2 weeks," I said. "That's all I need." I ended the call, sat back in my chair, and let the silence settle around me again. But this time, it wasn't empty. It was focused, because Daniel thought this was about a sentence, about a reaction, about a moment. He was wrong. This was about a pattern. And patterns, once exposed, don't just explain the past. They determine the outcome. The truth doesn't always hit all at once. Sometimes it arrives in pieces, and each piece takes something with it. 2 weeks. That's how long Rick needed. 14 days where everything looked normal on the outside. I still worked, still took meetings, still answered emails, still moved through my routine with the same controlled precision I always had. But underneath, there was tension. Not emotional, structural, like something was waiting to collapse. And I was the only one who could hear the cracks forming. Rick called on the 14th day. "I have it," he said. No build-up, no hesitation, just certainty. "When?" I asked. "Now." I told him to come to my office. When he arrived, he didn't sit right away. He placed a thick folder on my desk. Dark gray, unmarked, heavy. That alone told me enough. Rick doesn't exaggerate. If something looks serious, it is. "Walk me through it," I said. He sat across from me, calm as always, but his eyes, sharp, focused. "Daniel didn't just meet Emily that night," he said. "I didn't react. I just listened. They've been in contact the entire time." There it was. Simple, direct, expected, and still. Something inside me tightened. "How often?" I asked. Rick flipped open the folder. Text messages, emails, calls, consistent. Not daily, but regular enough to maintain a connection. He slid a printed sheet toward me. Phone records, dates, times. Patterns. My eyes moved across the page, slowly, methodically, not searching for emotion, searching for confirmation. They spoke 3 times the week before your wedding, he continued. I nodded once. Go on. Rick didn't hesitate. Dinner wasn't closure. I looked up. It was planning. That word, planning. Not confusion, not unresolved feelings. Deliberate. What kind of planning? I asked. Rick reached into the folder again, pulled out printed screenshots, messages. Clear, undeniable. Daniel, she trusts me. Everything is already structured. Emily, good, just don't mess it up before we're ready. Daniel, I won't. Once everything's official, we'll figure out the rest. Emily, 2 years, that's all we need. I didn't blink, didn't flinch. I just read every word, every timestamp, every confirmation of something deeper than betrayal. This wasn't emotional overlap. This was strategy. Rick watched me carefully. You okay? I leaned back in my chair, exhaled slowly. Yes, and I meant it, because pain would have required surprise. And I wasn't surprised. Not anymore. What else? I asked. Rick's expression hardened slightly. There's more. Of course there was. There's always more. Emily wasn't the only one involved, he said. He slid another set of documents forward. Different messages. Different name. Lily Chen. Daniel's close friend. Publicly. Privately. Something else. She helped coordinate things, Rick said. Advice, timing, financial angles. I scanned the messages. Lily, make sure everything is joint after the wedding. Daniel, already handled. Lily, good. Massachusetts laws will work in your favor if you wait it out. Daniel, she won't see it coming. I stopped there, not because I couldn't read more, because I didn't need to. The structure was clear. Marriage, stability, time, then exit. Clean, profitable, calculated. I closed the folder slowly, and for the first time since this began, I felt it. Not anger, not rage, something deeper, heavier, a kind of quiet grief that doesn't show on the surface. Because it isn't about losing a person. It's about realizing the person never existed the way you believed. I misjudged him, I said quietly. Rick didn't respond, because he knew that wasn't the full truth. I misjudged myself, I corrected, because that's where it actually lands. Not on them, on you. On the moment you chose trust over instinct. On the moment you explained away something that should have stopped everything. I stood up, walked to the window. The city stretched out below me. Order, structure, predictability. Everything my personal life had just proven itself not to be. Anything else? I asked without turning. Rick hesitated. Then, one more thing. I turned back. He slid the final document forward. Financial projections, estimates, numbers tied to my assets, properties, accounts, business valuation, Daniel's notes, projected outcomes, even percentages. I stared at it, not because it shocked me, because of how thorough it was. This wasn't a possibility. It was a plan. 2 years, I said. Rick nodded. That was the timeline. I let out a quiet breath. And that was it. That was the moment everything dropped to its lowest point. Not because of what he did, because of what it meant. There was no version of this where he loved me. No version where he chose me. No version where any of it was real. I had been selected, positioned, managed. And for someone like me, that realization cuts deeper than any emotional betrayal. Because I don't lose control easily. And yet, here I was, standing in the aftermath of something I should have stopped before it ever started. I should have seen it, I said. Rick shook his head. You saw enough to leave. I looked at him. That's not the same as seeing everything. No, he agreed, but it's what saved you. I didn't respond, because even though he was right, it didn't change the weight of it. The fact that I had stood at an altar, made vows, signed documents, with someone who was already planning the exit. I sat back down slowly, closed the folder completely this time, and placed my hand on top of it, grounding myself. Because this was the bottom. The point where everything is stripped down to truth. No illusions, no doubts, no maybe I misunderstood. Just facts. Cold, precise, final. And in that silence, in that stillness, I realized something that shifted everything again. This wasn't about revenge. It never had been. This was about correction, restoring balance, making sure the reality matched the truth. I looked up at Rick. What's our legal position? I asked. His expression changed. Not surprised, not concerned. Just ready. Strong, he said. Very strong. I nodded once, then leaned forward slightly. Good, I said, because the lowest point is also where direction becomes clear, and I was done processing, done absorbing, done being the one who reacted. Now, I was going to decide how this ends. Clarity doesn't come with noise. It comes with stillness. After Rick left, I didn't move right away. The folder sat in front of me, heavy with everything Daniel had tried to hide. Messages, plans, numbers, proof. For a long time, I just looked at it, not opening it again, not needing to. Because once you see the structure clearly, you don't need to re-examine every detail. You understand the system. And once you understand the system, you know exactly where to apply pressure. I picked up my phone, scrolled to Daniel's contact, paused. Not because I was uncertain, because I wanted to choose the tone. Then I called. He answered on the second ring. Olivia? His voice shifted immediately. Relief. Control returning. I've been trying to... We need to meet, I said. No emotion. No softness. Just instruction. A brief silence. Then, cautious. About what? Finalizing things. He exhaled. You mean fixing things? No, I said calmly. Ending them properly. Another pause. Longer this time. Okay, he said finally. Where? Public place, I replied. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Why public? Because clarity doesn't require privacy. That landed. He agreed. We met the next day at a quiet lounge near downtown. Neutral ground. Controlled environment. I arrived early. Chose a table with clear visibility of the entrance. Old habits. He walked in exactly at 2 p.m. On time. Composed. Wearing confidence like it hadn't cracked 2 weeks ago. He smiled when he saw me. Not warm. Strategic. Olivia, he said, sitting down across from me. I'm glad you called. I studied him for a moment. The posture, the tone, the way he leaned slightly forward like he was about to negotiate. Not apologize. Are you? I asked. Of course, he said. This whole thing, it got out of hand. I nodded slowly. Yes, I said. It did. A waiter approached. He ordered coffee. I declined. I wasn't here to sit. I was here to end something. So, he said, folding his hands, where do we start? I reached into my bag, placed the folder on the table. Between us. His eyes dropped to it, then back to me. What's that? Everything you thought I wouldn't find. His expression didn't change immediately. That was the first sign. Control. Trained. But I saw the micro shift, the slight tightening around his eyes. Olivia, open it. My voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. He hesitated, then slowly reached forward. Opened the folder. The first few pages were enough. I watched his face. Not dramatically, just carefully. The recognition. The calculation. The moment he understood this wasn't speculation. This wasn't accusation. This was evidence. He closed the folder slowly, exhaled once, then looked at me. You had me investigated. Not defensive, not outraged, just stating it. Yes. He nodded slightly. Of course you did. There was almost respect in his tone, and that told me everything. He never underestimated me. He just thought he could outmaneuver me. What do you want? He asked. There it was. Not I'm sorry. Not I messed up. What do you want? Transaction. I leaned forward slightly. I want the annulment signed, I said. No contest, no delays, no claims. He didn't respond immediately. He leaned back in his chair, studying me now, recalculating. And if I don't, he asked. I tapped the folder lightly. Then this becomes public. His jaw tightened. That would hurt you too. No, I said calmly. It would clarify things. A small silence. He looked down at the folder again, then back at me. You're serious. I've never been more precise. He exhaled slowly, ran a hand over his mouth, and for the first time, the mask slipped, just slightly. You were supposed to be different, he said. I almost smiled. I am. He shook his head faintly. No, you were supposed to be stable, predictable. And instead, I asked, you're strategic. There was no accusation in it, just realization. Yes, I said, because that's what he never accounted for. Not emotion, not reaction, but adaptation. He sat there for a long moment, then finally nodded. Okay, just one word, but it carried weight. I'll sign, he said. Today. I leaned back. Good. Another pause. Then, quieter. You really would have destroyed me. I held his gaze. No, I said. You did that yourself. I just made sure it didn't include me. That was the shift. Final. Clean. Power had moved completely. Not because I fought for it. Because I stopped giving it away. He stood up first. Closed the folder. Pushed it back toward me. I underestimated you, he said. Yes, I replied. He gave a small, almost amused exhale. Oh, won't make that mistake again. That's not my concern anymore. He nodded once, then turned and walked out. No drama. No raised voices. No scene. Just over. I sat there for a few seconds after he left. Not processing. Not questioning. Just confirming it was done. Not emotionally, legally, structurally. Finally, I picked up the folder, stood, and walked out of the lounge into the afternoon light. The city moved around me. Cars, people, noise, everything continuing like nothing had changed. But something had. Because for the first time since Positano, I wasn't reacting to what had happened. I had defined what happens next. And that is where everything turns. Daniel signed that afternoon. No delays. No negotiations. No last-minute conditions. Just a clean signature at the bottom of a document that erased a marriage almost as quickly as it had been created. Legally, it was over. But reality doesn't end when paperwork does. It ripples, quietly at first. Then, everywhere. Within 48 hours, the narrative began to shift. Not because I said anything. I didn't. But truth has a way of surfacing when pressure is applied in the right places. Rick handled the rest. Discreetly. Precisely. The same way he always does. The first break came through Daniel's professional circle. A client of his, someone who had seen his post online, also happened to know someone in my network. Information moved. Questions were asked. And eventually, details surfaced. Not everything. Just enough. The dinner with Emily. The timing. The overlap. The inconsistencies. It didn't explode. It spread. Quiet conversations. Private doubts. Subtle shifts in tone. People who had once said, "That's rough, man," started asking, "Wait, what actually happened?" And Daniel wasn't prepared for that version of attention. Because sympathy is easy to manage. Scrutiny isn't. Then came the second fracture. His family. I didn't contact them. Didn't need to. Because once doubt enters a system, it finds its own path. His mother called me 3 days after the annulment was finalized. I let it ring twice before answering. "Olivia," Elaine said. Her voice was different. Not polished. Not controlled. Measured, but strained. "Yes." A pause. "I've been hearing things." I leaned back in my chair. "I'm sure you have." Another pause. Longer this time. "Is it true?" she asked quietly. I considered the question. Not because I didn't know the answer, because I wanted to choose the right version of truth. "Yes," I said. "Nothing more. Nothing less." She exhaled softly, like something she had suspected had just been confirmed. "He told us you overreacted," she said. "I'm aware." "And you didn't correct that." "No." "Why?" I looked out at the skyline, at the same view that had witnessed every stage of this unraveling. "Because people who need to understand will." Silence. Then, almost to herself, "I warned you." I turned slightly. "No," I said calmly. "You warned me in a way that allowed you to deny it later." That landed. I could hear it in the way her breathing shifted. "You knew his patterns," I continued. "You just didn't name them." She didn't argue, because she couldn't. "I'm sorry," she said finally. And for a moment, that almost mattered. Almost. "Take care of yourself, Olivia," she added. "You too," I replied. Then I ended the call. No closure, no reconciliation. Just acknowledgement. The third collapse came from Daniel's social circle. Mike called again. Different tone this time. Less aggressive. More uncertain. "I think I misjudged the situation," he said. I didn't respond immediately. "I didn't ask for your judgment," I said finally. "I know," he admitted. "I just wanted to say that." "Then you've said it." Silence. "Are we okay?" he asked. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was predictable. People always want to return to normal, after they realize they stood on the wrong side. "No," I said simply. And that was that. One by one, the noise faded. Not dramatically, just gradually. People stopped asking questions, stopped forming opinions, stopped caring, because once the truth stabilizes, interest disappears, and what's left is reality. Daniel didn't call again, didn't message, didn't try to explain, because he understood something important. The situation was no longer negotiable. There was no version of this where he regained position, no version where he reframed the narrative. Not with me. And without that, there was nothing left for him to control. A week later, I heard through mutual contacts that he had taken a leave from work. Personal reasons, they said. Of course. That's how these things are always framed. Clean, neutral, vague. But underneath that neutrality was consequence. Not because I destroyed him, because his own structure couldn't hold once it was exposed. And I didn't feel satisfaction, not the way people expect. No triumph, no sense of victory, just alignment. The truth matched reality. That was enough. The last time I saw him was by accident, 2 weeks later, downtown, across the street. He was standing outside a cafe, phone in hand, mid-conversation. He looked up, saw me, Froze. Just for a second, then straightened. Like he was deciding how to present himself. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, didn't acknowledge him, because there was nothing left to acknowledge. As I walked past, I felt it. Not emotion, not memory. Just distance. Complete. Final. And that's when I understood something fully for the first time. Closure isn't something you get from the other person. It's something you reach when their presence stops affecting your direction. I kept walking. Didn't look back, because I didn't need to. He wasn't part of my story anymore. He was just someone I used to know. 6 months later, my life looked the same. Same apartment, same skyline, same structured routines that had always grounded me. But it felt different, not louder, not happier in an obvious way. Just clearer. I didn't rush into anything new. Didn't try to replace what ended, because there was nothing to replace. You can't lose something that was never real to begin with. Work expanded, quietly. Not because of what happened, but because of how I handled it. In my field, reputation isn't built on perfection. It's built on precision. And people notice when you don't collapse under pressure, when you don't react impulsively, when you correct a situation instead of escalating it emotionally. Rick and I took on more clients, higher level cases, more complex risk assessments. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't just managing threats. I was fully aligned with how I responded to them, personally and professionally. One evening, I was sitting at my desk, looking out at the city, the same way I had the night I came back from Italy. The lights hadn't changed, but I had. My phone rang. Rick. You see the update? He asked. What update? A pause. Daniel. I leaned back slightly. What about him? He moved. Where? California. I nodded once, not surprised. New job, new circle, clean reset, Rick added. Of course. People like Daniel don't change. They relocate. They rebuild the same pattern in a different environment. Good for him, I said. Rick was quiet for a second. That's it? That's it. Another pause. Then a small exhale. You've really moved on. I looked out at the skyline again. The steady rhythm of a city that doesn't stop for anyone. No, I said quietly. I've moved forward. There's a difference. Moving on implies something was left behind that still holds weight. Moving forward means it no longer defines direction. Rick chuckled softly. Still the most precise person I know. I try. We ended the call, and I sat there for a moment longer, not thinking about Daniel, not revisiting Positano, not replaying conversations, because none of it had power anymore. That's the part people don't talk about enough. Revenge isn't always loud. It isn't always public. Sometimes. It's just refusing to carry what was never yours to begin with. Refusing to argue your value. Refusing to compete with someone who was never in your position. Refusing to stay in a structure that requires you to shrink in order to fit. I didn't win because he lost. I didn't heal because he suffered. I moved forward because I stopped negotiating with something that had already revealed its truth. And that is the only kind of ending that actually lasts. Later that night, I poured myself a glass of scotch. Walked over to the window. The city lights stretched endlessly in front of me. Sharp. Defined. Unapologetic. Just like they had always been. Just like I had always been. I raised the glass slightly. Not as a toast to the past, but as a quiet acknowledgement of something far more important. Clarity. Because once you have that, you don't need closure. You don't need revenge. You don't need answers. You just need to keep moving. And I did. Without hesitation. Without regret. Without looking back. That Tuesday morning started like any other. I was in my office on the 30th floor of downtown Seattle, going through quarterly financial reports with my third cup of black coffee, watching the city buzz with life 30 stories below. At 31 years old, I had built something extraordinary from absolutely nothing. I started with a beat-up food truck I bought with my last $2,000 and somehow turned it into an empire worth more than most people could even imagine. The strange thing was, almost nobody in my personal life seemed to care about that part of me, mostly because I had never told them. My assistant's voice came through the intercom and sliced clean through my concentration. Miss Caldwell, there's a call from Rosewood Planning Wedding Coordinators on line 2. Her tone was steady and professional, but I still caught that tiny hesitation underneath it, the kind that said she wasn't sure whether this was important enough to interrupt me for. For a second, I nearly declined it. Wedding planners were not part of my usual morning. Then it clicked. My husband's sister, Vanessa, was getting married next month. She was marrying some well-known cardiologist named Mitchell, and Daniel's family had been orbiting that wedding for months like it was the center of the universe. Every dinner conversation, every family group chat, every weekend visit, flowers, menus, guest lists, linens, lighting, photographers. It was endless. More importantly, I had quietly written a check for $50,000 to help pay for it. Daniel had come to me crying when he asked. He told me his parents were drowning financially, that Vanessa had dreamed of this day for years, that the family was trying so hard to keep everything together and simply couldn't afford the kind of wedding she had always imagined. He looked humiliated, even asking. I remember the way his voice shook. I remember the way I reached for the checkbook before he could even finish. I did not hesitate. I did not ask for praise. I did not ask for conditions. I just helped. Maybe that came from the way I grew up. Maybe once you spend part of your childhood in a trailer outside Tacoma, watching your mother stretch $20 across a week like it was some kind of miracle, you never really forget what it feels like to want something beautiful and know life might not let you have it. So when I gave the money, I asked for one thing only. Keep it anonymous. No speeches, no recognition, no performance. I wanted it to stay between us and the planner. Sometimes the purest gift is the one nobody knows you gave. Put them through, I told my assistant, straightening in my chair. The Seattle skyline stretched beyond the glass in front of me, all steel and motion and ambition. It was a city I had learned the hard way, a city that taught me how to survive before it ever taught me how to win. Evelyn Caldwell speaking, I said into the phone, my voice clipped, composed, professional. The woman on the other end sounded like she was in her 30s, polished but nervous, the kind of nervous people get when they know they're about to hand you a live grenade and hope you don't throw it back. Miss Caldwell, this is Diana from Rosewood Planning. I'm calling about the Stevens-Blake wedding next month. She paused. That pause told me everything. In business, people only pause like that when the next sentence is going to cost someone something. I'm afraid I have some rather uncomfortable news to share with you. My stomach tightened. I had heard versions of that sentence too many times in conference rooms, over mergers, during negotiations, in those polished conversations where betrayal wore a tailored suit and a careful tone. I knew exactly what uncomfortable news usually meant. Someone had already made a decision, and I was the last to hear it. Go ahead, I said. I kept my voice even, calm, measured. I learned a long time ago that emotion, when revealed too early, becomes leverage for other people. Well, your husband contacted us yesterday with some specific requests regarding the guest arrangements. My fingers went still on the armrest. She continued, slower now, as if speaking carefully might soften the damage. He requested that your name be removed from the guest list entirely. He also asked whether the $50,000 deposit you provided could remain with us, since the funds have already been allocated to various vendors. For 1 second, I felt nothing. Not shock, not anger, not heartbreak. Just a strange, suspended silence inside my body, as if everything in me had stopped to make sure I had heard correctly. Removed. From the wedding I paid for. My husband had taken my money, erased my name, and expected the celebration to continue as if I had never existed. I kept staring out at the city below me. Cars moved through intersections. Sunlight flashed off glass towers. Somewhere down there, people were buying coffee, missing buses, kissing their partners goodbye, rushing into ordinary Tuesdays without any idea that my marriage had just shifted beneath my feet. I see, I said at last. My own voice surprised me. It was steady, too steady. And did my husband give any reason for the request? Diana exhaled quietly, like she hated being the person caught in the middle. He mentioned wanting to avoid potential drama and keep the celebration focused on the happy couple. He said you would understand, and that your financial contribution was intended as a gift regardless of your attendance. A gift. The word hit harder than I expected. 7 years of marriage, and Daniel thought he could erase me from a family event I financed, keep my money, and frame my exclusion as maturity, as understanding, as if I should be grateful to disappear cleanly. I could feel something cold settling through me then, slow and precise, not chaos, not panic. Something worse, the kind of quiet that makes foolish people feel safe right before everything changes. I let one breath move through my chest, then another. There was something almost poetic about the moment. The woman they had all underestimated for years, the one who never bragged, never corrected them, never explained herself, never interrupted their assumptions. They thought silence meant weakness because they had never seen what silence looked like when it belonged to someone powerful. Cancel the entire wedding, I said. The line went dead quiet, not disconnected, just stunned. I could practically hear Diana stop breathing. I'm sorry, Miss Caldwell, she said finally, her voice thin and shaken. I don't think I understood. Do you want us to cancel your attendance? No, I said, leaning back into the leather chair. I want you to cancel the entire wedding. All of it. Every vendor, every service, every reservation. Cancel everything. But ma'am, you're not the bride. I don't have authority to just... Actually, I cut in gently, I think you'll find that you do. This time, the silence felt different. Sharper, heavier, like the room on the other end had just tilted. I rose from my chair and walked toward the window, one hand loosely holding the phone, the other resting against the cool glass. 30 floors below, Seattle kept moving, untouched, unbothered, a whole city breathing normally, while my private life cracked open. You work for Rosewood Planning, correct? I asked. Yes. Nice company. High-end events, good reputation, 8 years in business. Another pause. Then quieter, yes. Well, I said, my voice softening into the kind of calm that usually made boardrooms go still. Rosewood Planning is owned by Premier Events Group. Premier Events Group falls under Caldwell Enterprises, which means, technically speaking, you work for me. She inhaled sharply. I closed my eyes for half a second and thought of Daniel's face. Thought of his texts, his confidence, the entitlement it took to believe I would simply absorb humiliation and stay polite while they used my money to celebrate without me. But that's not all, I said. The venue, Lakeside Manor, mine. Bought through a subsidiary 3 years ago. Pinnacle Catering, also mine. Harborview Hotels, where the guests are staying, part of my portfolio too. By the time I finished, there was no confusion left on the line, only horror. Because the truth had finally reached the one place people like Daniel's family never imagine it will. Too late. So yes, I thought, staring at my own reflection in the window, my world changed that morning. But not in the way they expected. They thought they were cutting me out quietly. They had no idea they were standing on a floor I built with my own hands. And once they made me invisible, I decided to show them exactly what disappeared when I stepped back. My name is Evelyn Caldwell. I was 31 years old that spring, and on paper, my life looked almost impossible. People who met me in business usually assumed I had been born into advantage. They saw the office, the tailored suits, the private conference rooms, the way people straightened when I walked into a space, and they created a version of me that made sense to them. Old money, family connections, elite schools, a smooth road lined with invisible help. The truth was far less elegant. I grew up in a rust-stained trailer outside Tacoma with a mother who worked herself into the ground and still apologized when dinner was small. Some nights the heat barely worked. Some weeks the electricity felt like a privilege, not a utility. I learned young that there is a difference between being tired and being exhausted by life itself. My mother carried that second kind in her bones. By 16, I had a job. By 19, I had 3. By 22, I had dropped out of law school with debt on my back, no safety net, and $2,000 left to my name. That was when I bought the food truck. It was a terrible decision on paper. The engine rattled. The paint was peeling. The previous owner lied about almost everything, but it was mine, and for the first time in my life, ownership felt like oxygen. I worked every shift myself in the beginning, prep before sunrise, orders through lunch, cleaning after dark, then bookkeeping at midnight. I burned my hands, slept in the truck twice, cried once, kept going anyway. 1 truck became 2. 2 became a catering contract, then events, then acquisitions, then hospitality, then property. Then the kind of empire people only call overnight success after they ignore the 15 years you bled into it. By the time I met Daniel, I had already become the kind of woman people either admired quietly or resented out loud. I did not need saving. I did not need funding. I did not need anyone to tell me what I was worth. Maybe that was why I found him comforting at first. We met at a bookstore cafe in Seattle on a rainy Thursday evening. I remember that detail because he apologized when he reached past me for a napkin and knocked over my tea. Most people say sorry while already looking away. Daniel didn't. He crouched down, grabbed extra napkins, and kept apologizing until I laughed. "You're making this feel more serious than it is," I told him. He smiled, sheepish and warm. "I know. I just hate starting conversations by ruining someone's drink." That made me look at him properly. He was handsome in a clean, approachable way. Not flashy, not slick. The kind of man who knew how to seem gentle without trying too hard. He asked what I was reading. I asked what he did. He told me he worked in project coordination for a medical supply company. Solid job, stable life. Nothing in the answer stood out. And maybe that was exactly why I liked it. Stability felt safe. After years of clawing my way upward, safe had its own kind of beauty. Our first months together were easy in all the ways people pray for. Easy dinners, easy laughter, easy mornings. He listened well. He remembered details. He sent thoughtful messages in the middle of the day. If I had a long meeting, he would text, "Eat something." If I looked tired, he noticed. He made ordinary care feel romantic. I did not tell him everything about my finances. Not because I was trying to deceive him, but because money changes how people look at you. I had learned that more than once. Once people know the scale of what you have, they stop hearing your personality at full volume. Everything gets filtered through wealth. Affection becomes suspect. Curiosity changes shape. Admiration turns performative. I wanted, just once, to be loved without the weight of my balance sheet sitting at the table with us. So I said what was true, just incomplete. I told him I owned a business. I told him it had grown. I told him work kept me busy. He seemed satisfied with that, at least in the beginning. When he introduced me to his family, I understood the dynamic almost immediately. Gregory and Linda Stevens were the kind of people who had spent their whole lives trying to appear slightly more prosperous than they were. Their home was spotless, but every room felt arranged for judgment. There was always a right opinion, a proper response, a subtle hierarchy humming beneath every meal. Vanessa, Daniel's younger sister, was vibrant and emotional, the kind of woman who took up space without apology. She was not cruel, not at first, but she had been raised inside the family's logic. Praise flowed toward whatever reflected well on them. Approval was currency. Status was religion. And then there was Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell Blake, Vanessa's fiancé. Polished, successful, admired before he even opened his mouth. Gregory practically glowed around him. Linda said his name the way some people say miracle. Every family dinner somehow curved toward Mitchell's career, Mitchell's promotion path, Mitchell's future, Mitchell's earning potential, Mitchell's discipline, Mitchell's brilliance. I watched the pattern for months before I said anything. Daniel was not the golden child. That role belonged to the future son-in-law with the title, the income, the prestige. My husband existed in a strange middle space inside his own family, protected when convenient, diminished when compared. I think that shaped more of him than he understood. The first time Gregory dismissed me, it was almost artful. We were at dinner. Mitchell had just bought a new car, and the conversation stretched into one long tribute to ambition. Gregory swirled his wine, looked at Daniel, then at me, and said with a thin smile, "Well, Vanessa certainly chose stability. It's good to know at least one of our children is building a secure future." The table laughed softly, not cruelly. Worse, knowingly. Daniel went still beside me, and I felt his embarrassment before I saw it. It moved off him in waves. Under the table, his hand touched my knee once and withdrew. I smiled politely and kept eating. Later in the car, he said, "I'm sorry about that." I looked out at the windshield for a moment, rain ticking against the glass. For what? You know what? I did. But I also knew shame hardens if you press it too directly. "So your father likes titles," I said. "That's his limitation, not mine." He laughed then, a quiet, relieved laugh. He reached for my hand and kissed my knuckles at a red light. "You always know how to make things feel smaller." I should have paid more attention to that sentence, because I was always making things smaller for him. The comments, the slights, the assumptions, the little humiliations his family offered in polished packaging. I absorbed them because I loved him, and because part of me thought love meant protecting your partner from the sharpest edge of their own people. I never corrected Gregory when he talked to me like I ran a modest operation. I never challenged Linda when she gave me those sympathetic little smiles, as if I were a hard-working woman doing my best, but clearly not in the same league as Mitchell. I never interrupted Vanessa when she complained about money in front of me, as though I were another ordinary guest around the table. I let them think what they wanted, and Daniel let them. That was the first small crack, though I did not name it then. He let them. He never said, "That's enough." Never, "Don't speak to my wife that way." Never, "You have no idea who she is." At the time, I told myself he was keeping the peace. That family is complicated, that not every silence is betrayal. But silence, repeated often enough, becomes a kind of choice. Still, our marriage had real tenderness in it. I do not like stories that flatten everything after betrayal, as if the love was fake from the beginning. Ours was not fake. That is what made the wound so deep. We had slow Sundays with music in the kitchen. We had nights when he fell asleep with one hand resting over mine. We had road trips and inside jokes and the kind of routines that make a shared life feel stitched together properly. When he wanted to go back for additional certification, I paid for it quietly. When his car died, I handled it. When he wanted to invest in a small side business idea that never went anywhere, I funded it without making him feel embarrassed. I told him every single time, "We're married. Stop saying thank you like I'm a bank." He would smile, pull me close, and say, "I don't know what I did to deserve you." Looking back, maybe the answer is simpler than either of us wanted. He did not think he needed to deserve me. He thought I would stay anyway. And because I loved him, because I believed devotion meant steadiness, because I had spent my life building and holding and carrying, I kept giving him the benefit of interpretations he had not earned. By the time Vanessa's wedding planning began, the old family patterns intensified. More dinners, more opinions, more comparisons, more stress wrapped in the language of celebration. Daniel became increasingly absorbed in their orbit, their needs, their expectations, their emotions, their finances. At first, I understood. It was his sister. It was important. Families get messy around weddings. But there were moments, small and strange, that unsettled me, even then. A conversation cut short when I entered the room. A look exchanged between Daniel and Linda that disappeared too quickly. Vanessa thanking him for handling things, in a tone that made me wonder what things exactly were being handled. I did what capable women often do when something feels off, but not yet provable. I stayed calm. I stayed observant. I kept loving him. And maybe that was the saddest part of all. That even with those first warning signs flickering quietly in the background, I still believed I was inside a marriage. I still believed Danielle and I were a team. I still believed that if a storm ever came, he would stand beside me. I had no idea he was already helping build it. Looking back now, the signs were not hidden. They were simply quiet. Not loud enough to demand confrontation. Not obvious enough to justify suspicion. Just subtle enough to be explained away by love, by timing, by stress, by everything except the truth. It started with small shifts. Daniel began checking his phone more often during dinner. Not dramatically. Not in a way that would draw attention. Just a glance here. A quick reply there. His body still facing me, but his attention drifting somewhere else, like a thread being slowly pulled loose. "Work?" I asked one night, watching him type while his food cooled. "Yeah," he said quickly. "Wedding stuff, too. Vanessa's losing her mind over seating charts." He smiled like it was harmless. I smiled back and let it go. The wedding had become the center of gravity in his family's world. Every conversation circled back to it. Every plan, every schedule, every decision. It was as if nothing else existed until that day arrived. At first, I admired how involved Daniel was. He took calls late into the evening. He drove across the city to meet vendors. He spent hours helping Vanessa compare options, calm down, reorganize details that didn't need reorganizing. He became essential. But slowly something changed. He was essential to them, and increasingly absent from me. There were nights he came home late and didn't touch me. Mornings he left before I woke up, with only a quick text waiting on my phone. "Early start, don't wait up." I'll be out most of the day with Vanessa. Long meeting, talk tonight. The words were always polite, always reasonable, always justifiable. That was what made them so dangerous, because nothing about them was clearly wrong, until everything was. One evening, I came home earlier than expected. The house was quiet, but not empty. I could hear Daniel's voice from the living room, low, focused, not the tone he used with clients or casual calls, something softer, more careful. I slowed my steps without thinking. "I told you I'd handle it," he was saying. A pause. "No, she doesn't know. Why would she?" Another pause. Then a small laugh. Not loud, not cruel, just dismissive. "Yeah, you're overthinking it." I stepped into the doorway then, deliberately. He turned immediately, too quickly. That was the first thing I noticed. The second was the way his expression rearranged itself in under a second. Surprise first, then warmth, then normal. "Hey," he said, already standing. "You're home early." "Meeting got canceled," I replied. His phone was already face down on the table. "Who are you talking to?" I asked lightly, setting my bag down. "Vanessa," he said without hesitation. The answer came too clean, not rehearsed, but practiced. I nodded once. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," he said, moving toward me, kissing my cheek. "Just wedding chaos." His hand lingered at my waist, familiar and grounding. If I had closed my eyes in that moment, I could have convinced myself nothing had changed. But I didn't close my eyes, and something inside me stayed awake. That night, while he slept, I lay beside him, staring at the ceiling, replaying the conversation in my head. Not the words, the spaces between them. "No, she doesn't know." "Why would she?" "You're overthinking it." I had spent years in rooms where people hid intentions behind polished language. I knew what it sounded like when someone was managing a narrative. And Daniel had just done it in my living room. The next few days, I paid attention differently. Not suspicious. Not confrontational. Just precise. He became more careful with his phone. Not secretive enough to accuse. Just aware enough to notice. He angled the screen away slightly. He stepped into another room for certain calls. He locked it more consistently. Once, I walked past him while he was texting. A name flashed briefly at the top of the screen. Linda, his mother. The message preview disappeared too quickly for me to read, but something about the timing felt wrong. Why would his mother be texting him that late? Why did his shoulders tense when I passed? Why did he immediately turn the screen off? I said nothing, but I started to see the pattern. The family wasn't just planning a wedding. They were coordinating something, and Daniel was in the center of it. The next fracture came during a dinner at his parents' house. The table was full. Plates, wine glasses, laughter that felt just slightly too loud. Vanessa was talking about floral arrangements. Linda was nodding enthusiastically. Gregory was half listening, half watching Mitchell like he always did, as if waiting for him to say something impressive. I sat beside Daniel, quiet, observant. Vanessa turned suddenly. "Oh, Daniel told me you handled the deposit," she said, smiling brightly. I blinked. "Handled it?" "Yeah, arranged everything with the planner. That must have been stressful." Her tone was casual, but her words were wrong. I turned to Daniel slowly. "You told them you arranged it?" I asked. He didn't look at me immediately. "It was just easier," he said. "They were already stressed. I didn't want to complicate things." "Complicate?" I repeated softly. He finally met my eyes. "It's not a big deal, Evelyn. Not a big deal. $50,000. My money. My gesture. Reduced to convenience." I smiled. Because sometimes smiling is more dangerous than reacting. "Of course," I said. "Not a big deal." The conversation moved on. But something in me shifted. Not cracked. Not broken. Just repositioned. That was the moment I understood something clearly. Daniel wasn't just hiding information. He was reshaping it. Not lying outright. Just adjusting reality enough that I disappeared from it. The following week, the tension thickened. Not visibly, but internally. I felt it in the way he spoke to me. Slightly shorter, slightly distracted, slightly elsewhere. I felt it in the way his family interacted with me. Still polite, still smiling. But there was something underneath it now. A quiet certainty. As if they knew something I didn't. As if I had already been moved to the edge of the room without being told. One afternoon, Linda pulled me aside in the kitchen. "You've been very generous," she said, touching my arm lightly. Her voice was sweet. Too sweet. "Daniel told us you've been helping behind the scenes." I studied her face. "Behind the scenes," I repeated. "Yes," she said, smiling, "and that's very appropriate." Appropriate. The word landed strangely. "As long as everything stays smooth," she added. "Vanessa deserves a peaceful day, no unnecessary complications." There it was. Not a threat. Not a warning. Something softer. More calculated. A boundary, placed gently, as if I had already agreed to it. I nodded slowly. "Of course," I said. But inside, something sharpened. Because now I could see it. The outline of something larger. Daniel, his parents, Vanessa. They weren't just planning a wedding. They were managing me, positioning me, deciding, quietly and collectively, where I belonged in an event I was funding. And for the first time, a question formed that I could not ignore. When had my own husband stopped standing beside me and started standing with them? I did not ask him. Not yet. Because I was not ready to hear whatever version of the truth he chose to give me. But I was ready for something else. To stop assuming. To stop smoothing things over. To stop making everything smaller so he could feel comfortable. Because something was coming. I could feel it. And whatever it wasn't going to be small. The truth didn't arrive slowly. It didn't unfold gently or reveal itself in pieces the way I expected. It hit all at once. Sharp, clean, undeniable. That Tuesday morning. The call. The words. Removed from the guest list. "Keep the money. You'll understand." I stayed in my office for a long time after I hung up with Diana, not moving, not speaking, just sitting there, staring at the city like it might rearrange itself into something that made sense. It didn't. My phone buzzed. I didn't look at it immediately. Some instinct in me already knew who it was. When I finally picked it up, it wasn't a call. It was a message. "Daniel, please don't cause drama. You're not coming to Vanessa's wedding. We'll be keeping the money. You offered it as a gift anyway. Let's talk when you've calmed down." I read it once, then again, then a third time, slower. Each word landed differently the second time. Sharper, more deliberate, less disguised. "Please don't cause drama. You're not coming. We'll be keeping the money. Let's talk when you've calmed down." Not a conversation, not a misunderstanding. A decision, already made, already executed, and delivered to me like a scheduling update. I leaned back in my chair, my fingers tightening slightly around the phone. There's a very specific kind of pain that doesn't feel like pain at first. It feels like clarity. Cold. Precise. Final. 7 years. 7 years of marriage. 2 years before that. 9 years of building a life with someone who just erased me with one message. Not yelled at me. Not fought with me. Not even faced me. He erased me quietly. Efficiently. As if I were a detail that no longer fit the design. I stood up slowly. Walked to the window again. My reflection stared back at me in the glass. Calm. Too calm. I could feel my heart beating, but it wasn't racing. It wasn't chaotic. It was steady. Controlled. The kind of rhythm I recognized from boardrooms when millions were on the line and the person across from me thought they had the upper hand. I typed back nothing. Deleted the message. Then the second one came. I know you're upset, but please try to understand. This is Vanessa's day and we can't have any family drama ruining it. You'll get over this. I let out a small breath. Not a laugh. Not a sigh. Something in between. You'll get over this. That sentence did something the others didn't. It stripped away the last layer of illusion. This wasn't about stress. This wasn't about miscommunication. This wasn't about protecting Vanessa. This was about control. About entitlement. About a man who believed my reaction didn't matter enough to factor into his decision. I set the phone down gently, because breaking something would have been too easy. And I had never been the kind of woman who chose the easy reaction over the effective one. My intercom buzzed again. Miss Caldwell, my assistant said carefully. You have 3 missed calls from Mr. Stevens. Gregory. Of course. The news was already spreading. It always does. Information moves fast when people are afraid. I pressed the button. Hold all calls for now, I said. Yes, ma'am. Silence returned. But it felt different now. Not empty. Charged. I walked back to my desk, sat down, and folded my hands together. This was the moment. The exact point where most people make a mistake. They react emotionally. They call. They argue. They explain. They beg to be understood. They try to fix something that has already been decided without them. I had done that once, years ago, before I learned what power actually looks like. Power doesn't rush. Power doesn't explain itself. Power waits, then moves once, decisively. My phone lit up again. Gregory calling. I let it ring. Then again. Linda. Then Vanessa. Then Mitchell. The screen kept flashing like a warning signal. I watched it without touching it, because right now they were still operating under an assumption that I would react the way they expected. Hurt. Confused. Maybe angry. But manageable. They thought I would argue. They thought I would protest. They thought I would stay within the role they had quietly assigned me. They didn't understand something very simple. They had already crossed the line where conversation mattered. This was no longer about being invited back, or being included, or being respected. This was about consequence. I picked up the phone again. Not to respond to Daniel, not to call Gregory, but to scroll back to Diana's number. For a second, I just looked at it. Then I pressed call. She answered immediately, like she had been waiting. Miss Caldwell? Her voice was tight. Careful. I've reviewed the contracts, she continued quickly, before I even spoke. Everything you said is correct. Every vendor, every service, every reservation, everything ties back to your companies. I didn't realize. I know, I said. I stood up again, pacing slowly across the office. Diana, I added, my tone calm, almost conversational. I want to be very clear about what happens next. Yes, ma'am. Send cancellation notices to every vendor immediately. A pause. Sharp inhale. Cancel the venue, cancel the catering, cancel the hotel reservations, cancel everything connected to that event. But refund any deposits that were paid directly by guests, I continued, not raising my voice. And invoice the Stevens family for all outstanding balances. Deduct the $50,000 I provided. That stays. Silence. Heavy. Processing. Miss Caldwell, she said softly, this will destroy the wedding. I stopped walking. Looked out at the city again. That's not my responsibility anymore, I replied. Another pause. Then quieter, almost hesitant. Are you sure? That question lingered. Not because I doubted myself, but because it marked the exact point where things became irreversible. I closed my eyes for 1 second and saw Daniel's message again. You're not coming. We'll be keeping the money. You'll get over this. I opened my eyes. I've never been more sure of anything, I said. When I ended the call, the silence that followed felt different. Not tense. Not uncertain. Settled. Like a decision had found its place. I sat back down, exhaled slowly, and for the first time that morning, allowed myself to feel something fully. Not grief, not anger, something colder. Resolve. Because this was no longer about being excluded from a wedding. It was about what happens when people mistake your silence for permission, when they assume your generosity has no limits, when they believe they can erase you and still stand on what you built. My phone buzzed again. I didn't pick it up. I didn't need to. I already knew what was happening on the other side. Confusion, panic, denial. The first crack spreading through a plan that had never accounted for me stepping out of it. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't reacting to someone else's move. I had made my own. And everything after this was just the fallout. The first call I answered came exactly 45 minutes later. Gregory. I let it ring twice before picking up. Not to be dramatic. Just enough to remind him that he was not in control of the timing. Evelyn? His voice was tight, strained, already slipping into panic. I could hear Linda in the background, her voice high, frantic, overlapping his words. What is going on? He demanded. Why is Vanessa's wedding being canceled? The planner just called. Vendors are pulling out. The venue is... What did you do? I leaned back in my chair, crossing one leg over the other. Outside, the city kept moving. Inside, everything felt still. I corrected a situation, I said calmly. There was a pause. What situation? He snapped. The one where I was removed from a wedding I paid for, I replied. Silence. Then, sharper, louder. This is about your feelings being hurt, Gregory said. You're going to ruin your sister-in-law's wedding because you're upset? Upset. That word again. I closed my eyes briefly, not to calm down. To measure. I'm not upset, I said quietly. I'm responding. That's not a response. That's a tantrum, he shot back. There it was. Tantrum. The same language Daniel used. The same framing. Different voices. Same belief. I felt something settle deeper in my chest. Not anger. Recognition. This is what you don't understand, Gregory, I said, my tone still even. You removed me from an event I financed. You kept my money, and you expected me to accept that quietly. We didn't. You did, I cut in. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just final. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a decision. You all made it together, without me. I could hear his breathing now. Heavy, uneven. You're going to destroy everything over this? He asked, and this time there was something else in his voice. Fear. Everything was already destroyed, I said. You just didn't notice because it wasn't happening to you. Silence again. Longer this time. Then, softer. Vanessa has been planning this for over a year, he said. Our family is flying in. This will break her. I stood up slowly, walking toward the window again. She should have thought about that before agreeing to exclude me, I said. I ended the call. Not because I had nothing else to say. Because I had already said what mattered. My phone lit up again immediately. Mitchell. I watched his name on the screen for a second before answering. Evelyn, he said, and his voice was completely different from Gregory's. Controlled, measured, trying to understand. I don't know what happened, he continued, but we need to fix this. People are already arriving. My parents flew in yesterday. Vanessa's cousins are at the hotel. We can work through whatever this is, but we need the wedding to happen. I leaned against the glass, one hand resting lightly against it. Do you know why the wedding was canceled? I asked. A pause. No, he admitted. I was just told there was an issue with vendors. Then you should ask your fiancé, I said. Another pause. Longer. What do you mean? I let the silence stretch just enough to make him feel it. Then I said, ask her why I was removed from the guest list. Silence. And ask her why your future in-laws thought it was acceptable to keep $50,000 from me while doing it. I could almost hear his posture change on the other end. What? He said, quieter now. I paid for the wedding, I continued. Quietly, because I thought I was helping family. Your family. That's not... He stopped himself. That's not what I was told. I know. Another pause. Then, slower, more carefully. If that's true, what they did is wrong, he said. There was no performance in his voice. No defensiveness. Just recalibration. For the first time that day, someone wasn't dismissing me. But it didn't change anything. Then you understand why the wedding isn't happening, I said. Evelyn, he exhaled. Don't punish Vanessa for this. She didn't know. I closed my eyes for a second, because that sentence almost worked. Almost. But not quite. She stood in the same room, I said, while I was being quietly removed. Whether she asked the question or not doesn't change the outcome. That's not fair, he said. No, I replied, it isn't. Another silence. He broke it first. Is there any way to fix this? I smiled slightly. Not because it was funny, because it was predictable. There was, I said. before I found out. I ended the call. This time I didn't wait. I turned my phone to silent and placed it face down on my desk, because the next part wasn't about answering calls. It was about sitting with the truth. I sank back into my chair and let my head rest against it. For a moment, I allowed myself to feel everything I had been holding back. Not the sharp edges, the weight, the years. 7 years of marriage. All the small moments I had chosen to soften. All the times I had explained his silence as kindness. All the times I had told myself love meant patience. I whispered it out loud before I could stop myself. What did I miss? The question hung in the air. Not dramatic, not desperate, just honest. Because this wasn't just about the wedding. This wasn't just about money. This was about the slow erosion of something I thought was solid. And I needed to understand where it started. I thought of the dinners, the comments, the way Daniel never corrected them, the way he let me shrink in his family's eyes, the way he rewrote my role in the wedding, the way he sent that message. Please don't cause drama. You'll get over this. I let out a slow breath. I didn't miss it, I said quietly to myself. I ignored it. That realization didn't hurt the way I expected. It didn't break me. It clarified something. Because ignoring is a choice. And if I made that choice once, I could choose differently now. I sat up straighter, my hands folded neatly on the desk, my breathing steady. This wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about humiliation. It wasn't about proving something to them. It was about something much simpler. Drawing a line and not stepping back from it. The calls would keep coming. The pressure would build. Daniel would show up eventually. And when he did, I would be ready. Not emotional, not reactive. Clear, because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't asking for understanding. I wasn't negotiating. I wasn't trying to hold something together that someone else had already decided to break. I was simply done explaining my worth to people who benefited from ignoring it. And that kind of clarity changes everything. By the end of that afternoon, silence was no longer an option for them. It never is. When people realize they've miscalculated power, they don't stay quiet. They escalate. They push. They gather. They try to regain control of something that was never theirs to begin with. My phone had been lighting up nonstop. Calls, messages, voicemails stacking on top of each other. Gregory again. Linda crying this time. Vanessa over and over. Even numbers I didn't recognize. I ignored all of it. Until I didn't. Around early evening, my assistant knocked lightly on the glass door of my office. "Miss Caldwell," she said carefully, "your husband is here. He says he needs to speak with you." Of course he was. I didn't answer immediately. I just looked at her for a second, then nodded once. "Send him in." She hesitated. "He seems upset." I almost smiled. "Good," I said. A few seconds later, the door opened. Daniel walked in like a man who had lost control of something he thought he owned. His usual composure was gone. His tie loosened, his hair slightly out of place, his eyes sharp with frustration instead of warmth. He didn't sit. He didn't greet me. "Well, what the hell are you doing?" he demanded. I remained seated, calm, hands resting lightly on the desk. "What I should have done earlier," I replied. He laughed once. Short, disbelieving. "You canceled my sister's wedding because you're upset about a guest list?" I tilted my head slightly. "Is that what you think happened?" "Oh, that's exactly what happened," he snapped. "You're blowing this completely out of proportion." There it was again. Out of proportion, different words. Same dismissal. I studied him quietly for a moment. This man, the one I had shared a home with, a bed with, a life with, standing in front of me now like I was a problem to be managed, not a partner to be respected. "You removed me," I said. Simple, direct. "I made a decision to avoid unnecessary conflict," he shot back. "By erasing your wife?" I asked. He exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. "You're not understanding the situation." "No," I said calmly. "You're not explaining it honestly." That landed. I saw it in the slight shift of his posture, the brief flicker in his eyes. Then it hardened again. "This is Vanessa's day," he said, slower now, as if speaking to someone unreasonable. "She's been stressed for months. My parents are barely holding things together financially. The last thing they need is tension." "And I am tension?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. That was answer enough. I nodded once. "I see." "Evelyn, don't do that," he said, frustration creeping back in. "Don't twist this." "I'm not twisting anything," I replied. "I'm repeating it." His jaw tightened. "You're acting like we betrayed you," he said. I leaned back slightly. "You did." "That's not fair." "No," I said again softly. "It isn't." The room went quiet. But it wasn't empty. It was full of everything unsaid over the past 7 years. Everything I had minimized. Everything he had avoided. Everything his family had quietly reinforced. Daniel stepped closer to the desk. "This is insane," he said. "You're going to destroy Vanessa's wedding over this? Over pride?" That word, pride. I almost laughed, but I didn't. "This isn't pride," I said. "It's consequence." He stared at me, like he didn't recognize the person sitting in front of him. Maybe he didn't, because for years I had softened myself for him, smoothed my edges, made myself easier to live with, easier to ignore, easier to underestimate. That version of me was gone. "You're hurting everyone," he said, quieter now. "No," I replied. "I'm removing myself." "That's the same thing," he insisted. "No," I said again, holding his gaze. "It's not." He looked away first. That was new. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then his voice changed. Less aggressive, more strategic. "I'm right." "Okay," he said slowly. "Let's just think about this rationally." I didn't move. "We can fix this," he continued. "You get your invitation back. You come to the wedding. We move forward. No need to make this bigger than it is." I watched him carefully, because now he was negotiating, not apologizing, not acknowledging, just adjusting terms, as if this were a business inconvenience, not a betrayal. "Do you hear yourself?" I asked quietly. He frowned. "What?" "You're offering me access," I said, "to something I built." "That's not—" "You're still not saying it," I cut in. His expression tightened. "Saying what?" "That you were wrong." Silence. Real silence. Not avoidance. Not distraction. Just absence. He didn't say it. He couldn't. Because to say it would mean admitting something deeper than a mistake. It would mean admitting he chose them over me. And he wasn't ready for that. Maybe he never would be. "I didn't think it was necessary," he said finally. There it was. Not an apology. A justification. I nodded slowly. "Of course you didn't." His frustration returned immediately. "This is exactly what I mean," he said. "You're making everything dramatic." I stood up. Not abruptly. Not aggressively. Just stood. And suddenly, the distance between us felt different. Not emotional. Structural. "You made a decision without me," I said. "You took something I gave freely and used it to exclude me. You assumed I would accept that quietly." Each sentence landed softly, but deliberately. I'm simply correcting that assumption. He stared at me, something uncertain flickering behind his anger now. "You're going too far," he said. I shook my head once. "No," I replied. "I've just stopped going nowhere." The silence that followed felt heavier than anything we'd said, because this was the moment everything shifted. Not the call, not the cancellation. This, right here, where he realized I wasn't coming back to the version of myself he was used to. His phone buzzed. He glanced at it. Then back at me. "They're losing it," he said. "I imagine they are," I replied. He hesitated. For the first time since he walked in, he looked unsure. "Oh, what do you want?" he asked. Not demanding, not accusing, just asking. I met his eyes. "Respect," I said. A beat. And accountability. He exhaled slowly, like the answer was heavier than he expected. "That's not what this is about anymore," he said. I held his gaze. It was always what it was about. He didn't respond, because now, even he could feel it. The situation had moved beyond repair. And somewhere beneath all the noise, all the anger, all the justification, he was starting to understand something very simple. He hadn't just made a mistake. He had changed the structure of our marriage. And structures, once broken, don't go back to what they were, not without rebuilding everything, from the ground up. He looked at me one last time, then turned and walked out. The door closed softly behind him. I stood there for a moment, alone, but not empty, because something inside me had already shifted. Not broken, not shaken, aligned. And whatever came next, I would face it without shrinking. For the first time in a long time. That night, the silence felt different. Not peaceful, not calm. Heavy, like something had ended, but the world hadn't caught up to it yet. I didn't go home immediately. I stayed in my office long after the building had emptied out. The city lights replaced the sunlight, reflections stretching across the glass like something distant and unreachable. For the first time that day, I stopped moving. No calls, no decisions, no control, just stillness. And in that stillness, everything I had held back all day finally found its way in. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling, and the question came again. Not sharp this time. Soft, almost tired. How did it get this far? Because it wasn't just the wedding. It wasn't just the money. It wasn't even just Daniel. It was the accumulation. Every moment I had chosen silence over confrontation. Every time I had told myself, it's not worth it. Every time I made myself smaller so someone else could feel comfortable. I closed my eyes, and the memories came. Dinner tables, side glances, comments disguised as compliments. Daniel sitting beside me and saying nothing, always nothing. I swallowed, because that part hurt more than anything else. Not what his family did, what he didn't do. I whispered it out loud this time. You didn't stand up for me. The words echoed faintly in the empty office. And suddenly, it wasn't about them anymore. It was about him, my husband, the man who had held my hand in the beginning, the man who used to notice when I was tired, the man who once said, I don't know what I did to deserve you. I let out a quiet breath. You stopped trying to deserve me, I said. My voice didn't shake, but something inside me did. I sat up slowly, resting my elbows on the desk, pressing my fingers lightly against my temples. This was the part people don't talk about. Not the betrayal, not the confrontation, but the space after, where you're left alone with the truth. And the truth isn't loud. It doesn't scream. It settles. Cold. Permanent. I thought about the life we built. The mornings. The routines. The familiarity of sharing space with someone for years. The quiet comfort of knowing someone would be there. And then I thought about how easily he removed me. No conversation. No hesitation. Just gone. Like I had already been optional. That realization cracked something open. Not explosive. Not dramatic. Just deep. I stood up and walked toward the window again. My reflection stared back at me, but it didn't feel like the same woman from that morning. She had been composed, focused, in control. This version of me looked clearer, not stronger, not harder, just honest. And honesty is rarely comfortable. My phone buzzed. I looked at it this time. A message from Vanessa. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know you paid for everything. Please don't do this. You're ruining everything. I stared at the screen for a long moment. Ruining everything. That phrase sat strangely, because it implied something important. That everything had been fine before I acted. That everything had been intact. That I was the disruption. I typed nothing. Locked the phone. Set it down. Because I finally understood something I hadn't allowed myself to accept before. They didn't see what they did as wrong. They saw my reaction as the problem. And that kind of thinking doesn't change. Not with explanation. Not with patience. Not with love. I walked back to my desk and sat down slowly. My chest felt tight. Not from panic, from pressure, years of it. Unspoken, unacknowledged, carried quietly, until now. I placed my hand flat against the desk and whispered, almost to myself, I loved you. Past tense. That was new. The word lingered in the air. I didn't correct it, because it was true. Love had been there. Real. Deep. Consistent. But love by itself isn't enough. Not when respect disappears. Not when loyalty becomes conditional. Not when someone chooses convenience over you. I let the silence sit with me. Didn't rush it. Didn't fill it. Just let it be. Because this was the lowest point. Not when he removed me. Not when the wedding was canceled. Here, in the quiet, where I had to face the full weight of what I had lost. Not just a relationship, but the version of the future I thought I was building. And for a moment, just a moment, I let myself feel it. The grief, the disappointment, the exhaustion. It moved through me slowly. Not overwhelming, but undeniable. Then something shifted. Small, subtle, but real. I straightened slightly in my chair. My breathing steadied. My hand lifted from the desk. Because beneath all of that, there was something else. Something that hadn't been taken. Something they couldn't touch. Myself. My clarity. My ability to choose what comes next. I wiped the corner of my eye, not even realizing there had been a tear. Then I let out a slow breath. This is the bottom, I said quietly. And somehow, that made it easier. Because when you reach the bottom, there's only one direction left. Up! I picked up my phone again. Not to respond. Not to argue. Just to look at it differently. All the missed calls. All the messages. All the noise. None of it mattered in the same way anymore. Because the decision had already been made. Not the wedding. Not the money. Me. I was done waiting for someone to treat me like I mattered. Done explaining. Done shrinking. Done hoping they would suddenly understand something they had spent years ignoring. And in that quiet office, with the city glowing around me and the weight of everything finally settling into place, I realized something that changed everything. I didn't need them to understand. I just needed to move forward. Without them. The next morning didn't feel like a continuation. It felt like a reset. Not softer, not easier, just clearer. I woke up early, before my alarm. The kind of wakefulness that comes when your mind has already made a decision your body is still catching up to. For a few seconds, I lay there staring at the ceiling, letting the quiet settle. Then I sat up. No hesitation. No second guessing. Because something had shifted during the night. Not emotionally, structurally. I wasn't trying to fix anything anymore. I was deciding what remained. My phone lit up on the nightstand. A message. Not from Daniel. From Mitchell. I opened it. A photo. Him and Vanessa at what looked like a temporary meeting setup. Papers spread out. Expressions tense. Eyes tired. Below it, a single line. I didn't know. I'm sorry. You were right. I stared at it for a moment. Then another message followed. I've seen the contracts. Everything traces back to you. I also saw the messages between Daniel and his parents. That made me pause. Slowly, I sat up straighter. A third message came through. They planned to remove you early. Before the invitations were finalized, they just didn't tell me. My fingers tightened slightly around the phone. There it was. Not suspicion. Not interpretation. Confirmation. I read it again. Planned. Not impulsive. Not reactive. Deliberate. That quiet conversation I overheard. No, she doesn't know. You're overthinking it. It wasn't a moment. It was a strategy. I let out a slow breath. And, strangely, it didn't hurt the way I expected. It clarified everything. Because doubt is heavier than truth. And I had been carrying doubt for weeks. Now I wasn't. Another message. I told Vanessa everything. She didn't know the full extent. She's not handling it well. But I needed you to hear it from someone not involved. I closed my eyes for a second. Not to process. To acknowledge. Because this was the moment. The clean break between uncertainty and decision. I typed back slowly. Thank you for telling me. A few seconds passed. Then his reply came. For what it's worth, you didn't deserve any of this. I looked at that sentence longer than I expected to. Not because I needed validation, but because it was the first time someone from that circle had said it out loud. Not defensively, not conditionally, just truth. I locked my phone and set it aside. Then I stood up, walked to the window. Morning light stretched across the city, softer than yesterday, but just as steady. And in that light, everything felt settled. Because now I understood. Daniel didn't hesitate. His parents didn't misunderstand. Vanessa didn't question. They all moved forward with a plan that required me to disappear. And I had responded. Not impulsively. Not emotionally. Correctly. I went through my morning routine slowly. Deliberately. Every movement intentional. Coffee. Shower. Clothes. There was no rush. Because for the first time in days, I wasn't reacting to anything. I was choosing. By the time I arrived at the office, the atmosphere had already shifted. My assistant stood as I walked in. Good morning, Miss Caldwell. Her voice was more formal than usual. Not distant, just aware. Morning, I said. She hesitated for a second. Your husband called again this morning. He said he needs to speak with you urgently. Of course he did. I nodded once. Schedule it. She blinked. You want to see him? Yes, I said calmly. Today. She nodded quickly and moved to her desk. I stepped into my office and closed the door behind me. For a moment, I just stood there. Then I walked to my desk and sat down. Because this next conversation was not going to be like the last one. Not reactive. Not defensive. Final. About an hour later, the door opened. Daniel stepped in again. But this time, he looked different. Not angry. Not controlled. Unsteady. His eyes moved around the room before settling on me. Evelyn, he said. I didn't stand. Sit. He hesitated. Then did. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. The silence felt different from yesterday. Not tense. Not fragile. Resolved. He broke first. I didn't think you'd go this far, he said. I held his gaze. You didn't think I would respond. He exhaled slowly. That's not fair. It is, I said. He looked down at his hands. Then back up. I was trying to keep things from getting complicated, he said. My parents were already stressed. Vanessa was overwhelmed. I didn't want to add more pressure. At my expense, I replied. He didn't deny it. That was new. I thought you'd understand, he said quietly. I leaned forward slightly. And if I didn't? I asked. He hesitated, then said nothing. Exactly. I nodded once. Mitchell told me, I said. His head snapped up. What? The plan, I continued. The timing, the conversations. Something shifted in his face. Not anger. Exposure. They told him, he muttered. No, I said. He found out. Silence. Thick. Heavy. I didn't think it mattered, Daniel said finally. There it was again. That sentence. That belief. I studied him for a long moment. Then I asked quietly, when did I stop mattering to you? He froze. Completely. The question landed somewhere deeper than anything else I had said. That's not, he started. It is, I said. My voice didn't rise, didn't sharpen, just stayed steady. You made a decision that erased me, I continued, and you did it without hesitation, without discussion, without concern for what it would do to me. He swallowed. I didn't think it would affect you like this. I almost smiled. But I didn't. That's the problem, I said. You didn't think about me at all. Silence. Long. Unavoidable. Then he said, softer. We can fix this. I leaned back. No, I said. That single word filled the room. Not loud, but absolute. His eyes searched mine for doubt, for hesitation, for anything he could work with. There was nothing there. Evelyn, he said. I shook my head once. This isn't about the wedding anymore, I said. It's about what you chose. He opened his mouth, closed it again, because there was no argument for that. I'm done, I said. And for the first time since all of this started, the words didn't feel heavy. They felt right. He stared at me, as if waiting for something else. There was nothing else. No explanation, no negotiation, no extension, just the truth and the decision. I stood up slowly, not to leave, but to end it. This conversation is over, I said. He didn't move, didn't argue, didn't try to stop me, because now he understood something he hadn't before. This wasn't a situation he could manage. This wasn't a reaction he could wait out. This was the moment he lost something, permanently. And as I walked past him toward the door, I didn't feel anger. I didn't feel grief. I felt something else. Freedom. The kind that only comes when you stop asking people to treat you right and start walking away when they don't. The fallout didn't arrive quietly. It never does. It spread fast, faster than rumors, faster than explanations, because panic has a way of accelerating everything it touches. By midday, the entire situation had unraveled beyond anything Daniel's family could control. Vendors confirmed cancellations. Contracts were terminated. Deposits were locked. The venue released the date. The hotel began notifying guests. One by one, the structure they had relied on collapsed. Not loudly, but completely. I didn't have to watch it happen. I could feel it. The calls increased. Not just from Daniel. From everyone. Gregory again, this time not angry. Desperate. Linda crying openly. Vanessa, voice messages layered with disbelief and fear. Even extended family I had barely spoken to in years. Evelyn, please. There has to be a way to fix this. You're tearing the whole family apart. Vanessa is devastated. You've made your point already. I listened to none of them. Not because I didn't hear them, but because I understood something they didn't. This wasn't something that could be undone with apologies sent too late. By the afternoon, Diana called again. Her voice sounded different this time. No longer uncertain. Just exhausted. Miss Caldwell, she'd said. I wanted to update you. I leaned back in my chair. Go ahead. There are no replacements, she said. We've contacted every venue within 300 miles. Everything suitable is booked. The few options left are not appropriate for the scale or expectations of the event. I closed my eyes briefly. Not in relief, in recognition. They've started looking out of state, she continued. California, Oregon, Nevada, same issue. Timing, availability, logistics. A pause. Then, quieter. They're out of options. I let that settle, because this was the moment reality reached them. Not emotionally, practically. There was no version of the wedding they planned that could still exist. What about alternatives, I asked. There are some, she admitted, but they're significantly smaller. Community spaces, limited services, nothing comparable to what was originally arranged. I nodded once, even though she couldn't see it. Understood. There was hesitation on her end. Then, is there any possibility you would reconsider? I almost smiled. Not out of cruelty, out of clarity. There is one option, I said. Silence. Immediate. Attentive. Timber Ridge Lodge, I continued. Smaller venue, about an hour outside the city. Capacity capped at 60. Her breath caught slightly. That could work, she said quickly. It's beautiful. Rustic, but high-end. People would love... I'm not finished, I said. She stopped. Full cost is $180,000, I continued. Paid up front, no exceptions. Silence. Long. Heavy. And that's more than triple the original budget, she said carefully. Yes, I replied. Another pause. And the conditions, she asked quietly. I stood up and walked toward the window again, because this part mattered. Not for control, for truth. My invitation is reinstated, I said, formally in writing. Yes. And there will be a written apology from Daniel and his parents. A sharper inhale. Admitting what they did, I added. Clearly, without deflection. Silence. Then, and I looked out at the city. Cars moving. People continuing. Life going on, unaware. It will be read aloud at the reception, I said. That landed. I could feel it, even through the phone. In front of every guest, I finished. Complete silence. Because now, This wasn't just about saving a wedding. It was about accountability. Public. Unavoidable. "Do you think they'll agree?" Diana asked. I didn't answer immediately, because I already knew. "They don't have another option," I said. 2 days later, they walked into my world. Not their home, not their dining table, not their carefully controlled environment where I had always been the quiet one at the edge. Mine, Caldwell Hall. The conference room was designed for negotiation. High ceilings, polished wood, light that didn't soften anything. I was already seated when they entered, one by one. Daniel first, then Vanessa and Mitchell, then Gregory and Linda. No one spoke immediately. They didn't know how, because this was the first time they were stepping into a space where they had no control, where their assumptions didn't apply, where I wasn't the quiet presence at the end of the table. I was the center of it. I let the silence stretch, not to intimidate, to make them feel it, the weight of where they were. Vanessa spoke first, soft, unsteady. "I didn't know," she said. "I swear I didn't know you paid for everything." I looked at her, really looked. For the first time, she didn't look confident. She looked young. "I believe you," I said, and I did. But belief didn't erase consequence. "If you had known," I continued, "would anything have been different?" She opened her mouth, then stopped, because she didn't have an answer she could say out loud. I nodded once. "That's what I thought." Daniel shifted beside her. Evelyn." I raised a hand slightly. He stopped. That, too, was new. Mitchell stood instead. He looked directly at me, not defensively, not arrogantly, just directly. "What happened was wrong," he said. "There's no excuse for it." The room went still, because no one else had said it like that. Clean, simple, true. "I didn't know," he continued, "but I know now, and I'm sorry." I held his gaze for a moment, then nodded once. "Thank you." Gregory cleared his throat. "We're willing to meet your terms," he said. His voice was tight, controlled, but underneath it, strained. "Payment will be made in full," he added, "and the apology will be prepared." Linda didn't speak. She just nodded, eyes red, hands clasped tightly together. Daniel said nothing. Not yet. I looked at him and waited, because this part mattered. More than the money. More than the wedding. Him. He finally spoke. "I didn't think it would go this far," he said. I didn't respond. He swallowed. Then, quieter, "I was wrong." The words were there, but something was missing. Not sincerity. Understanding. Still, it was something. And it was more than he had offered before. I nodded once. "Then we're done here," I said. 3 weeks later, the wedding happened. Smaller, simpler, real. 60 guests instead of 120. No excess. No performance. Just presence. Vanessa looked different. Not overwhelmed. Not frantic. Present. Mitchell stood beside her, steady, grounded. And during the reception, he raised his glass. "I want to thank someone," he said. The room quieted. Eyes turned toward me. "Evelyn Caldwell," he continued. "The person who made this day possible in ways most of you don't fully understand. No embellishment. No exaggeration. Just truth." Vanessa stood beside him, her voice softer, but clear. "I'm sorry," she said, "for what we did, and for what we didn't question." The room held it, didn't rush past it, didn't dismiss it, just heard it. And for the first time in 7 years, I wasn't invisible in that room. I wasn't minimized. I wasn't adjusted to fit someone else's version of me. I was seen. Clearly, accurately, completely. Later, Daniel approached me. Careful, measured. "I didn't know you had this kind of power," he said quietly. I looked at him, and for the first time, there was no attachment in the way I saw him, just understanding. "You never cared to ask," I replied. Then I walked away, because this part of the story was no longer mine to stay in. It was mine to leave. The next morning, I packed. Not dramatically, not impulsively, deliberately. 1 suitcase. That was all it took to separate myself from 7 years of shared space. The apartment was quiet, familiar. Every corner held a memory that used to feel permanent. The kitchen where we made coffee on slow Sundays. The couch where we fell asleep mid-conversation. The hallway where he used to pull me back just to kiss me again before leaving. I looked at all of it and felt nothing that asked me to stay. That was the clearest sign. Not anger. Not sadness. Absence. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it. "Daniel, can we talk?" I didn't respond. Instead, I zipped my suitcase and walked toward the door. I paused for a second, my hand resting on the handle. Not because I was unsure. Because I wanted to acknowledge the moment. This was it. Not the fight. Not the wedding. Not the confrontation. This. The quiet decision to leave something that no longer honored me. I opened the door and stepped out. The hallway felt longer than usual, or maybe I was just more aware of every step. Behind me, I heard the door open. Evelyn, his voice, closer than I expected. I didn't turn immediately. Wait, he said, walking toward me. I turned then. He looked different, not confident, not controlled, just human. We can fix this, he said. There it was. The sentence people always use when something has already been broken. I studied him for a moment. 7 years. All of it standing between us. Fix what? I asked quietly. He hesitated. Our marriage, he said. I tilted my head slightly. You mean the one where you removed me without telling me? That's not what I... Or the one where you decided I wouldn't matter enough to be considered? I continued. His jaw tightened. I made a mistake, he said. I nodded slowly. You made a choice, I corrected. Silence. That distinction sat between us. Heavy, clear. He stepped closer. Evelyn, I didn't realize how serious it was, he said. I thought you'd understand, that you wouldn't take it this far. I let out a small breath. That's the problem, I said. You didn't think I would leave. He didn't answer, because he knew it was true. I spent years understanding you, I continued, explaining things away, making space, making things smaller so they wouldn't turn into problems. My voice stayed calm. Steady. But this, I shook my head once. This isn't something I adjust to. He looked at the suitcase, then back at me. So that's it? He asked. I held his gaze. Yes. The word landed clean. No hesitation, no softness. Just truth. His shoulders dropped slightly. Not dramatically. Just enough. 7 years, he said. Like the number itself should mean something. It did, I replied. Past tense again. And this time I didn't ignore it. He ran a hand through his hair. We can start over, he said. We can rebuild. I looked at him. Really looked. And for the first time, I saw him clearly. Not the version I loved. Not the version I hoped for. The version that stood in front of me. You don't rebuild something by ignoring the foundation, I said. And you broke that. He didn't argue. Didn't defend. Didn't explain. Because there was nothing left to say that would change what had already happened. I shifted the suitcase slightly. Take care of yourself, Daniel, I said. Not cold. Not warm. Just complete. Then I turned and walked away. This time, I didn't stop. The elevator doors closed in front of me. The quiet hum of movement filled the space as it descended. Floor by floor, distance by distance. I watched the numbers change, and with each one, something inside me felt lighter. Not because I lost something, because I stopped carrying it. My phone buzzed again. I glanced at it. Mitchell, a message. A photo of him and Vanessa cutting the cake. Smiling. Real. Below it, thank you. You were the foundation of this day. I stared at the screen for a second, then typed back, remember that. A pause. Then his reply came. I will. The elevator reached the ground floor. The doors opened. And just like that, everything shifted. Not dramatically, not visibly, but completely. I stepped out into the morning light. No longer someone's wife. No longer someone's quiet support. No longer someone who needed to be understood to be respected. Just myself. And for the first time in a long time, that felt like enough. If there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's this. Silence is not weakness. Patience is not permission. And love, without respect, is just a slow form of disappearance.